But notice I'm 6 feet away. I'm still social distance.
You were my guy.
Redemption, be our protection, direct our minds by your gracious presence. Watch over our paths and guide us with your love through the hidden snares of life. Fix our hearts on you as we go forward, and following in faith, arrive at your goal through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Chief, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Pledge
allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Chief.
Mr. Hooper, wherever you're ready. Yes, sir. Okay, well, appreciate everyone being here. Got a big agenda and a long day of work planned. Like I mentioned earlier, this is a informal workshop, so obviously if you want to go sit somewhere else, please feel free to. There isn't much in the way of motions and seconds and, Robert's Rules of Order today. This is intended largely to be, just be a conversation about our budget and our financial picture. So I'll be doing a lot of talking, but I also want to do a lot of listening. So please feel free to interrupt and make a remark or ask a question or anything you need. So I hope everyone got their package on Friday. And I'd like to go through the package because although it looks just like a manageable package, there's actually a lot of information and a lot of different kinds of information in there. So I'd like to go over those pieces one by one before we get started. So the first thing we're going to do is review the priorities that you named at your February retreat, because the budget is built around those priorities. And so I just want to make sure I got them right. And then I think we should also spend a little bit of that time going over last year's priorities to see if there's any carryover projects from those priorities that we want to accomplish in the year to come. All right. So the next page is to go over budgeting principles. So I just think it's valuable for you all to know the sort of guidelines and rules of thumb that Connie and I use when we are putting this budget together. And that might answer some of your questions right off the jump about why'd you do this or that. So we'll go over those. After that, we'll jump into the budgets themselves. And this is where we're going to start getting into the materials in your packets. So we're going to do water and sewer first, just because I think that's going to take a little bit less time. So I think we can accomplish that in the morning. And so if you'll turn to the water sewer tab in your package, you'll see folded up pages that look like this. And this is the line item budget for each unit of the water and sewer department. And so we'll go over those and I'll highlight some of the notable things about each of those budgets. David's here to answer in his capacity as acting public services director. He's here to answer questions on this budget and also to make the case for their large capital request. So there is one large capital request in here that he's here to make the case for. And then, so once we go through those, we'll go over, if you'll turn to the page, it looks like this, which is the CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan. This is a list of significant capital projects that we foresee needing over the next 9 years. It should be 10, and it will be by the time we actually publish the budget. But for today, we've got 9 years forecast to review. The page after that looks like this. That's just an informational page that includes the non-operating sources of funds for the water sewer fund. So of course, the fees that we receive selling our water and installing taps and so forth, that's the primary source of revenue that we use to operate. But we have a few more pots of money available, such as our retained earnings and our capital reserve fund, and that's what's listed on that page. All right, the next page, you have another big long sheet, looks like this. Oh, and by the way, there's corresponding sheets like this for general fund too. The next page that looks like this is my proposal for how we spend those other pots of money. And I'll just give you a little preview. In order to make some of our priorities work in the operating budget, the year-to-year budget, I'm proposing that we use some of those one-time funds to pay for one-time things so that we can free up operating dollars to pay for some of our priorities. So that's what's on that page. All right, finally, if you'll turn to the next page, looks like this. That is a brief summary of our current water and sewer rates and what I propose the FY23 rates to be. Just a quick preview of that. I propose that, we'll talk more in detail about this later, but I propose that we stay on path with our annual 2% increases. So this will be the third out of 5, 2% increases on rates for in-town customers. Talk a little bit more about that in detail later. And then finally, the sheet that looks like this, that has my proposal for some of the smaller fees that the water and sewer fund collects. All right, any questions so far on materials for water sewer fund? So then we'll take a break, have lunch, come back and turn to the general fund. Now, I just want to say up front that some of these corporate priorities that would apply to both funds, we're going to talk about in the general fund section, just because if it's a corporate priority, most of its expense is going to be in the general fund. But just for your own edification, if you're thinking about a corporate priority that is going to cost both funds, the simple formula is 2/3 of the expense will be in general fund and 1/3 will be in water sewer fund, because that's about the approximate breakdown of our budget. Okay, so first page in general fund will look like this. This is a review of the general fund's primary revenue sources, the top 3 being highlighted there in yellow. And I gotta confess that Connie and I did this without the benefit of the league's annual revenue projection, which we got yesterday. So we might tweak those a little bit, but on initial review of that projection, our projections were pretty good. So not significant change there, but just want to tell you, we did that without the benefit of one of our primary sources of information. And when we go over that sheet, I'll name some of the areas where their projection was a little different than ours. All right, so the general fund will have some things that the water sewer fund didn't have. Your next attachment looks like that. That's the first page. And this is what I call an SLC, a service level change, which you can essentially think of as a request for new money. And this is a request that we put in there because we think it helps accomplish one of your priorities. And that has to do with Meredith's department, so she's not here now, but after lunch, we'll have her come down and justify this request. Looks like I gave myself 2 things. All right, after that, you'll have a capital improvement plan for the general fund as well. Again, 9 years of projections of significant capital expenses that we see on the horizon. Then, of course, the next page is, again, the big long sheets, which are the line item budgets for each general fund department. After that, a sheet that looks like that, titled North Wilkesboro General Fund, Other Sources of Funds. Again, pots of money, savings, fund balance that we can use to help fund some of our priorities. And then, of course, the general fund has, I just alluded to one, the general fund has 2 sources of funds that the water and sewer fund doesn't benefit from quite as much, and they're listed here on this page. And that's the ARP, American Rescue Plan dollars, and the North Wilkesboro General Fund balance surplus. So, of course, we made our financial policy this year that set a minimum fund balance. Anything above that minimum fund balance is available to spend. And preview, I'm recommending that we spend some of it, and we'll get to that today. But this page summarizes about what we've got and some of the commitments we've made with that money so far. All right, turning the page, another big long sheet. This is both the status of the projects we dedicated one-time dollars to last year, and my recommendation for what we spend the remaining one-time dollars on in the coming year. A sheet that looks like this is next, Appendix 8. These are fee increases that I recommend we include in this year's budget. Not a tax increase, but an increase on some of the smaller fees that we collect in the general fund. And I'll talk more in depth about why I'm recommending those later. After that, a page that looks like this, a colorful page. This is a summary of the compensation research that we did. Mary Elizabeth, I'm going to give her credit, did a lot of work comparing our compensation levels both to municipalities around us, but also comparable private sector jobs around us. And that gives us a benchmark to know sort of how competitive we are in the compensation sphere. And this page in your package is just a summary page. We've got more detailed information available if you want it, but we'll get to that later. After that, a sheet that looks like this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 options for adjusting our compensation levels. These aren't meant to be a menu to choose from, but just possibilities to get your minds thinking about what we can do with compensation for our employees. And of course, each of them has a price tag. And so we got to make sure that we can afford to do those things. All right, we're getting towards the end here. Next page looks like this. This is our nonprofit request. We include the Wilkes EDC as a nonprofit request, but I think that should be separate because they're almost like an arm of the government. I mean, they do work on our behalf. And so if you're asking me right now, I'd say that we need to fund them. The rest of them can be voluntary, but that one, surely we need to fund. And then the last page will look like this. And that's just an add, what I'm calling an adds and deletes worksheet. So the adds and deletes will be the only time during the day where I think we might take some action. And what I mean by that is if one or a few of you want to see something added to the budget, this is where we'll talk about it. And if there's not consensus, then we might have to take some straw votes to see whether that recommendation is palatable to the whole board. So that's the time we might take some informal votes during the adds and deletes. I will ask you though, that if you think of something that you want to see added or taken out of the budget during the day, that you also think about how it's going to be paid for. And so that when we get to this exercise at the end, your proposal will go something like this. I propose that we add $100,000 to the planning and inspection budget, and we pay for it by taking it from the police department or the fire department budget. Or I suggest that we pay for this capital item with fund balance surplus, one-time fund balance surplus dollar. So you have some sort of payment idea in mind when you make your proposal.
Hey, listen, I'm on the college and they, now, the governor, or not the what I do, I mean, if I.
Yeah, oh yeah, I hear. We've actually got, so on Monday, when we have our agenda setting meeting, I've actually got a briefing on that piece of legislation as one of the items we need to put on our agenda in the weeks to come. Danny's going to help us with that briefing. But what I can tell you is that I know so far is that we'll have to approve the budget in pieces so that the piece of the budget that perhaps allocates money to a nonprofit that you sit on the board of, you can recuse yourself from that part.
Okay.
Yeah. And the school of government has said to the towns that they think it's okay for all commissioners to vote on, and of course, I need Danny to verify this, so take this with a grain of salt. But it's okay for all the commissioners to vote on the whole budget, even if it contains an appropriation for a nonprofit that you sit on. But that the individual vote to put that in there, or the individual discussion of that part, you have to recuse yourself from. But more information on that on the way. We'll get that sorted out before we take the final vote on this in June. Okay, any questions? Shall I keep going? All right, so I ask you then to turn back to part 4, which is a review of our current year priorities. And so I want to express my appreciation to you all for coming up with a manageable number of priorities at the retreat. There was 3 main ones and then 1 sort of affiliate priority. So 4 significant priorities, which I think is very manageable. And if you'll just read over them here while I go over what I heard them to be. The first is the water system. Taking another stab at the water intake, which we are deep in the process of, and you all are working diligently on making that case to the public. At the retreat, you said to continue studying option B, which was the emergency purchase from Wilkesboro. And we do have some grant money that we're expecting to come in to fund that, so we can continue keeping option B alive on someone else's dime, which is good. And we plan to apply for state assistance for our preferred solution during the fall 2022 cycle. So did I capture that about right? Are those about the priorities for that one?
But still using option A as our primary goal.
Yes, sir. Gotcha. So the good news about that option and those goals as listed is that none of them are really going to require significant financial investment in the next fiscal year. The only one I can foresee us maybe spending some money on is paying for the engineers to put together the plans and so forth for the intake or whatever option we settle on. And of course, that's not inexpensive. That's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we've got that money available in our capital reserve fund currently. And as I'll share a little bit later, our rates are earning enough revenue that we're putting away a small nest egg each year. And so I think that we'll have the money to pay for that when it comes. But other than that, priority, I don't think requires significant budget action for the next year. All right, the next priority I listed as year of parks. And we didn't really outline our strategy in February during the retreat, but we have since. And of course, that strategy is to focus on Smoot Park. We've broken it up into phases. Phase 1 we'll do in the coming year, and that includes matching the Wilkes Medical Center Foundation grant dollars and using that pool of funds to do a playground and a few other smaller starter projects. And over the course of the year, go out and do a fundraising campaign for phase 2, which we'll apply for next spring and start paying for in fiscal year 2024. And that'll be for the pool house, and the more significant project renovation projects for Smoot Park. So again, there are some. There will be some budget choices to make for this project this year that we'll get to later on. Ordinance review. So my takeaway from that priority during the retreat, and please correct me if I didn't get it right, was to complete 2 revisions to our zoning ordinance. The first is the multifamily one that's going on right now, and the second is to be determined, that are intended to ease our regulations on development and perhaps jumpstart additional development in the town. Did I capture that right? That's still the priority. Okay. And then the fourth one was employee compensation. So we made the mid-year adjustment to the police salaries in order to make ourselves more competitive. And at the time, you said you wanted to try to do something similar for all employees during budget season. So we've tried to, but I wanted to make sure that was still a priority of the board. Okay. Any remarks on that? Capture those.
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
On the water system, the money was going to be studying the feasibility of buying water from Wilkesboro.
Yes, sir.
Okay, remember that report you gave me in January, some of this?
Yeah.
Is this in addition to that?
Yes, sir. So that's just the engineering.
Okay.
This report would be the sort of financial model, the legal steps when our purchase from them will be triggered, under what conditions it will be triggered.
Okay.
And so,
It's just so we're all clear, to make sure the board is clear that our number one priority is the intake.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
And when that's,
just forget it.
when that's
Forget
done,
it.
yeah, well, what we can do, I like redundancy, personally. To go ahead and be able to purchase and exchange water mainly is another safety feature from,
Yeah, I do.
and if they need us, then we should, and then the feasibility discussed before is, the engineers have said, well, we both treat water differently, therefore, we don't know what our chemicals are going to do to their pipes and vice versa. What I've gathered, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the difference in the chemicals, not so much, but the main fear, and Ken Nolan discussed this, was they don't want to test positive for lead and copper. And that's a red flag, but I don't know, but, so that's what we're going to do. Okay.
so we got a state grant for this, so it's no money out of our own pocket, just, the staff time and attention that it would take to help the consultant get through the study. And like you said, Mayor, I think it's good to have option B in our pocket in case the option A doesn't work out.
I don't want to call it option B, I want to call it backup plan, because I think it should be for emergency use. And I think that's an important context. And also, I will say, I know the study says we can exchange water, but one of the concerns to me is I hope the study's right, when you hear things like it could be not get copper or whatever it is.
Copper and lead, yeah. That's what-
That's concerning, I mean.
It should be. But, and I don't know, but this is way on down the road, this is not budget, but to do the nuts and bolts of that, you're gonna have to test fire it and do some experimentation. And then I would recommend, I'm not a water guy, but I know enough about plumbing that if you do run a little bit all the time, keep a trickle flow, just not much, but enough, because when you stop things, David, things dry up, break and seals go, we have issues, but just have enough just to keep.
Okay, I'd like to pivot to a review of current year accomplishments on priorities that you named last year. Water system was a priority last year too, and we made significant progress in the area of this project, as you can see in blue. The water tower is nearly done. In fact, the edifice itself is done. What they've still got to do is they've got to connect the bottom of the tower, the pipe, to the system. So they've got to run the pipe from the bottom of the tower to the existing underground pipes. But it's about 25 yards or something, so it's not a lot. We completed the engineering study, as you alluded to earlier, Mayor. We applied for and received the Merger and Regionalization Fund grant to fund further study on the legal and financial aspects of backup plan. And we made significant progress on the engineering for the active flow update at our current water plant. And that one will probably be put out to bid this summer. All right, police and fire facilities. I was playing the long game on that one. I know you all wanted to see some more progress on that, but we needed to have the financial policy discussion before we took many more steps on that one, because I needed to know what the board's appetite was for spending. Because as we know, that's going to be a significant expense whenever we undertake it. So the financial policy will be important to have in place so that we know what our budget is. But in the meantime, Rob and I have been brainstorming some outside of the box possibilities for renovating our current police facility. I've reached out to a couple of property owners of properties that might be suitable for the development of a public safety facility. And I just confess I didn't have much success with that. Those property owners didn't really want to talk, but we at least made the effort to try to reach out to them and find a good location. But other than that one, those are the accomplishments we had for that. Traffic calming, I don't think we need to relitigate this one. We all know what we've done on that. But as you can see, we did a number of things and accomplished some, had some accomplishments in that area, and we've got some to come. Paving and stormwater, that's probably our most visible accomplishment. You look out this door and see our significant accomplishment in that area for the year. And often overlooked, but I think equally as important accomplishment in this area is the sidewalk extension down there at the end of Main Street connecting with CBD. It's what, I don't know, David, 30 yards. I mean, it's not significant, but it's an important sidewalk to have because that is a pedestrian route. And there was a gap there. So we improved our transportation system in that way over the last year as well. We did a significant storm drainage repair on 8th Street. And we've got another one on the horizon that we'll talk about here shortly. And then we did a number of other smaller drainage projects throughout town. And I haven't seen the same type of flooding issues downtown during significant rain events that we saw the year before. So I think we've accomplished some good things.
Speaking from firsthand knowledge, we haven't had a rain event like we did. So I think it's still a little untested because we haven't really had one of those type of rain events.
Fair enough. Beautification and streetscapes. We've still got some more work to do here, but we have accomplished a handful of things, as you can see there in this area. All right, shall I move on? Okay, turning now to page 5, budgeting principles. So like I said, in Connie and I's professions, we have sort of guardrails on either side of the road that, keep us from going too far astray. Those come from a number of different sources. In North Carolina, of course, we have the Local Government Commission that governs local government finance, and they help set those guide rails. And in fact, the guardrails in North Carolina are stronger than they are in other states. And that's why you hardly ever hear about North Carolina municipalities getting into the kind of dire financial straits that municipalities in other states get to. But there's also industry best practices, Government Finance Officers Association, ICMA, Connie and I's professional organizations have good guidelines for practitioners in our fields to use to responsibly manage budgets. And we incorporated those into our work. The comprehensive financial policy that I alluded to earlier, that was a big one. And this year's discussion is going to look a little different because you all finally gave us guidance on how we can use some of our other sources of money. And so we incorporated those guidelines into our work. And then finally, a big one is no tax increases. So we know that life is getting harder for the average resident. Inflation's going up. And so tax increases wouldn't be very much appreciated and would be a bigger burden on folks this year than they might be in years past. So we went into this trying to make the budget work without a tax increase. Now, with that said, I don't know how much longer that's a promise we can keep because I foresee some organizational changes on the horizon that might require us to reconsider our tax rate. I'm thinking specifically about the fire department structure. This year is the last year of our FEMA grant. And so next year, we got to fund the fire department entirely on our own. So when you consider that, plus the fact that the volunteer model is sort of losing steam, it's not as effective as we used to be. If Jimmy were here, he'd tell you that when they used to have 25 volunteers show up on the scene, now they get 5 if they're lucky. And so the sort of model, the volunteer fire department model is sort of becoming irrelevant. And so it might be time for us to consider switching to a full-time model. And of course, that is expensive. So I don't know how much longer we can keep the no tax increase principle and realistically expect to fund the services that we want to provide to our residents. But this year, no tax increase. And I won't go over the others there, but if you've got any comments or questions about any of those principles, please share.
I've got a question. When
Yes, sir.
are you planning on having the conversation about the fire department full-time situation?
It will be in this current fiscal year. And so, once the summertime starts, we'll start working with the fire department about figuring out what a new model would look like and how much it would cost. And then we bring that to you all before budget season, just to get your input on, the finer details of that. And whether a transition to that model is worth the sacrifices that we have to make to you all. And essentially, I use this word, it's probably not the best word, but essentially litigating that possibility before budget season next year. So that we don't spend our budget time talking about that. We've got it set up.
Pardon me. Is it normal and customary for fire departments to pay for volunteer recruitment drive?
Yes, and that's what we've been using our FEMA grant for. And it's worked some, but it still hasn't yielded us a large enough pool of volunteers to, give us that big pool.
They compensated like $25 a call for nothing at all.
Kind of something like that.
It's not that much, maybe 12, on the thing, I think it might be $12.
Would cover the gas.
Yeah, it's not a lot,
Yeah, we would have to.
and they get so much extra for, if it's a fire and it's over an hour, and they get money for training, for every hour of training. And, meeting, if they go to meeting, I think they get, money for that.
Maybe when we get to that time of the year that we're discussing that, maybe we can really dive into what the root cause is of why we are no longer attracting volunteer fire.
Well, I mean, it's simple. Employers don't allow people to walk off their jobs and go, it used to, everybody stopped, and if there was a fire, you left your job and you went there and you worked. And that's not, we are in the internet age. They're at home typing on the computers and doing other things. I think there's no way to go except with full-time people.
I'm not here today to litigate this, so to speak, but before we think about raising taxes, I think we ought to look at serious consideration. My personal opinion, talking to Wilkesboro, who's also running the same issue with needing a full-time model. Just for reference, our towns together have about 8,000 people. We've got about 13 square miles of land, I think. And we have as many fire trucks together as Lenore that's serving 18,000 people with 20 square miles of land. So there's got to be duplication that in the end is going to end up costing our taxpayers more money. Just want to post that out there, put that seed in people's brains.
One time, I know we're not talking about fire department, but one time when we were talking about the compensation for the fire and stuff, I called Lenore, and I think they had like 70 full-time firemen. I don't know, And
And
that's a lot.
compare us to Lenore, we're probably very little different.
And I don't know if it's because of so many furniture factories and all the, the different things that they have,
They do burn.
But I couldn't believe, I said, you're telling me you got that many full-time firemen? And I said,
Right now, we're, it's all fast. You go, everybody, I don't know what we'll do.
Yeah.
We'll good.
Well, we have always discussed and talked about and thought about how the one way to bring North Wilkesboro and Wilkesboro together is through their fire departments. One fire department for the common good of both towns and share resources. And we have talked our lips off on that and done very little discussion and very little face-to-face,
they do mutual aid, so.
They do.
sometimes they do a fire aid.
They do.
But this would be that one first big step that could unite or begin to have to unite us in not having to double pay everything.
And Mike is always for this. We've had several conversations since December about this and more collaboration and economies of scale, sharing resources, and there could be, we should get the county involved too, I think, and one fire department. And obviously, if it's on this side of the river, the old North Wilkesboro department will take it. That side of the river, the old city of Wilkesboro will take it. You can share as you need to.
Well, I'm not so sure that each department needs to come together on those calls, each one.
No,
When
but-
it rings the bell, you
Just-
start that.
Whoever's the closest proximity, but, and I think that it would be a chance to start, as we talked about before, originally, the Wilkesboro, it's not gonna be done all at once overnight, but little steps here and there, and that's a good one there.
Yeah, and that makes me feel better to sleep at night,
Mhm.
knowing that we actually have more folks. Folks aren't showing up in North Wilkesboro, we gotta have some folks showing up somewhere else.
This is all big time discussion for another day.
Yeah. Be back on track.
Yeah, clearly a big policy decision. Okay, any more comments on budgeting principles?
Taxes.
All right, moving on. All right, water and sewer budget. So if you'll turn in your notebooks to your water and sewer tab. Your 11 by 17 size pages here. David's here to represent the water department, but we've got the division heads on the call if there's a detailed question that we can answer. Just a quick review of the different elements of your line item detail here. So I don't know, what would you call it? That peach column there. That is the sort of full request that each unit submitted. So if they could have anything they wanted, what would it be? And then the green column is what Connie and I are actually recommending that we fund for those units. We've got a 7.5% COLA column. So you'll see when we get to the salary line items that there will be an addition there of that amount. I will tell you before we even get started that the budget bakes in a 7.5% cost of living adjustment. So that's already included. If we want to go above and beyond that, which we'll talk about in the afternoon, that's where we'll have to find some more money, so to speak. But 7.5 is already baked in. And then, of course, the column on the far right, the notes, I've highlighted in yellow the ones that I think are most significant, but there are some other smaller notes included in that column. So the first page here is our revenues. So last year, our revenue increase that we had budgeted the year before and had been collected for 2 years kept us in the black, but it didn't help us put away that nest egg that we were hoping it would. And that was because of consumption changes that we think were brought about by the pandemic. Well, our most recent fiscal year, which we received the audit for a few months ago, has shown that consumption has started to recover. and that those fee increases are earning us, quote, an income. So we were able to put some money away from last year's collection. And the current year's collections are actually projected to be about 6% above that. So that increase rate is starting to bear fruit and starting to do what we hoped it would, and that is give us a little bit of a nest egg to spend on capital projects down the road. That said, we're not flush, right? We still got to be thoughtful about what we spend. And if you remember, that rate increase had two parts. It had 5 annual 2% increases for in-town customers, and then 2 9-cent increases on our wholesale customers. So we started off at 2.09 per 1,000 gallons. In the first year, we went to we started off at 2.10, we went to 2.19 in the first year, and in the second year, we went to 2.28, which is where we are now. But there's not a third increase. So 2.28 is where it's going to be for them, unless we decide to change it. But if we keep it as it is, that rate of growth is going to slow in the next year because there's no increase on the wholesale rate, only the in-town increase. So the sort of nest egg that we're projecting we'll be able to put away in the current year will be our most significant nest egg, and in the years to come, it'll slow unless there's a significant increase in consumption, which there could be, but we'll probably stay about level when it comes to consumption. So that 2,650,000 that we've projected as our charges for utilities over the next year is slightly higher than it was the year before, but not so much higher. And then the other thing I want to note about that is that we budgeted that deliberately low so we can bank the difference. We're actually expecting to bring in just short of 3 million, but we are only going to budget 2.65 so that we can bank the surplus and use it on capital projects in the future. But all told, we're projecting a little over $3.01 million in revenue for the water sewer fund in the coming year.
Wilson, on the 9 cent that you were speaking of, is that ends with this budget year. If we were to go that one more year, where would that put us in terms of our, because this is at the wholesale cost that you're talking about.
Yes,
So
sir.
where would that put us in terms of competition with Wilkesboro?
I think it lists in the article what their proposal is going to be, but we would still be less than.
Did you read my mind? Because I just wrote that question down. You're pointing at me. No, I didn't cheat either. He just pointed at me and I didn't say anything.
What does it say in there? What their proposed rate for next
Where's
year?
that at? Oh, and that.
Article.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the article.
Oh, this thing. I thought you were like, they said they're doing a 7.5 increase. We're talking about the wholesale rate though, right?
Yeah.
But,
We
it,
still do
with
that.
current rates, inflation, everything else is going up. Another rate increase in wholesale customers, in my opinion, will be in order. And it's the increase is nominal. We're not selling, bacon or gas.
This is the same. But I know that current, like right now, this year, I think they're at 235 or something like that. So we're below them at the moment. And so we'd have some room to go up before we match them.
So if we were to say, because we're speaking of the revenue side right now, so if we were to say, if that was palatable to the board to continue that for one more year, do you just bake that in, or do we have to have, we would have to vote that in or vote for that at the next meeting? How would we, because I assume we voted for the increases the 2 consecutive years, so, and if that's the case, I guess get the temperature of the board.
Yeah.
and see if that's something that could go on our near agenda prior to the budget being adopted.
I think you vote on it when you vote for the budget, that increase is in there.
Right, so it wouldn't take effect until July 1st, because that's when our contracts would then expire.
But you have to give it so many days.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say is, I would probably ask you all to take a vote on that during the adds and deletes, to at least give us the assurance we need to reach out to them per the terms of our contract and say, expect a rate increase July
So what
1.
does everybody feel about that?
I think it's acceptable.
I do.
I think we need to.
Yeah, how do you feel about it?
What's our rate?
228,
And there's a 235.
I think so.
And if we put another 9 cents, it'd be more than that.
Do you have your laptop?
But we don't know what they can reach their wholesale rate too, because they've had a big increase on their retail side, so I'm sure they backed in wholesale increase also.
I don't want to be more than them, because these people might go to them and then we're gonna have to shortfall on our budget. won't
There's only one of the associations that's capable of switching
Two.
to. I'm
Broadway,
sorry, to-
Broadway.
Yeah, We wanna be lower so that we can keep them, that's for sure.
That's all I want to know. Other than that, I'm okay with it.
Could you look up Wilkesboro's schedule of fees, Mary Elizabeth, and see what their wholesale rate is?
I've got to, they, oh. They will. A little bit. Yeah,
They're certainly lower than us on their in-town rates.
yeah.
Their wholesale rates, I know that they're higher, I just can't remember how much higher they are.
What is our water rates? How are they compared to the state average?
I'm sure they're lower.
We're much
One time, there's one of the lowest in the state.
They're way lower.
Yeah,
We're
we
lower.
we couldn't get grants and stuff at one point because we were so low it wouldn't increase.
Right.
And
And it
then,
was right.
next to them, pushing our water rate down historically. you think?
Okay, well,
Probably.
since we're not to the add and delete section of that, can, Mary Elizabeth and David are kind of working on that, can, we can just put that on our
Okay.
end of the discussion period.
We'll put that in the parking lot. Okay, all right, so if you'll turn the page here. On the back, you'll see what we call the special appropriations for the water sewer fund. And this is just the cost of doing business. This is our insurance, premium and, things like that that we have to budget for the water sewer fund. So Connie works diligently to keep those low, but you'll see across the board that some of those costs have gone up a little bit, based on a couple things. One, just the cost of insurance is going up around the world. But two, we had a bad year this year. We had a lot of claims on our insurance. So our rate is going to go up a little bit across the board. And so this will be the first time in the budget you'll see that increase reflected in the numbers.
And the difference in the water fund is we have only had one retiree on the insurance and this time we'll have two. So that's, if it's double, that's actually double, but we didn't factor in a 10% increase. So not sure, I haven't heard yet what it would be.
How many things health insurance people have to.
And if they've worked here 30 years, they get insurance to the Medicare eligible. So once they turn 65, they
That's clear. Okay.
So Connie typically will budget significantly, well, not significantly, but she'll budget conservatively for that, a high number, and then go to market and negotiate. And she's had great success the last few years getting a rate that's lower than what we budget. So much of our savings at the end of the year comes from that. But we don't know about this negotiation just because of all our claims in the current year.
Do you think the pandemic had you shedding more claims?
Maybe. What did our guy say?
No, we have just had, I don't know, we've just had, and it's, not as much in the workforce as the retirees or the you know, others that's on the insurance, but, and some of it has been, a couple of things COVID related. And had some heart issues and stuff. It's just. We'll have a really good year for several years and then all of a sudden,
Yeah, I mean, you can't predict what some people.
no, and if you're sick, you need, you know, you gotta,
So there's more illnesses that you, and not injuries.
no insurance.
We can't.
We've had, as far as our workers' comp goes, we've only had one injury, I think, that was actually,
It's good.
others have been just, and it was, I think, a foot chase with a police officer.
Page 23. This is the first, this is a list of transfers. So you'll see something here that is the first example of something that's going to be a theme throughout today. And that is, I recommend using some of our savings to pay off debt and free up the money that we would be spending on debt service to fund expenses, mainly compensation increases for employees. So it's kind of like paying off your credit card balance, right? Most of these debt figures were when interest rates were higher, so we're not even getting the benefit of low interest rate. And so if you got the money, why not pay it off? That way, as the principals say, use one-time money for one-time things, wiping those debts off the books, and then using the money that we would spend for those payments, which is recurring, right, on recurring things like compensation increases. So,
two times. You know, they gonna have to water in Little Town. No, I'm not sure.
yeah, well, so we expect we expect new debt on the books in the year to come,
I knew that.
which is why I have to wipe this one off.
Yeah, I think good, yeah. But we'll have to,
Have to do upgrades on.
yeah, we will, yeah.
Yes, sir, and we got those for the water plant at least in process right now.
And currently, the interest rate, you're not making any money on the money,
Right.
and you're paying a whole lot more.
It makes sense because I think so someone we're making about, that's a really good rate, 3.2% on investment, really good. But, you know, if you got 5.2 interest rate on your debt, that's a -2.
Our interest rate at Surrey Bank, I asked this week, is 0.001.
We're gonna see that 3.2, is that minus that?
On our $5 million hospital money, we got $38 this
Well,
month.
I'll find
I'm
that.
not sure it might be the long term, on the
Yeah, it belongs to
long term investment might be still, you know.
3.2. Yeah, it makes sense.
I see the trust interest rates going up a little bit. We're getting a little bit more, but we're still got $250 interest this month. For, you know, we were getting $12,000.
Right.
So,
I remember those days, yeah.
All right, so you'll notice on page 23, the yellow note that our proposal pays off most of the debt, but there is still one debt payment in there, and that is the first debt payment on the water tower. So we expect those debt payments to start in the current year, so we budgeted 89,000 or so to pay for that.
Was a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Just this debt payoff that you are proposing in this budget. Do you have an idea of what kind of the amount of money that you're talking about? What kind of interest are we paying on that debt money?
So if you look at your capital improvement plan document.
That's one called the village.
Yeah. It's got,
What page you talk about?
right after the long sheets, looks like this.
And what are the interest rates that we're paying on these things?
Well, so the good news is that for the water projects, we're usually paying a below market interest rate. Because those are loans mainly from the state. And they were won during a time when the state didn't have tons of hard dollars. And so instead of giving you the money away, they just loaned it to you for a nominal rate. And that's the case for the water tower too. And in fact, the water tower interest rate's 1.12%, so it's really low. But the existing debt, which is water plant improvements, that was probably 3%. I mean, because that was from 8 years ago or so. So that was probably 3%. I don't know what it is. We can find out.
What you're proposing, we pay that off?
Pay that off.
At what point does it not make sense to pay it off depending on where the interest rate is? Because I know that I've always heard for some things, if the interest is below a certain point, it may make sense to not pay it off.
Better to use the other man's money. It's true, pay it off.
There's no incentive
So you have.
To pay interest.
I would say that as long as we're earning on our own investments less than what we're paying, that's probably.
That makes sense.
What's the interest rate we're earning on? Is it 0?
It's probably 0.01.
I mean, Connie just said that on a $5 million investment, we make $38 left.
So
But it is what you
in effect,
say.
I mean, that's insane on a $5 million investment.
Yeah, I think we ought to go ahead and pay that off.
Thank you, pay this.
Okay, so anyway, that.
But you have that paying off that debt baked into this particular budget. So
Yes, sir.
I like the term baked out of that.
We don't know what interest rates are gonna come to. They're gonna go up
I think they're gonna go up, but
major time.
They're acting like it's gonna be just as fast as it-
so that's the other sort of justification for paying off our debt now, and that is, as I mentioned a moment ago, we're gonna have some more debt added to the books in the years to come. And it's probably gonna be higher interest rate than what we could get currently. And so I wanna make sure that our books are capable of, absorbing that. And one of the ways we do that is by getting rid of our current,
But if we pay that off, should that improve our credit rating?
probably, yeah. Sometimes your credit, I don't know how it is in municipal finance, but sometimes paying off your debt,
It hurts it.
it hurts it because they want to make money.
In the real world, yeah.
But it's better for your pocketbook. And as a matter of fact, I haven't done the calculation for water sewer fund, but when we get to this similar conversation in general fund, we calculated that we will not spend, as in save, put in our pocketbook, $25,000 or $30,000 just by paying the debt off. Because that won't be interest that we're paying for another 4 years. It'll be money that we save by that.
Just figure 583 to pay off debt.
For general fund. General fund. Yes. Sir. All right, so keeping on going, page 24. So now we're getting into the actual operating units. Utility billing, which is essentially Jody. So that's a 1% budget there. No notable changes there. Just the 7.5% COLA increase, the increase on insurance and so forth. But that number largely stays the same. Moving over to page 25. It's 25.
So it's, utilities direction.
Oh, yeah, utilities director, which I'm interviewing some candidates for next week.
Normally this was half.
Right.
Of their salary. And now this. is the whole
The whole thing, right, so this will be bigger because it's the whole thing.
I'll tell you, get in. I said.
So, understood. 26, this is the water plant. So they've got, what was it, 5 employees there, so that's 5 or 6 employees. And theirs has gone up to So you can see in the peach and green columns what their recommended budget is. Now, I will say this, in the weeks to come at our normal meetings, you're gonna see some budget amendments from me and Connie, because the water plants had a bad year too. Not of any fault of their own, but some of the equipment has failed. And as a matter of fact, David was dealing with one yesterday that we've ended up having to replace. And so we'll probably have to dip into our savings a little bit to replace some of this equipment that's failed.
That
So
would be the pump down at the intake
that's the one.
along the greenway.
Yep.
That we should have turned into a splash pad.
That's one, it's finally, we was waiting on parts to come for it, it finally come apart yesterday. So,
Yeah, I was approached last night asking him out, and I said, well, I think we're still waiting on parts.
yeah, and it come apart last night, so we're down to one. So we've made contact with Rain for Rent to get us a standby pump down at the river, just in case the other one were to go out. And they're supposed to be coming to pull it on the 18th. They can't get to us before then. If they have a cancellation, they're gonna come on and they're gonna pull it out and rebuild it, which was gonna take about 4 to 6 weeks to rebuild.
That's if everything goes well.
Right.
Supply chain issues right now, or especially in the industrial manufacturing sector, are just horrendous.
And that's not the only pump that we've had issues with this year, so you're gonna see some budget moves by me and Connie to move money around to pay for these things. The silver lining, though, is that once we get this new pump installed and some of the others fixed, we shouldn't have to worry about them for a while. They should be in good enough condition to last for a few more years without us having to worry about it. All right, moving on to page 27, water maintenance. There was debt here too that I've taken out and recommended that we pay off.
That interest rate was 2.79 on his debt.
What was it on the
The water
the
plant,
140?
it's 2.57, but there's, but there was only one more year to budget for that, so we're only paying off 1 year at least.
So those are good rates, but higher than the market rate. All right, moving on to page 28, wastewater treatment. There is a.
You didn't talk about, you didn't finish that,
Did I not?
his truck.
Is that?
Is that his, oh,
Is
I'm
that-
sorry, no, it's the main, it's the other maintenance, I'm
Right.
sorry. It's his, it's just a different one.
Right, I got you. Okay, so on page 28, the first notable capital expense here, and that is a bubbler, which is a piece of equipment for the wastewater treatment plant. Want to pay cash for this, $30,000. So you'll see that out in the capital outlay here. And the wastewater treatment plant is one of the areas where I'm recommending an increase in fees. And in fact, we're gonna have to go back because I forgot the other one, but one of the services that they provide is they accept truckloads full of waste from commercial waste haulers. And they charge $30 per ton,
for that,
per 1,000 gallons.
Yeah.
And what's a truck? About 1,000 gallons.
yeah.
So essentially $30 a truck to have folks from all over deposit their waste into our system to be treated. And that's a really good value because Wilkesboro is 50. And other towns that provide a similar service are around $50. And so I'm recommending that we bump that up to $40 per truck, which will help us recover the cost of providing the service and maintaining the equipment that treats the water, but will still keep us competitive with our neighbors.
Do we have an idea of a cost analysis of what it's actually costing us to treat 1,000 gallons, and how does that equate to either the $30 or the $40? I mean, it puts wear and tear on our system. requires staff, it requires, I mean, is there a way to, because, I mean, in that circumstance, those people that are bringing those 1,000-gallon trucks, they're not within our municipality that are bringing it, correct?
Right.
So what is our incentive for accepting outlying areas? Why do we need to be cheaper than Wilkesboro in that regard? Or why don't we be more? Because, if I'm not mistaken, our waste treatment plant capacity is better than across the river at this time. So, is there a cost analysis in that so that we know that we're charging a fair fee for the service provided?
I guess you could look at it like outside sewer rates, like we charge people outside rates, and I know that's gonna be looked at too, in the future. Compared to what Rob just said, $30, $40 is cheap for them to dump it compared to what they charge to pump it out.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
What is our incentive? What is our incentive to be the cheapest game in town on that particular service?
It's $40 profitable.
Yeah.
Yeah, we looked.
I mean, that's all I'm asking is.
I think the $40, we can profit from that, from what it takes to treat it.
But again, why not 50? I mean,
45, 45, 50.
well, like I said, in this circumstance, I just don't see why we need to be cheapest because it's not affecting our citizens.
But is it business, at $40 if it's profitable,
Right.
all right, then is it business you want to keep?
Yeah, if it's not profitable.
Where would they go otherwise?
For 45.
Or dump it in the river.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
So that's the incentive for being
Nobody wants to be
a good rate,
canoeing
because we
on
don't want it going into the stream.
One thing would happen too, if you get it way up there, is that they would find a manhole off the beaten path somewhere and dump it.
Okay.
We've had that to happen before too.
I'm just asking a question.
Good question.
I could see that. Well said, David.
Yeah.
So
We get,
we're basing our rates upon what somebody might do breaking the law. That sounds insane. I mean, that don't seem
I
right.
think we offer the service to keep, to keep them from breaking the law.
Yeah.
Well, I'm with Michael. I think we need to at least go to 50 or 49.99.
I think $45 is a good rate. It's a happy medium. We'll make a little bit of money and we'll still be competitive with everybody else. I think $40 is too low. I think 50 is just too much. And I think 45 is a good rate.
We'll do some analysis on the cost and what each of these options would yield in terms of revenue. Bring that back.
And I don't think we get the whole lot. I mean, we don't get a whole lot out of the period. I mean, it's
I know,
not.
I mean, it's not gonna be the it's not gonna be the pandemic or whatever, it's not gonna be the boom of income, but it's just, a dime's a dime.
All right, so as I just mentioned, I forgot one for water plant, so page 26. Of course, we'll summarize these later, but they provide a service where they will test home water. So if you're buying a house, for example, you can bring a jar full of the water from your house to our water plant to get it tested for lead and other things. And we're the only agency in this whole county, public or private, that provides this service. And I recommend that we, I think it's $25 now. I recommend that we increase that to 30 to cover the cost of providing the service. Because the jars and the equipment and things, cost us money. So,
see, that's new to me as a real estate agent. I never knew that there
Yeah, we've done that for years.
testing. It's not very publicized.
it's
You
not-
you have to come to town hall and get a container and the instructions and you pay $25. You go home and collect it and bring it back to town hall. They don't take anything out of the actual water plant.
It's a little less standard with the yellow top.
But they
Don't
don't.
pee.
But they only test for bacteria. So if somebody had to have something tested, something.
Yeah, when I moved here, my rules were totally bad. If I'm gonna buy a house outside the town, and the water test, the town would test it for me.
So anyway, don't want to lose money doing that. So
Yeah.
recommend a small increase on that fee. All right, so on to page 29, so the last long sheet. This is the wastewater management. So this is where the big capital request is coming from. And I recommend paying cash out of our retained earnings, which is essentially our savings account for the water for this. Because if we borrow for this, it wouldn't be a low interest state loan, it would be a market rate loan from a bank. And even though those are low right now, they're inching back up. So if we got the cash, might as well pay it. And that is for a vac truck. This is a significant piece of equipment that helps us maintain the pipes. So David, if you could stand up and tell us a little bit more about why this piece of equipment is so important.
The truck we got now is a 1999 model. It's actually, we bought it used from down in Florida. We use it to clean the sewer lines with. We've got the jetter also, but the jetter is just made for unstopping the lines. This truck is actually for cleaning. You run the hose up the line, you set it's got a big steel line that you set down in there. And as you pull the jetter line back, it'll suck all the debris up into the truck. So you ain't moving it just from manhole to manhole to manhole. State says we've got to clean 10% of our sewer lines every year. And this is a way that we can do that to keep them from stopping up on us. We also use this truck on water leaks. We have found that it makes it a whole lot easier once you get the asphalt up and the gravel loose to break it loose with the shovel and to suck it up with this truck instead of a man down in there shoveling that mud out. Makes it a whole lot easier, a whole lot safer on the guys in that aspect too. We also use it on the street department side for cleaning out storm drains and cleaning storm drain lines and catch basins and stuff. Very valuable piece of equipment to make things easier on the employees, saves time, and so we can get other things done that we need to do.
How long was it down for a while, broke down?
Yes, it was. We have a lot of maintenance issues with the one we got. The jetter part on the truck now doesn't work, and it's gonna cost a great deal of money to fix it. And it's not worth, the truck's not worth spending that kind of money on to fix it.
And that's the same truck we used to clean the streets with too, right?
No, that's a different truck.
Different department.
But it's getting in pretty foul shape, and it needs to be replaced.
That's equipment wears out, you gotta replace it.
And that number is, you've got that number baked into balancing this budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you agree to pay off the debt, use cash to pay.
The only thing is, I have a feeling I'm gonna be seeing this truck a lot of the calls. Because I have sewer lines that have a lot of issues on Coffee Street.
Well, you may be good for you.
Where's this camera that you're gonna replace?
So we did not recommend funding that this year. Just so we could have, as you can see, we've got $104,000 surplus. So we could buy the camera, but then we wouldn't have enough money in this fund for compensation and other priorities. So
Okay.
we left that one off for that reason.
The camera's in better shape than the truck. The
Yes,
camera
camera's
will
in
pay
better
for
shape.
another year. Camera will pay for another.
In general, with some of these things we spoke about a minute ago, do we know what our cost is on some of these services that we're offering people so that we're not losing money on?
It's hard to pinpoint because most of it is staff time, which we're going to pay for, right? We don't have a person who exclusively does water tests. But we're going to maintain the wastewater equipment, whether we're getting trucks in there or not. So it doesn't really add expenses there. But for the water testing in general, specifically, there is equipment that we use, specialized equipment that we have to buy for that. And we want to make sure that our cost is covering at least the cost of that equipment, which it's not.
Is this thing when we take people's trucks, I mean, if cost wasn't a factor, just do you think our capacity, and how's our capacity at the plant in general?
I think, David, what did you say? It was like, we process 2 million gallons, and this adds like 4,000 a day or something. So I mean, it's a nominal.
Not much, no.
Yeah, that's good info to know.
All right, moving on. We'll turn to your capital improvement plan. So we kind of just talked about some of the big ones here, but I just want to ask you to take a minute and look over some of these needs for the years to come. We expect an FY 23. Oh, by the way, the top column there, the top section there, it still includes the cost of the water plant improvements and public service debt service, but of course we take that off if we decided to spend one-time funds on that, because we do that current year. But then down below are the other, on the FY 23 column, are the other capital expenses that we've got budgeted for FY 23. And then you can see in FY 24, there's $100,000 for the camera and some other capital expenses that we expect in the coming year. Now, I don't think it's any secret that we probably won't be able to afford $719,000 worth of capital expenses next year. So we'll have to prioritize these again. But the capital improvement plan lists them as needs, just so we'll know what it is that's on the horizon for the years to come. And then the last comment I'll make on this is that, you know, capital improvement plans are just that, they're plans, they're projections. There's a lot of assumptions that go into those. You know, we don't know what the cost of these items is going to be a year from now. We don't know what the, you know, debt market's going to look like. So this is just a projection and not an actual budget for things.
David, would you be able to get your hands on one of these trucks with these, or is this another one of those things where we could budget for it, but it could take a year to get it?
Well, I have checked on that, and there is one that's actually being made right now. That if we do, if y'all decide to do this, that we can get our hands on it in September.
Okay, if you'll turn to appendix WS3, looks like that. So the top table is our other sources of money. We have what's called retained earnings in the water sewer fund, which is essentially the fund balance for the water sewer fund. And we made and put into this fund in last year about $600,000. And that was a combination of our surplus collections, but also just operational savings. And so we were able to boost that up from 3.5 million to 4.1 million. That figure has a number of constituent parts. Our capital reserve fund, which is money that we've designated for capital projects. That's what we pay for our engineering services and so forth out of. It's and then, excuse me, specific capital projects is the next constituent section. And as you can see, its balance is there. That figure will actually go up because we're starting to get refunds from the state on money that we fronted from that fund for the tower and water treatment plant projects. So we paid out of pocket for the engineering and so forth. When the payments started coming in from the state for our grants, we essentially just paid ourselves back. And so that figure will actually go up in the years to come, presuming we don't use it on something else. And then, of course, we've contributed $58,000 of that to the River Road, Liberty Road project. So right now, available out of that retained earnings is $3.6 million. The next table is what I propose we use some of that money for in the months to come. The first is to pay off the debt in the water sewer fund, and that's $185,543. The next thing I propose we use that for is what I was just talking about a minute ago, and that is paying off a deficit that we might see in our current operating budget. We don't know exactly how much yet we're going to be able to absorb, but we suspect we're going to go over in that budget and we'll need to tap into this fund to pay for that. But as I said, the good news is that it should square us away in terms of that equipment for the years to come. So paying off the debt at 185 would leave us with 3.4 million. You know, I don't know, another 100,000 to pay for this equipment that's failed. So about $3.35 million in retained earnings after we pay off the debt. So we'd still be in good shape in that area. And projected to add to it in the years to come. So that we'll have our nest egg to use for paying for our intake and so forth in the years to come. And as you can see, I got a note there. 3.4 million equates to 129% of the water and sewer operating budget. So if we use the general fund balance rule of thumb, we'd be significantly higher than what that limit for the general fund is. Now, I don't think those are, I don't think you can equate those. I think you do need to have a little bit more money socked away in your enterprise fund. But just for your own edification, 3.5 is 129% of water sewer budget.
How does that consider healthy?
Yes.
That's good.
In fact, there's a cool tool that the UNC school government put together. I can't remember what it's called. I'll send you a link to it. It's an online dashboard that you can use to evaluate the health of water and wastewater systems throughout the state. And it classifies each according to their, how much they've got in savings and what their rates are and all that stuff. And we're actually considered to be very healthy according to the criteria they use. Okay, so turning to the next page, then looks like this. I kind of previewed this a little bit, but here are the proposed uses for our one-time dollars. In blue, as I just said, pay off the debt. We do that in the current year, so that money would be freed up by the time the new budget year started. The water system study we paid for last year, and then of course we got the state dollars to continue on with that, so that's in green because it's ongoing. No, excuse me, that's in green because it's completed, but there's another phase that we'll use the state grant for. And then finally, the Wilkes Business Center water extension paid for with retained earnings and ARP. And as I mentioned, I suspect that we might have to go back to the well and pony up a little bit more for that, just because of the inflationary pressures and so forth that are in the economy right now. But at the moment, the price tag, we've fully funded between us and the county. That project's fully funded. So that's the recommendation I have. Okay, turning the page. Look like this. We kind of started this conversation already, but I just want to go over the rates. So in-town sewer and out-of-town water and sewer, both scheduled to go up 2%. The out-of-town water and sewer, we might revisit here in the weeks to come as part of our other policy discussion. But just know that the out-of-town customers constitute such a small number of our customers that at the moment, any increase there will be nominal. Most of our out-of-town customers, of course, get it via the water associations who we sell to wholesale, so they're in a different rate category. But you can see there in the FY 23 rate column, what the rates are scheduled to be for all our different categories in the coming year. And as we said earlier, this is higher than our neighbor, but still a good value compared to other municipalities around us. Of course, I've got 228 listed as the wholesale water rate here. Mary Elizabeth just told me that Wilkesboro's is 263 right now. So we're significantly behind them, even now.
So we can raise that rate.
We can raise that.
If we raise the out of town rates, do you have to do that every budget year, or can you do it in the middle of the year?
I think you have to set your rates. I know you have to do tax rate at the beginning of the budget, but I'm not sure if you can change it in the middle of the year on the water rates. You can't taxes, but you may be able to do it on any other fees. I'm not sure. Wilson, is it okay to let the supervisors go for water? You don't need them.
I'm doing this stuff.
Oh,
Knowing that, how high should we kick our wholesale rates?
Personally, they've taken a 9 cent increase over the last 2 consecutive fiscal years. I would say that from a fairness standpoint, I wouldn't do it any more than the 9 cents, just because, yeah, that's what they used to.
They were kind of shocked before though that we just did 9 cents. Keep that in mind as far as that.
Well, so like I say, I mean, this is up to you all, but Wilkesboro at 263 and Elkin, the people who buy their water from Elkin, theirs is like 350. And so, yeah, so we're really cheap compared to other counties.
I'm thinking we're going to 237 is.
I'm just thinking about from the standpoint of just not looking like we are trying to, you know. Because I mean, the thing is if we increase 9 cents this year, if it's warranted, I would be a whole lot easier to go up another 9 cents next year than just saying, okay, let's just take it 250 or 245. You know, I'd rather see subtle increases so that it's more palatable to the customer than just trying to grab it all at once. That's just my thoughts.
Connie, how much of our water budget comes from our wholesales? Yeah.
a lot. I can't remember the.
Probably about 60%.
Yeah, I started more than that.
No, that is all. We need to be kind to those folks.
9 cents in those times, 9 cent increases.
I mean, I know how we as a board feel when something is, when we feel like something is being held over our head to, because we don't seem to have a lot of options. I would hate to do that to these people too, because, you know, one of the things that we are, you know, got on the horizon is potentially looking at, you know, wanting to encourage outside of town, outside of corporate limits, people to use our utility services. But if these people get the perception that we've been kind of gouging or kind of greedy, it might discourage that potential growth down. So I'm just thinking long term.
Well, I'm getting mindset, that makes sense, Michael, but I don't know, it's just something we put on the agenda and decide whether or not we want to do a 9 cent increase.
Well, I think, well, since if we just do it when we adopted the budget.
Okay,
Well, but I think it would be helpful to have some sort of consensus today.
Yeah.
Because we need to notify them of any increase.
Yeah.
And we have to give them 90
Can
days.
we do it with our thumb, like we normally do?
Let's do it at the end. Let's do it during the ads and leads.
Can we do like a 9 cent increase, but agree to do it like for 3 more years or something?
Oh, yeah, so that, yeah, we could tie, you know, because we got 3 more years of the in town. So if you want to just do a corresponding 9 cent, 3 more
Okay with
years.
that too.
David's gonna
That makes
verify
sense.
one of the water
Where's the
associations,
number?
and that's the rate.
That makes sense.
I know,
What, yes,
I know that it's not the same, but think about it as gas prices. I know it's totally different, but if they're $2.63 a gallon, if we're $2.18, I don't think we're gouging anybody.
Well, it's all, it's grass.
nobody's shocked that everything is up.
Yeah,
We learned that lesson.
It's true.
I have one more question. So what stops the town from having some sort of policy that just gradually keeps the rates going up to keep up with the cost of living for
We could do that if you want.
do people do municipalities do that? Is that smart?
I bet you some do, yeah.
Because it seems weird that sometimes it's like, oh, we're behind, we gotta raise our rates, but why doesn't it just gradually? Sure, there's an argument not to do that.
In fact, one of the things that Connie and I were talking about when we get to the general fund, one of the fee increases that we're going to talk about then. We have talked about indexing that to the cost of the service. And so, I mean, that's something we could do if you want.
I know the tax rate would be different, but with the water sewer rates, it might be a little easier, wouldn't it? I mean, our cost of expensive for our staff every year, we pay the COLA, you know, you can't keep paying that and not raise your rates, otherwise you're gonna have to eventually. And it'd be harder to stomach a big jump than gradual as a customer, I think.
We're already on that path. We would just be extending it, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's something everybody's very aware of, and as far as our citizens are aware of, they've already witnessed 3 different upticks.
But the upticks would be smaller.
Right.
Hopefully.
Well, I guess we can make the decision on the wholesale rate, that they add the leak section.
All right, and then the next page here, appendix WS6, it just repeats what we just talked about, the fees, the rates, but then also talks about the 2 other small fee increases that I proposed, the water testing and the commercial sewer dump truck fee. Of course, we might do 45 or 50 on the dump truck. But again, those are, as you can see, the extra revenue that they would yield is nominal. I mean, we're not going to balance the budget on those, but it will just cover the cost of the service.
Raising the wholesale rate, we have like a meaningful impact on our budget.
Yes.
You would have a quorum, so it's-
Should we get people in that?
We've got hopefully a water intake project coming up and all kinds of things, so that'd be good.
Can't have too much money.
Also, I just want to make clear that if we do that increase, this is just to
Poster being sent.
be transparent. The expenses for the water treatment plant upgrade and the intake aren't on our books yet, right? So we're doing the increase now so we can bank that money and pay for those later on.
Of course. That's the way we should do it.
And that's been our argument with the water associations in the past, is that's the reason that we've had to go up on the rates to pay for those projects.
Well, I mean, you know, we've got the active flow that's currently in the works, which is going to help us produce a better quality more efficiently. And then, like you said, you know, we've got a couple of really big projects on the horizon. So, yeah.
And our cost of doing business is going up just like everybody else. So it's kind of expected, honestly.
So that's all I got for the water and sewer fund. Any other questions or comments on that?
Well done.
So that you're clear, this chair is up for David's truck.
Yeah, we don't want none of that. So-
Okay,
So
good.
he needs a new toy.
He's wore that toy out.
So
When it comes to new toys, I
that's right.
like a toy.
Yeah, me too.
What's the life expectancy of a new one?
We could probably get, I'm gonna say 20 years out of it.
Oh, perfect. It's good investment.
Yeah. 'Cause it's not used every day, but it's used quite often.
Don't you learn it, don't we use it at Wilkesboro too?
We have to Harold whenever we look for it, yes. Just like the sewer camper, we took it to Wilkesboro, a lot of the camper work.
So one more thing before we move on that I want to point out is that if you'll turn back to your big sheets, number 29, the last page, you'll see that at the moment, we've got $104,793 surplus in this budget. And that presumes that we accept our revenue projections as written, pay off the debt, and pay cash for David's truck. So we've got $104,793 surplus. That's important because when we get to the compensation discussion later, that's the money we've got to play with to use for compensation adjustments in the water.
No way taking David's truck out of that.
Yes, sir. That includes David's. truck. All right, shall we? So we're a little ahead of schedule. Do we want to take a break before we get into general?
Yeah, I think we should stretch our legs.
Somebody can hope. This needs to be balanced.
You heard the story of people start shooting.
Good. Just like.
Seriously?
Amen.
Yeah, I remember the first time I sat down, my mom said,
No rank.
yes.
I was telling on YouTube, they everybody knows.
Go up.
You know what, though?
Go up more.
That's a very wrong.
Two sixty-three.
Yeah.
That's how to pay for all that stuff. That
I brought my own big.
I want to see that
Probably
article.
charging some kind of impact fee too.
I want to see your article.
Hey,
I haven't
so
seen
they're holding their general fund balance at 7%.
it. What does that mean?
To balance their budget. That's what it says, but I don't know. I brought that so I can say, hey,
And we were in so much trouble, we were at 14.
pull ours down.
Well, in my heard,
Not
I
that-
heard through the
like we was in
grapevine,
trouble.
you know, it's hired somebody who wants to take his place. When he retires, 25-year-old. Yeah. With her. I'm not sure what we're talking about.
Well, see, Donna was just about Bernie Flush's assistant manager. So, I think that's what this- She drives me nuts. She said, I'm gonna take some shoes off so many times. Yeah, I mean, he agreed to something about it. About Well, that, it wasn't here. Or it was, There's no, I don't know why they did not do that. There's no, it could have been a finance director here, I actually.
All right, Mary, ready?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay, so if you would please turn to a sheet that looks like this. So because we're a little ahead of schedule, I might rejigger some things on the agenda, but
Not the,
we might catch up pretty shortly. So this sheet here on your screen is a sort of review of our main general fund revenue sources, the percentage of the total budget that they constitute, and then an outlook for each one. And like I said, we created this sheet before we got the NCLM revenue, data for the year. So some updates to share with you, but nothing that's going to change the, big picture message that's delivered here. As you can imagine, property tax is the main source of revenue for our general fund. But as you can see, it's actually less than a third of the total. Our tax rate, 52 cents per $100 of valuation, is average. Wilkesboro's is 48, Elkins is 55. So we're right there in the middle. I expect this source to grow steadily in the years to come, both because property tax value is slowly going up in the region, but also because we're starting to see a trickle of new development from folks relocating here. So I think that we'll see a small but steady growth in this area over the years to come. And then, of course, they've done a revaluation, 4 years ago now? So we're about halfway through the revaluation cycle. The county might even call for one earlier, but they have to do one every 8 years. So no more than 4 years from now, we'll get countywide revaluation. And property tax is actually a pretty durable source during a recession. So if we do see a recession or a downturn, it takes a few years for that to be reflected in property tax value. So it's actually, that's the reason why it constitutes the majority of most towns' revenue base for those reasons. So I put the short-term outlook as positive. The long-term outlook is unknown just because of the economic uncertainty that's out there and questions about, settlement patterns and so forth after the pandemic, but small but slow and steady growth in that area we project. Sales tax. All right, so this is the second biggest source of revenue in our budget. And remember, we actually collect a portion of countywide sales tax. So it's not just sales tax that's collected in North Wilkesboro, but sales tax that's collected throughout the county and distributed to the two municipalities according to a formula. So this has actually been running real hot the last few years because people have been buying more at home during the pandemic. Also because a few years ago, the General Assembly passed a law collecting sales tax on online sales. And boy, that probably helped us make it through the pandemic because as people started shopping online, if the state hadn't been collecting that tax revenue, we would have been missing out on a lot. So that was a very fortuitous action that the General Assembly took a few years ago. The NCLM projection projects that this is going to slow down in the year to come back to normal growth rates. So typically before the pandemic, this would grow at about 4 to 5% a year. Over the last few years, it's been 12 to 15%. So they expect it to go back to normal growth rates in the year to come, but still be higher year over year. So I'd say that one is positive in the short term, negative in the long term, because if inflation and wars overseas and so forth continue, those might have a negative effect on consumer behavior and cause that revenue source to suffer. All right, moving on. The hospital lease constitutes about 21% of our yearly revenues. Positive in the short term because the lease has a built-in, I think, 2% increase every year. So automatically we'll get 2% more than we did last year. I put unknown in the long term, although I should have put that on the interest on investments, because the unknown is our initial investment of hospital funds is set to mature in 2 years, which means we'll have to decide what we want to do with it. And it's unknown whether if we reinvest, we'll get the same terms as we got the first time. So unknown about whether we'll be able to reinvest our money under the same conditions that we did the first time. But for the coming year, a small increase in positive in the short term for that one. The utility franchise tax. So this is one that I need to study the NCLM documents some more, but they project that this is actually going to go down in the year to come. I don't exactly know how it works. I presume it's on sales. These utilities, electric, natural gas, telecommunications, and so forth. And so you'd think that those would go up because sales of those things has gone up, but apparently not, according to their projection. And as you'll see when we start going through the line items later, we've actually cut our projection for revenue in this area to go along with the trends that they have projected. But it only constitutes 4.3% of our budget. Solid waste fees, those constitute about 5.5%. So this is a combination of $10 a month household fee that we charge to residential households, and then the commercial dumpster fee that we charge to businesses that use dumpsters in the town limits. And as I've mentioned to you before, the cost of this service, the economics of this service is changing. From the recycling end, what used to be a money-making enterprise, right, for the town, the collecting of recycling and then the selling it to a company that would bundle the raw materials together and sell those on the open market for profit, is actually becoming a money-spending enterprise because the markets for those raw materials have dried up. And so now we're paying that firm to collect our recycling and dispose of it in whatever way they can. We have a contract with them that sets that rate, and it's $30 a ton for the foreseeable future. But we don't know how much they're going to raise that to in the years to come. And so there's a risk of the cost of that service going up. It's still cheaper to send recyclables to the recycling company for disposal than it is to send them to the landfill. So I think we need to stay in the recycling business for that reason. But it used to be free, and now it costs. As for our regular garbage, we take that to the county landfill. We've heard, I haven't gotten official word from this, but we've heard through the grapevine that they're going to bump up the tipping fees at the county landfill from $42 to $49 a ton, if not this year, the next. And so the cost of disposing our garbage that we collect is going to go up in the foreseeable future. And so for that reason, I'll just preview here, when we get to the section about fees, I'm going to recommend an increase into our garbage collection fees to accommodate this increased cost of service. And of course, we do have a big capital need in the garbage collection area that we need to raise money for. So that constitutes 5.5%. Interest on investments. As we've mentioned for a few years now, interest rates have been historically low, practically zero for the last few years as a way to keep the economy going in the midst of the recession. The Fed has indicated that they're going to raise those here in the year to come as a way to try to mitigate the effect of inflation. We've already seen a small increase, as Connie mentioned earlier, but it hasn't fully recovered yet, and it's probably a year or so away from fully recovering. And so last year and this year again, we'll use a portion of our American Rescue Plan dollars to replace that revenue and hope that it covers sufficiently for next year's budget. But it constitutes 3.2%. Powellville, which is money that we get allocated from the state for paving and other road projects. We project to stay the same as last year. It might go up a little bit because our population increased by about 300 people. And our lane miles, which are the two things they use in their formula to calculate our allocation, stayed the same. The state also budgeted significantly more in the state budget for Powellville allocations across the state. And capped the amount that Raleigh and Charlotte can get. So it was essentially a way for the state to say, we see you smaller towns, we know that you need extra money from us for roads. And so instead of blowing our load over here with Charlotte and Raleigh, we're gonna give you more. So all those things point to positive short-term trends for Powellville. We budgeted slightly more in that than we have in previous years, that you'll see when we get to the line item detail. But long-term unknown, because that generosity that the state showed this year, next year they could do the opposite, and, cut that back. So unknown on Powellville in the long term. And remember, that money is restricted for, road projects. So we can't just use that on general expenses. Fire and fundraising. As I mentioned, FY23 is the last year of the grant. So we know that in the long term, we'll have to find replacement dollars for that. The fire department fundraising, is based on attendance at Rural Fest and other things. So we'll have to see how attendance is on those. But again, that's a very small percentage of our budget. Same for vehicle tax, pilot, and on down the line. I won't go over those sources that are less than 1%. But with that said, some of these smaller revenue items, I am going to recommend increases to some of them to cover the cost of providing those services.
Excuse me, in the fire, one thing on the fire department foundation, that's actually restricted funds just for the fire department to use for their projects. We take care of the money, but they have a line items to speak with.
And remember, they've identified improvements to their new training facility at the women's prison as a use for some of their fundraising dollars. So let's skip over the next appendix 2, and go to appendix 3, which is about 4 pages past that. It looks like this. You can see that converting the detention center to a fire training is a capital expense that we've identified for the next 10 years or so. And so just know that some of those costs will be paid for with their fundraising dollars. The rest of the general fund outstanding debt listed there at the top of the page, I'm going to recommend that we pay off. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Going down to the bottom of the page, the items that are highlighted in pink or peach, whatever that color is, those are things that I'm going to recommend we pay for either with ARP or fund balance surplus. And we'll talk more in detail about that later. All right, so we're here yet. Okay, so let's move on then to, unless there's any comments. Yes, sir.
Back at the very beginning, thinking about property tax, you were talking about how you think it could grow because of things. I know this is a little off subject, but it's real important. The other day when I was talking to Leanne from EDC, she was saying there's a lot out there by kind of at the industrial park near where Jellin is. And that when people come to look at spaces for business in Wilkes County, that they always really like that one. But when they find out that there's no, sewer there, that they pretty much don't even want to stop the car. Do we have any idea how much it would cost to do that?
We got a quote on that probably a year ago, that I don't think would be good anymore. But it gave us an order of magnitude. In my recollection, David, that was over $1 million or so, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
So that's one of those things that, like the water tower, where we got grant assistance from economic development agencies to make that happen. We probably need to pursue a similar funding arrangement to pay for that project as well, rather than pay it out of pocket.
She acted like that if we did, she thought that property would be an easy sell to an incoming industry.
Was that property mean in the wooded area we discussed? It's right there too. Remember they came to us?
Now, that was actually for housing. I mean, that was.
I know they were thinking about housing, but didn't happen.
So give me a minute, I'll bring it up on the map.
Well, again, I don't want to get too far off in the weeds, but because the state has lifted the caps on annexation, that would be something that if those people wanted to come back to us again, that would be, because, Wilson, correct me if I'm wrong, but the sewer line is going to be running from the airport that the county is picking up the tab for. Is that something where you could kind of, because it's going to be coming back down Airport Road, which is near all where that property is that something that we could maybe look at a future date of making that all one big process?
So the sewer line actually runs down 268. So the property that we talked about annexing, they could hook onto that now, but their sewer tap would be on one side of the property and their water tap will be on the River Road side, where we're going to extend our line. The airport property, of course, is going to connect to our sewer here at the 268 intersection. But I think the property that Andrew was talking about
That's Jelvin right there.
is, yeah, there's Sheldon right there where my cursor is. And I think she's talking about this property here. And see how the sewer starts there, Sheldon.
Is it that green line?
Yeah, this green line here.
So it had to go to there.
Yeah.
Is that something that we could get grant money for, or could the county help pay
Probably,
for?
yeah, I think so.
Do we need a head nod, make a note of this so we don't forget?
Let's talk about that with her before we commit. Because honestly, I think that we would need
Can you make a note?
significant help.
So we don't forget about it.
Will you make a note of that?
And a side note, I did reach out to people who would want to do housing and homes in that area to their agent, and he said he would follow up if they were interested, and I never heard back. I can retouch on that if you are interested.
I think so.
Because I mean, like, somebody that might come in there, you're talking about millions of dollars worth of probably buildings, would there be?
I think so. So I noticed when I went out there the other day, to look at the tower, that they started to log some of this area here. So clearly the owners of this property are trying to make productive use out of it.
Sorry to bring that up, but I should want to live about it.
Find my other document. All right, so let's turn then to our large sheets. Start going over the line item detail. And again, we don't have the department heads here, but if we have a detailed question, we can call on them and bring them. All right, so revenues first. One thing I want to point out here, and this is something that the board might not agree with, but I'm making this recommendation, and that is if you look down almost to the bottom of the page, a Child's Life daycare rent. They pay us $15,000 a year to rent our facility at Woodlawn. And one of the things that the economic development parties in this town have identified as an obstacle towards getting people back to work is lack of childcare. Both the quantity of available slots and the cost. There are some parents who won't go back to the workforce because they literally won't make enough money to pay their childcare. So they might as well not have a job and stay at home. And so I was trying to think of ways that we could help the childcare industry expand and provide and make a dent in this problem. And the one option I could think of was that we waive their rent and ask them to reprogram that money towards letting another kid in or hiring another teacher or doing something to enhance their capacity. And so I propose that we waive their rent for the year on the condition that they use that money for an enhancement of their service. So there's that, food for thought.
Were they a private business?
They are. All right, turning on to page 2. The back of that page there. About a third of the way down, the St. Powell bill. We budgeted that at 155,687. Again, that's money from the state that can only be used on transportation related projects. A few lines below that, you'll see that we've upped our projection on sales tax collections from 1.24 to 1.35, based on the league's projections. Now, just note that if we had projected that based on the percentage growth over the last 2 years, that'd be $1.6 million or something huge, right? And so 1.35 accounts for the slowdown that's projected by the league. So even though that's higher than the previous year, that's still a conservatively budgeted figure. All right, about 2/3 of the way down on building permits, you'll see that that's budgeted a little bit higher than the previous year to account for a fee increase that I'm going to propose that we'll talk about later. But again, that just goes from 25 to 30,000, so that's a nominal amount. Second line from the bottom, this is the significant increase proposal. And that is a $2 per month increase on residential solid waste fees and a 13% increase on dumpster fees. And that'll yield approximately $63,000 more, which is a significant down payment on the new garbage truck that we'll talk about later. So that's the most significant fee increase that I'm proposing, and I'll give you my justification for that. All right, nothing of note to talk about on page 3 or 4. I will point out just something small on page 5, which is administration, my department's budget. We were not selected to participate in Lead for North Carolina again next year. So when Mary Elizabeth's term ends in June, we'll have to find help from some other source. So I've been the Lead for North Carolina program.
Okay.
We were not selected to participate that next year. So I've got some irons in the fire that I'm working right now to try to find help from another source. But you'll see that we budgeted a little bit to pay for part-time or temporary help like Mary Elizabeth in the year.
So on that, Wilson, do you think it's just because they wanted to spread the love around and allow other
Yes.
towns to have that
Yeah.
participation?
Our firm record said it's because they, have to hit like geographic requirements. And so, obviously, I think there's a lot more, like low income, smaller town municipalities in the western part of the state and in the east. And so, but because they have to like meet the requirements of funders,
There was nothing that we did, it was not just something.
That's right.
Yeah, it was
Just
just,
fact, it's the opposite. The program's been so successful that others want to participate. Okay.
it's certainly been a benefit for us. Yep. I mean, I really truly think it's been a great benefit for us. And I hope in the future that every town that gets the to participate, is a candidate that's been as worthwhile as you have been for us.
Thank you.
Here, here.
All right, turn to page 8. So since we're ahead of schedule, Meredith is still out at something else I was going to do this time. But when she gets back, we're going to have her come and present her justification for the significant service level change increase that's been programmed into her budget. And this is something that you all have identified as a priority. So we'll skip over the review of her department for now. But as soon as she gets here, we'll go back to cover that.
You know, and be aware, we've asked for this, the different sets of commissioners for 5 years for another plan. So I'm excited about the possibilities.
Okay, on to page 9. So I know that we've had some discussions about perhaps taking a different strategy on some of our tourism related things, and we can still do that. But the budget for that, the proposed budget for that department is here. You can see on the notes there, we budgeted for some improvements related to some of the beautification goals that the board has listed. And if we want to do anything different, sort of, once the money's set, of course, we can still do that. All right, moving on. Page 10, public buildings. Is what it sounds like. It is the money we set aside for maintenance to public facilities, but also for utilities. You know, this is where we budget for our power and water and Wi-Fi and so forth for town hall. But in full transparency, this is also sort of our slush fund. We need a little bit of money for special projects here and there. We usually go to this fund. I'll give you an example, the tree trimming that we did along Main Street here over the last few weeks, we paid for out of this fund. But we're gonna keep it about the same as it was last year. Okay, on to page 11, police. Nothing particularly notable here, other than continuing on with our purchase of vehicles so that we can implement the take-home car program. So we budgeted cash to buy 2 more cruisers in the year to come. But I do want to point out that part of the debt I'm proposing to pay off was for the cars we bought last year, 2 years ago. So that's included, the yellow highlighted rows there.
Service life, cruising about 2 years. Is cheap as a service life for a cruiser about 2 years?
Well, we were running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for about 2 years. Now it's 8 to 10.
Get out of town.
It's great.
That's great, yeah.
But the way we're cycling them through is for 2 cars a year. But
I understand, right,
But
too.
if we skip that,
Right.
then next year it's 4 cars. And if we skip that, then the next year we need 6 cars.
So I understand.
So we have to just maintain that cycle of 2 cars.
That makes sense.
And I want to share that this is an area where the supply chain challenges have impacted us. So the cars we bought this year are actually sitting in our garage. We received the cars, which was a miracle in itself, but we're having trouble getting the supplies to put in them, the lights and the computers and the, brackets that hold them and other things. So we'll buy our cars, but we might not see them on the road right away while we're waiting on that other stuff. So
We got them before Christmas, and actually they're coming Monday to put the stuff in.
great.
They called me yesterday and said everything finally came in. So then it took us almost 4.5 months just to get the equipment to go in the cars. It took 6 months to get the cars, and then it took 4.5 months to get the stuff to go in the cars. It's this crazy, everything's just backed up.
So Wilson, every year we'll be buying 2 police cars. Still makes sense to pay off for them on those, if that's the way we're doing.
Well, it's always cheaper to pay cash than we got it. Because remember, we're borrowing those from private sources. So we pay the market interest rate.
Not like a lower interest rate. like we're getting. You know what the rates are?
2.5 or 2.7, something on the two
Yeah,
outstanding.
well, I just talked to the bank and standard car rates now are up over 3.5, even to best customers.
Yeah, they're almost full now.
2.35. 1.57. The year before.
They have, but I agree with you, there's no incentive, no advantage to paying or to financing cruisers. You can get 2.5%. Get a 3.5% can on your money.
One of the other things that is in the financial policy is that we don't borrow for something where the term of the borrowing is longer than the lifespan of the asset. And so even though we can run a car 8 years, sometimes we might only be running it for 4, and if we borrow, we'll be paying it for 4. So the fact that that payoff and that lifespan are so close makes it, in my opinion, worth paying cash for.
Rob, is there any surplus value to these automobiles at the end of their lifespan?
By the time we get done with them, they are worn absolutely out. It's about scrap metal by the time we get done with them.
How do we get rid of them?
We auction them off.
We'll sell them on GovDeals.
Yeah, we sell them on good deals.
We've gotten a couple $1,000 for one before.
Yeah.
Oh, a whole couple of $1,000.
And I'm telling you, we've sold cars that I'm telling you, there's holes in the floorboards and, I mean, it's just, they don't run.
Do you strip the Norfolk Pro logos off?
Yes, we take the Norfolk Square logos off. We take as much equipment out of the inside of them and repurpose it inside the other cars. And when I say we take as much equipment as we can, when they change the year models of the cars, the insides of the cars change. So some things do not conform and fit, like the cages in the cars. I wish these auto manufacturers would keep the dimensions of the inside cage part the same. Those things are $2,000 and $3,000 a piece. You know, and every time we just got this big hunk of steel that we look at and go, throw it away, you know.
Sell the work.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else we can do with it, you know. It's just a big hunk of steel now.
So just to note, we've, the cars that we bought this year and that we hope to see on the road soon are Explorers. Typically we bought Dodge Chargers, but they were getting expensive and hard to get. And then also they have some known maintenance issues that cause their lifetime costs to be pretty high. And so we bought Explorers this year, so we're going to start observing those and seeing if those are more economical in the long term.
Well, I will say we have some of the prettiest cars I see on the road with other police departments. We look sharp, and I'm sure the new ones will too.
They will, and we're also moving from a big heavy engine to a 6-cylinder EcoBoost engine that has a lot of pep and should save us money on gas. So we're looking forward to saving some money. So
We need to do some publicity on it when the new ones come, right?
they should be ready this coming week.
Be nice to show some new stuff.
You know, call Jewel and take a picture.
I know.
Like for a calendar.
Yeah.
They do it, especially.
Hey,
we-
Oh, we can
I got
sell
one.
them.
Yeah.
That can be our, then we can sell them.
Well, so I'll tell you,
Revenue.
Fundraiser.
just
Yeah, we do.
a funny story at my old job, you know, the old city I worked for, they have, you know, they bought thousands of cars, right? They buy hundreds a year. And so they retire hundreds a year, and they'd have a big auction at the airport every year. And they had a reliable customer who would come and buy all, you know, 100 surplus police cruisers, even though they had high mileage, they were beat up. And he was a taxi cab owner from New York City. So next time you go to New York City, when you're riding around in a beat up old Crown Vic, it might be an old CMPD police car that this guy came and bought. So there's some residual value, but not all.
Well, last police car we sold, but someone came from Georgia and bought it. I mean, I don't know why.
No, I ain't impressed. You were about to say something that's.
All right, so moving on, nothing really to report on garage. Let's turn to fire on page 13. So I'd like to draw your attention to the capital outlay line near the bottom. You can see that it kind of cut off a little bit, but the notable expenses that we got are outfitting the new aerial fire truck, which we expect to come into service next fiscal year, and starting to replace some of the air bottles. So we've budgeted $35,000 to replace the bottles, and I think that was 5 or 6. That covered 5 or 6 of those.
Maybe four or
Yeah,
five.
so we'll start to whittle away at that need.
Will that keep us on top of those moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we'll put the first ones in the first out truck. So the ones that are likely to be used the most are the ones that will be replaced first. And I want to point out that most of the capital expenses in the general fund are going to be funded with ARP dollars. So we've included this year's ARP tranche in our general revenue, but we're deliberately identifying our capital needs as the thing that we're going to pay for with the ARP dollars, since those are one-time
The ARP savings.
ARP savings, yes. Connie always has to correct, ARP savings. Since that's a one-time thing, according to our budget principles, we pay for one-time expenses. All right, moving on.
Let me ask a question.
Yes, sir.
If we buy more bottles, face masks and all it does is get $7,200 gives you a face mask and 2 bottles. And I've looked at you, they've got units up there that they don't even make parts for no more. And I'd hate to think we're asking our firemen to go and build it with a pack on, that halfway he gets in there and he quits. I know they're expensive, but I think we need to outfit 2 trucks with new bottles. That'll run us about $70,000, $75,000. But I think we're not doing those firemen justice. We need to do a better job of justify our firemen. Because I'm gonna tell you something, like I don't know the last time what happened at the house fire, but I spent several years fighting fires. That bottle I looked at up our fire department, I would not put it on to go and build it, because it looked to be that unsafe. Now, they got some Honeywells up there that look good. But when I worked for DuPont, we wore Scotch. That's all we had. But the Scots are $30,000 a piece now.
There's nothing wrong with Honeywell's.
No, there ain't absolutely nothing wrong with that Honeywells. That's what we need. We need to replace buy the new ones, go on the new truck, and that, I don't know the number on the truck, but the truck I was looking at up there, with the units on it, they have one need to be replaced. I know Jim is conservative in his money. But I think we, as a board, and as a town of North Wilkesboro, should have more respect for our firemen and spend more money on to protect them. And this is safety we're talking about. We're talking about individual life. You can't hardly get volunteers now. If I was a volunteer and looked at that unit last night, I would not volunteer for the fire department. I can tell you that right now. But I think we need to double that over.
Well, I think,
Very agrees with me.
hard to argue against that. No, okay.
How many do we need total?
I think in total we need about 15. So doubling it would get us to 8 or 10. So we get 2/3 of the way there.
Let's start.
Oh, yeah. We got certain ones that we need to take out of service. I forgot the brand name. But they are absolutely beat all to pieces. I looked at them last night. I went to the fire department last night, went through those trucks.
Can you call Jimmy here?
Yeah. We'll get Jimmy here to answer this question.
what notice we need to keep them safe.
They're $7,200 a piece.
There's nobody in this room that would say otherwise.
Okay, so let's table that until Jimmy gets here and we'll ask him more in-depth questions.
Hey,
Connie.
what is the work, the car, her car? I mean,
Cost per unit.
The truck, the new truck?
No, crying,
Burns.
no, Friday.
When people talk to you, how much you pay you to work a piece?
I think you should.
Oh, I'm about ready to duck under the. They told me that the first time I ever sat down in the chair. Was that get under the table? We had to do. one
Can we take
last
money
week.
out of one-time expense and buy those?
Yes, perhaps. So when we get there, let's look at
I
that.
think we need 15. That's $108,000.
Wilson, are these the sort of things that they have like a lifespan that's like quantifiable, that we should be buying so many every year?
Yeah.
We should have been doing that all along.
Actually, the base. What do you do, so resident spectrum, a lot of times UV rays will damage it and they'll wear out, you're get hard and crack. And so you replace the base.
Face shield
The
is
shield before you would.
And see, the face shield will crack a leak.
You can't have it, so, but the bottles, even the newer ones, I mean, these guys are young and strong, but they have got fire. Really lightweight, but they're not cheap either.
You put the word carbon fiber on anything that escalates the cost immensely.
It
Oh,
does.
yes, you're absolutely.
All right, so can we put that in the parking lot for now?
Yep.
Let's keep going through. And then we'll take a break for lunch.
Yeah.
Page 14, general fund, public services.
Oh, Paul.
No notable changes there. Page 15, streets. So you'll notice that their all-in request was significant, $1.4 million. And that included $500,000 for paving and $250,000 for a new street sweeper. So notice this was the truck you were talking about earlier. So I took out the street sweeper request because we think we can keep the new one operating for another year.
What model is that?
Oh,
No.
Guaranteed.
Is it that old?
It's probably a
95?
98, 99, something along there.
Yeah, but does it still work?
Yes, it's still working.
I mean, does it work efficient?
Well, we're starting to have some maintenance issues with it.
It's starting to break down right now.
The back motor is, I'll get you a model over here in just a minute. But
Not necessarily for me.
it's starting to get hard to crank. That machine has always been a problem since we bought it.
We bought it new.
We bought it new. All the parts for it come out of Canada. So it takes time to get parts for it and they're expensive for the model that we got. So it's getting time to be replaced also.
Well, can we replace that truck on funds and have the extra money we got?
That's up to you all, but we did not program it, so there had to be a trade-off there.
did we speak to, Wilkesboro about collaboration?
So that's the other thing that I wanted to bring up, and the mayor and I have talked with Wilkesboro about the possibility of coming up with agreements with them for use of each other's equipment. Now, of course, it's a gentleman's agreement. But we would formalize those and establish rates that each of us would use. If we borrowed each other's equipment per mile rate or, per hour rate or something. And so that might be a way we can avoid ever having to pay for a new street sweeper by instead using theirs and paying them per hour or per mile rather than owning one of our own. So that's a possibility that we discussed.
Is there a meter in that truck for hours of operation? I was wondering how many hours it was used a lot, or
I don't know about the truck, the motor on the back has a unit on it that tells you how many hours it's run.
I was wondering how much, what's the lifespan, obviously. So, right, but I was wondering how many hours it's used a month. And maybe it'd be worthwhile, keep pursuing, sharing equipment.
I think that that's the smartest thing to do. I mean, it's something where you're not, it's not like you need it every day. It's not like you're sharing a police car, which that's, I can share about that.
I'm assuming it's pretty easy to move around. Drive around. Yeah.
I mean, it's easier, you think about things like that, or you have to consider raising people's taxes
Yeah.
and. Right.
Notice that I took out their $500,000 repaving request. Not because we're not going to do any repaving, but we're going to pay for it out of Powell bill funds in the new year, once we've received those. And we know how much we've gotten, what our highest priority jobs are and so forth. But with that said, we can't do, even then, we can't do $500,000 worth of paving a year. That's, if we did the whole kit, it'd be that much. We do a portion of that with our Powell bill allocation.
Now, Andrew, the issue on Hackett Street. That's just come up. The ability to maybe make sure that that road is maintained better than it is.
David and I and the crew have a gathering on Monday to talk about that. And I gotta look and see whether that's on the list of repaving projects. I don't have it in front of me, but it might already be on there. I gotta look at that.
And that, if you took and put across a line to count traffic going down that street, oh my God.
It's a cut through.
I just pray when I'm turning in on the bottom side that nobody hits me.
When I moved here, that was dirt.
Your oldest dirt.
Hackett Street was dirt.
Him and Moses used to ride that.
Yeah.
2005.
Real quick, this was at a meeting a long time ago, just brought up to me by someone. 9th Street where it's, goes down there by the shore, that big hump, because that road was paved. Is 9th Street didn't be paved? Not really?
Extension.
It wasn't too long ago, it was straight to Knox Street.
Okay, so that hump is gonna be just part of life.
Kind of just slows you down when you turn in.
Yeah.
We call it a safety precaution.
Okay, I'll use that one.
Is there any
Yeah,
sort
it's
of,
traffic.
It's there for your own good.
Traffic calming. that's right.
As early traffic.
Let's go back to that. It's good to have today.
is there any sort of data that shows like how much money or paving we should be doing a year to kind of keep up with our roads? And that's a big question.
Who knows? That's what I said.
Yeah, there probably is a way we can
You can do by square foot.
do it
We
like
need
that. Yeah.
Area.
I'm sure there's a formula out there that you can find that's, says, if you got this many miles of roads that are this many years old, you should be doing this amount of
It seems
replacement.
like we need to keep up on that, or you can get so far behind it that it would be a problem at some point.
We got some streets in town starting to break up. They don't have you to start to pop holes.
Yeah.
What's this, so here, y'all need to help me. Gordon Street from Finley to Hackett Street. Where's Gordon Street?
It goes down to Hackett. There's a
It
stoplight.
makes it better.
There's a stoplight.
Gordon Street from Finley to Hackett Street to Suncrest Road.
Yeah.
Does that sound like, does that?
Yeah, that's
describe-
where he was talking about.
It's
Yeah,
Elm
so that's-
Street.
That's number 2 on the list.
That's good.
Well, good, then we're ready to go.
On the wall.
What's number 1? It must be pretty
Number
bad.
1 is 8th Street from D Street to C Street.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
8th Street from D Street to C Street.
Towards the post office.
Oh, that is
Yeah,
gonna
by the
be
way,
done.
why did you put all the humps on Sixth Street?
Oh, because we got rained out again.
No, it didn't rain drop.
Aren't they out there, they're gonna
Nah, that's an excuse, that's not a reason.
What?
Looks like we're
Not laying down pavement in the rain?
Yeah, we had 3 days this week they could have done.
Well, I mean, they got other jobs, so. okay.
We gotta pull people in, we're not exactly, our people's not doing all the paving.
No, that's right, we got the contractors.
Yeah.
But that ain't what we're
You wanna
talking
drive something that one through there?
I'm gonna change the subject from traffic.
Thank you. We were talking about paving, not traffic.
I don't know, this word speed bumps came up and I'm.
And I brought speed bumps up.
All right,
It's all over.
just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I noticed that in the budget too, you had a request for 35,000 for the Greenway and you allocated 25. Can you tell me why they would have asked for that higher figure for the Greenway? What were they thinking as far as, is that strictly maintenance for the Greenway that we do? Or is it improvement in Greenway improvements? What was the, where did that money, the request and the settlement come from?
Maintenance.
Yeah, there's a lot of maintenance and stuff. Every time we get a big rain and stuff, it's washing and eroding the bank away. And we have to
So
get some great big old
why
rocks.
did you feel that we needed 35,000 in your request? I mean, what are you thinking that you, I mean, was that just I'm gonna ask for the sky and settle for what I can get, or?
The expensive rock and stuff going up, goes up.
Because I know several sections on the Greenway, y'all are constantly putting the riprap in. And then there's that section down on the Smoot Park Inn, which right there above Blair's Island, it seems to constantly be a battle. Keep it slipping off in the river. And then actually that little area right below the handicap on the Mulberry Fields section of the Wilkesboro Bridge, there's that one little section right there that is a constant battle where it always kind of slips down into that little. So I was just, my thing is, do you need the 35 or can you make do with the 25? Because the Greenway is part of this whole outdoor economy that we're trying, and it is one of our crown jewels as far as and the thing is keeping it maintained and looking nice so that it attracts people and people want to use it and feel safe on it. I was looking at all of these other things as to what was asked and what was granted. That was the only other real thing, and it wasn't that much, but I just was making that inquiry.
I don't know what all Mike put in there to increase it from 25 to 35, but I'm sure if we could get 30, we can do some improvements down through there. I know there's some trees that we got looking at taking down because they're starting to rot out. You start to fall in, they're so big and high that we don't have the equipment to do it there. We're gonna have to hire somebody to come in and do it.
One thing, I think we reduced it because this year we budgeted 35 and so far we've only used 1,000.
Yeah.
And our estimate's 10,000, so that's the reason we suggested reducing it from 35 to 25.
One of the things we're exploring doing in the current year with that leftover fund is replacing the boards on the bridge over the Ray's near the
Oh,
junction.
yeah, I was gonna mention that at a meeting, because I came across that night before last, and they are like Splinter City.
And it's expensive. There's $53 a board.
Yeah,
And
there's
to
special boards.
replace them going across through there.
Where's this at?
The Reddish River Bridge.
Okay.
And that's not counting getting somebody to put those down. Because they're 3-inch by 8-inch boards, so it's a special order board to get. And the last I checked, they had 180 some of them in stock. It was gonna be like 6 weeks before we could get the rest of them. There's 250 on that bridge.
So that was actually one of the things I was gonna ask you all about today. Any objection to spending our leftover Greenway maintenance in the current year on that project?
No,
Okay.
It needs to definitely be.
it needs to be fixed.
We need to keep the Greenway high priority maintenance because it's special.
A
Yeah,
lot of people use it, and it reflects on us in bad shape.
you've got children to help.
David, is there a substance other than wood that could be used that would last longer?
Well,
What about that track?
I thought about going, with something different.
Yeah.
But the only problem we got is that bridge is got a weight limit on it. It's stamped in the end of the bridge of what that bridge can hold. And if we put anything else back other than what's there, and somebody just so happens to drive through the barricade and drives across that bridge and falls in, I'm afraid that we could be liable if somebody done a pressure test. Well, we changed the boards and it'll only hold up 8,000 pounds and it fell through. Maybe not being able to-
And a composite board won't work.
Like a Trex, forever,
Right.
last forever kind of thing.
Right, but I don't know if you could get one to hold up to that kind of weight.
I do.
Those 3x8 boards will hold up.
Well, and the other thing too is if you look at the way, because I was looking at it the other night, if you look at the way the boards are installed, there's a lip right on the edge so that the board doesn't just, it abuts that metal edge, but there's also a portion of it that actually extends up underneath the metal edge because it's about every 3 boards is then screwed through that metal edge that holds it in place. So it's got an undercut that seems to go underneath that metal lip on the edge of the bridge.
The other bridges are made of wood.
Yeah, they got something different, because I went and looked at the one down here that crosses the liquor store ditch.
Yeah, they have
See
one.
what kind of wood it had on it, and it was something different.
How many years has that, been there? That bridge been there, how many years has it been there?
Ready, River?
Yeah,
That's
that's what
one
we're
of the
talking
first
about.
ones they put in.
Yes.
16 years, I would imagine.
So we think the life expectancy is 16, 18, 20 years, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
So it's about time to replace it anyway.
Amen.
All right, can we move on to sanitation? So sanitation's got a couple of significant pressures on them, like I mentioned earlier. The sort of business model of solid waste disposal changing. Also, the need for an expected increase in the county tipping fees and a significant capital expense, and that is to replace one of our other residential trucks. Now, we just replaced one 2 years ago. But we've got a number of them in service. And so David, if you could tell us a little bit about that now as well.
The dumpster truck. This last one we replaced.
Yes, the dumpster truck was the last one that was replaced. One we're looking at now is replacing the residential truck that runs 4 days a week. The bed on it's a 2010, it's a remount, and the truck is a 2018. The bed's getting in pretty foul shape. The hydraulics is starting to fail on it. It's getting holes in the bed itself where the packer on the back comes up and rubs across. We've tried to find somebody to replace that bottom and have not had their luck yet to replace it. But I think it was on their CIP to replace it last year and it kind of got pushed back. So it's in need of replacement.
So you have that built into this budget to replace that truck?
220,000.
Okay.
And also, we've I propose to pay off the debt on the other truck we bought 2 years ago.
How much we own the other truck that about 2 years ago?
Well, so about $45,000 for another 3 years, so about
Yeah, we need-
$150,000. Yeah. Okay, and so the fee increase that I'm proposing will serve two purposes. One, it'll help us cover the cost of this new truck, and then it'll also prepare us for the expected cost increased tipping fees in the years to come.
The money to pay for that truck is within that department's budget, so
Yes,
we're
sir.
not having to pull any out of one-time stuff.
Correct. So we'll talk more about that later. So, all right, recreation. Now, actually, no, let's go back and let's hear Meredith. Let's hear from Meredith before we get into recreation. Okay, so if you'll turn back to page,
8.
8, thank you, sir.
Before Meredith gets started, the sweeper is a 2005 model. It's got 34,500 miles on it, and it's got about 6,000 hours on it.
Could operate another.
Yes, it could go another year. But it's going to be neat.
But it might cost us more to go another year than it would to replace it.
I don't think, I mean, it's
It's
two
pretty
hundred,
well starting to
we're
break down.
talking $225,000.
Yeah, 225,000.
For a year.
But then if you just keep repairing it next year, then you end, at the end, you ain't got nothing else. You just got the old truck and all this money invested in it.
No,
I haven't seen any huge repair bills
right,
come
the
in.
big maintenance items for this truck is the sweeper brooms. That's on the side that you wear out, and it's got a long one on the bottom. And the hoses on the side where the debris goes up and it wears that stuff out. Just the wear items alone on it is what's so expensive because they have to come out of county.
And that wouldn't matter whether the truck was brand new
Or not,
or
right.
20 years old.
Yeah, that's just the maintenance item there.
Those are considered consumables.
Yeah.
And consumables.
And nowhere else can you buy it besides Canada.
We've checked.
Is it still picking up the dirt and stuff good?
Yeah, it's doing okay.
Good.
Okay, though.
All right, so let's go back to one of your priorities, which was, of course, a review of our zoning code. We've already started with the multifamily, and we've got another one planned for the year. But those are significant undertakings, right? I mean, we sit up here and talk about it sort of conceptually, but when we get down into the details of it, those are significant undertakings that require a lot of staff time and attention. And right now, we've only got one person to lead those reviews, but also to do a lot of the technical work that's required of the planning and inspection department, like issuing permits and reviewing site plans and making sure that folks are in compliance with zoning requirements. And one of the pieces of feedback that we as staff have heard over the last few years about one of the ways we can improve our business friendliness is to turn over those things quicker. Turn over sign permits quicker, turn over site reviews quicker. And when you've got one person doing both of those things, you can't really do them as timely as you want to. And so I'm recommending, and I've baked into this budget proposal, that we add an additional person to the planning and inspections department to increase that department's capacity, give Meredith an opportunity to work on these policy things, and delegate some of the technical work that she's currently doing to someone else, to a technician. So if you'll turn to Appendix 2, which is in front of your large sheets there, you'll see the justification that she submitted about why this is needed. And on page 3 of Appendix 2, you'll see the, pages 2 and 3 of the appendix, you'll see the projected cost for this new position. So Meredith, if you'll share with us a little bit more about why this position is needed.
Good afternoon, everyone's doing well. What up for me on the screen, but I did want to kind of talk to you guys about your priorities. Over the past 3 budget cycles where I've been staff here, my department has done a lot of your goals. We've been working on your goals. So that's where the capacity comes in, because those are long range goals, those are big picture goals versus the everyday small items as Melissa was mentioning. So in 2020, we started looking at wanting to do more economic development. Now we do rely heavily on the EDC to pull a lot of that weight, but there's still things that the town can do also in conjunction with them. One of the things was to revitalize the downtown, so we started working on the non-residential building code. Minimum housing was a big priority in 2020, and we do have a code enforcement officer that I work with, and that is a contract employee through InFocus. And then also any kind of coordination with, all the different groups in town, whether it's the county, Wilkesboro, EDC, Housing Authority. So those are also things that you guys identified as a big goal that you want to focus on, as well as greenways and supporting businesses. That was just the year 2020 that my department helped. So I helped over 6 goals out of the 10 that were identified. And in 2021, we had 5 goals. My department helped 3 of those: traffic calming, parks and down beautification, and the watershed with the water system. 2022, the 3 goals that I have heard that came out of your budget retreat you guys had about a month or so ago, I support all 3 of those myself. Unfortunately, there's only one of me to do that. Luckily, there are some other department heads and other groups that are going to assist with that, but the water intake project with that ordinance, that would be the planning director. Rewriting the zoning ordinance would be the planning director, or we would contract that out. And then the parks and grants, Mary Elizabeth and I have been kind of championing that with Nelson and Larry's assistants, as well as Wilson and David. So a lot of really big, high picture goals that we're looking at with these past few budget years. So the other thing we want to talk about are some of the metrics for my department. So it used to be permit time could be turned around within a day or 2. I'm looking at 4 weeks for all requests. Zoning verification, that's addressing, that's zoning permits, sign permits, plat review, you name it, what hits my desk. I mean, I think I'm out of February now. So there is a big lag with our turnover with any kind of request that's coming through right now, the doors. Another thing I wanted to also mention is I solely support 2 boards. I do the Board of Adjustment and the Planning Board. We have monthly meetings. They are not short meetings. They have got a tremendous amount of work put in with staff time to do text amendments, rezonings, any special projects that's sent through to them from the commissioners, as well as I support you guys when we have any projects, hearings, proposals. And I've also, what's been put on the back burner is the housing board that would be that special funding to send out to renovating houses. So 4 boards that I am essentially supporting. Another thing that I do solely is any long-range planning. So that's our comprehensive plan that we have to maintain and keep. I'm sure you guys don't want to hear 160B again, but that was a massive undertaking.
Yes.
And the only reason I think it was able to do is because everything else paused. It was during COVID when things were slower. And we made a priority because we want to make sure we were in a good footing. So, and we didn't budget to contract out for it. So that was where I needed to step up to the plate and get it done, and we did. Anything else that comes through that's regulatory, whether it's zoning, subdivision, cell phone towers, floodplain, you name it, I wear about 6 hats. So it is a little different. And then one other really different thing about me is I support over 8,000 residents. I support the ETJ as well as the in-town residents. So I know other departments support our ETJ out in the county as well, like the water treatment plant and sewer treatment plant. But direct contact, they come through me to get zoning permits, sign permits, subdivisions, you name it. They have to work with me to get things done before they can even go to the county and get a building permit. So there's a lot of things that's coming through my door. I would say right now, a lot of it's quantity. The quality of my work is not going to be where it was. So large projects, proposals, grants, you name it, they're going to be affected significantly just by the amount of workload that I've got. Did you guys have any like specific questions or concerns?
No, I don't have some specific questions, but I'm gonna make some general comments because, some of this stuff is kind of my little, where my head is thinking. First of all, some of the biggest concerns that I have, that I've heard from people that are wanting to do is just as Meredith alluded to. For example, if a person goes in to determine if a particular property is of use, or what someone is proposing to develop it for, instead of taking a few days, it does take weeks. And the one thing that I've heard is in the development game, when you are trying to play on a level field, time is of the essence. That a matter of a few weeks could change the outcome of whether or not someone chooses to develop a property. So it's very important that we have the ability to strike while the iron is hot. The other thing too is that we are really, really trying to up our game to make ourselves more developer business friendly as far as getting these ordinances cleaned up to remove the barriers, and there's a lot of barriers that do not promote business friendly development in our town. Andrew has said it to me on numerous occasions, and I'm gonna give him full credit for it, is that if we were some places that, development was flourishing and where we could maybe stand back and be a little picky, that would be one thing, but we're not that town. We're the town now that needs to be really, really aggressive in trying to promote the ability to encourage and help anyone that's looking to do development in our town. So correct me if I'm wrong, Wilson, but I'm basically seeing an increase to the planning department's budget of $45,000 to fund this particular position.
No, sir, it would be 7,000.
70,000, okay.
The salary for the position would be in the 40,000 range, but then the associated costs, benefits,
All
materials.
right, so that, I'm just going by that, so, all right. Wilkesboro has and has had an associate planner. And, there was a time in the past where I probably would not have been as proponent of this idea as I seem to be now. But because I see the need for a lot of stuff that's coming on the horizon, that we need to make sure that we don't miss any opportunities. I'm going to just say that from this chair, the need is now, and so I'm going to support Meredith's budget proposal.
Well, and so have I, and I've taken and said for, I guess, 5 years I've been on this board, I've asked for a planner every time. There's been times I actually thought it was gonna be one, and then the budget comes around and it's, where's my planner? What planner? It's almost like, what planner? So I know, Meredith, that you work hard and the desperation that comes behind you with all of these people needing everything today. And we don't want people to look at North Wilkesboro and say we're hard to work with. And nothing to do with Meredith, she's only can do so much. So I am a plus and more plus for an additional salary person.
I'd like to say a couple things. Number one, nobody in this room, except Michael and myself, knows how big of that 168 rewrite she had to do. And I helped her. I know it was a major task. And from my chair, I will support her because she needs the help. I know a lot of people don't think so, but I know she does. She does a good job. She's one of the best planners I've been working with since I've been in the town of North Wilkesboro. And she don't take no cuff off of nobody. That's what I like.
That's a good little thing there.
Well, that's true. Sometimes you have to spend money to make money. And of course, where I come from, I believe it should be done. We just can't get it done fast enough. And it takes.
Right, it's a capacity issue.
It is, I understand. I do. I really do.
And we really do have, to me, I think the potential for game-changing changes in this town, you know, because I look at the outdoor economy thing, and any of, you know, there were a group of us that were down there, and the vision that that presented to this town and this whole area. But the thing is that you've got to have people in place so that we're not dragging our feet or creating any type of barriers, so that we can be proactive. I don't want to be reactive, I want to be proactive.
You're right.
And so, like I said, 3 years ago, I probably would not, just because it was a numbers game. But now I'm way on because there's just stuff that needs to be done, and I think it's more than one person can do.
It sounds like things are bottlenecking because we don't have the capacity. And that's not what we need when we're wanting more development. And, you know, we've got a lot of opportunity with Block 46 and everything going on down there, and the water intake and the watershed. And I've got one request. If we do this, let's look for somebody that's hardworking, someone that has a vision for this town, not somebody that's gonna be a bureaucrat, but somebody that sees we're trying to move the ball forward. I think it's important we find that and just find a good candidate. That's important.
So Commissioner, that's actually a pretty good segue in terms of the comments I wanted to make next, and that is that I want to set the sort of expectations for what we can expect from this position. Because what I've discovered in my recruitment of the utilities director and what I've heard from other towns right now is that the environment for recruiting professional staff is tough right now. Because folks don't move or whatever. And so it's likely that the person we recruit will be kind of green. We'll likely get a young person, you know, right out of school, who might have that sort of educational background, but not a lot of experience. And so we'll have to spend some time training this person and, you know, getting them familiar. And so, you know, it's not like it's going to start bearing fruit July 1. You know, it's going to take a little while for this position to sort of start doing things that benefit our town. But the good news about hiring a young person is that they're often very enthusiastic. And so,
You have a comment from the peanut gallery.
yeah.
From my perspective, like, you know, coming out like as green as it gets, I think starting from like having to like learn while I'm here has like helped contribute to that like investment in the community and enthusiasm. So you were saying like you want someone who's like really passionate and enthusiastic, and I feel like starting from like zero and learning so much here has helped me get to that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my life.
Let me ask one question. If you were offered the job, would you take it? I want a yes or a no.
Yeah, all right.
And don't be around. If this town has to happen,
Yeah.
you don't want it.
No pressure.
No, yeah, let's don't put her on the spot or anything.
Oh, no.
We're not having that interview today.
And, you know,
But that's true. Here's the other thing you gotta remember, because I do, new salespeople.
Yeah.
To employ, you got a full play of stuff you gotta do. You gotta put some of that on pause to train the new person, because you're investing in them, you teach it once, so you retain it. But it's gonna take a while for them to be productive.
Exactly.
So you know, your battles are long for being over too.
Oh, I know, I just,
Yeah.
but for us to move forward,
You have to do it.
I'm looking at this in a longer range
Mhm.
versus not just.
Yeah, it's gonna take a year.
Right.
Get her up
To get started really productive and all that.
She's already got the experience.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Let me like
I
take
keep
at
telling
least
her.
like a month vacation and then
That's all right. That's
keep
all
you
right.
in again.
Yeah.
She's gotta go on spring break.
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
Breathe.
The spring breaks over, they cancel it.
I would just
They
encourage
canceled
you,
it last year.
I would encourage you to find somebody that is the kind of person that works hard, but also equally important is the kind of person that is looking for ways to make things happen instead of trying to find ways to make it not happen.
Don't do
If that makes sense. We need people that say there's 1,000 reasons why it won't happen, but we gotta find that one.
Right.
Oh, wow.
It finally got out. It finally got out.
The reality is, if we could get another planner with you that's experienced as you have been, but somebody, you know, a little bit less experienced.
Right,
That's what we're looking for,
exactly.
is a planner and a planner, is what I'm,
Yeah, that's why I got it as like a technician,
yeah.
more technical work versus like policy, long range planner.
Got somebody to spring in this.
I don't.
What?
That's the thing, that's the other thing, if you, like you were saying, it's hard to recruit right now. If you saw how many job openings I have seen, because I'm on the state listserv for planning, it's daily. Everyone is looking for help, everyone needs a good person to back them up, and that's gonna be the other challenge, is finding a good person, hence why I wanted to have a competitive salary, and make sure that we're crafting the description when we send it out to be, you know, exciting for someone to want to apply. Because it is gonna be tough to find a really good candidate.
I would hold off till you find the right person.
Right.
It's all, make all the.
Yeah.
difference.
Right.
You
We
just
don't
don't want
need
to
to
take the
walk
first person
right
walks through the door. No.
No, so that's what I was gonna say, that might be the other, like, you know, rub with
If you don't
this
get
is-
nobody to December, that's okay.
Exactly, that's what
We
I'm
want
saying.
somebody that fit our system.
I mean, you all know my philosophy about, you know, Meredith will be the person hiring this, but I try to impart my philosophy on her, and that is that you do an open recruitment and you pick the best person, whether they're an internal or external candidate.
All-star team. You want to create the all-star team in North Wilkesboro, that's awesome.
What we need.
So Meredith and Connie, I actually got a question, something, a detail about your budget that I forgot, and that is, did we budget to keep In Focus's service level the same, or were we gonna?
I think we were gonna drop it
Dial
back
them
down to once a week.
Okay, so we'll defray the cost
What
of
were
this.
we doing?
We-
Why?
Twice a week.
Those once a week and then one extra a month.
Gotcha. I knew it was kind of.
Because I started giving them like zoning enforcement and some other things. But then John left and we have Bill, but we're kind of back to just, he's just doing code enforcement. not
Well,
zoning.
can we get to Don, or get him,
Oh, he works for InFocus. He's a.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, he's actually one of the vice presidents. So to get him to come back would be kind of tough.
Oh,
Yeah. He's very modest. He doesn't like to tell everyone, but he's actually the vice president of the company. And he does so much more than just code enforcement.
So John was,
Mhm.
wow, you would never know.
Yeah, you would never know. He's real humble, but yeah, he's like a partner that runs that company. So to get him to,
Yeah, an old Air
Well,
Force
it's
guy.
nice, it's nice when we have the best.
it was good. And Bill is good too. It's just that he's not the vice president.
All right, so an additional, and I'm hoping maybe we can break for lunch here shortly after one more comment, and that is an additional way to defray the extra cost of this position will be modest increase on some of the fees that this department charges. And so I'll go over that in more detail later, but just know that they are in line with what Wilkes County and Wilkesboro charge for similar fees.
I think we've always been behind the fee charges.
Yes, we
always.
have. Mayor, can we take a lunch?
yes,
break?
sir, let's go.
I made the motion with lunch.
Thank you, guys.
Also, thank you for your.
All right, so Jimmy, did you get a hold of Jimmy?
Randy, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
did you get a hold- Okay. So
Yeah, he has, so he got into that all the time. Little kids? Yeah. Wow. I bet, 'cause Randy is. Yeah, Sonny is not, Sonny's younger. No, we're ready. At one time. Oh, he go back, yeah. They get on now.
Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, everybody. How do you want to be? Cop, read, six. And Sunday.
Hey, are we ready?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
All right, so we got Jimmy here to answer questions about the bottles. So Otis, she had a.
Yeah, I got two questions.
Okay.
Hang it up there where I can hear you. Oh, what are you on here?
Go right ahead. How many units, bottles, space, how many do you have total? The whole department?
Right now on our first out truck, we've got 5.
On each truck?
No,
He wants to.
I want to know how many total do you have?
honestly, I have to look and see. The aerial has less than any other thing, but most of them
How
have.
many how was the newest unit you got?
Well, the units we have now was made by Honeywell, which is no longer in business or getting ready to go out of business. And we just was inspected. We had to have it yearly inspected.
The units that you're proposed to purchase, who are they made by?
We've got quotes from 3 different people. And, to me, I would like to go with the Scots.
Oh, me too. I'm 100% Scott man. So you got a total of 15. You got 5 on the new truck coming. You got 3 other trucks. You got 15 units on 3 trucks, right?
Well, the first out truck, not the aerial that we're getting ready to replace, but the first out truck has 5 on it now.
Okay.
And if we order from any company, it's gonna be a complete air pack and a spare bottle.
Okay. So you're talking 2 units, 2 bottles, base whole gear.
Yes,
Okay. How much are Scots now?
I think you can get a Scott anywhere from $8,000 to $9,000.
Well, they have gone up since I used to buy them.
Yeah,
Everything.
Okay. Well, that's 15 units. If you had 15 brand units,
Do you need 15?
that ain't what I asked him.
I'm just curious.
And the 5 I looked at last night needs to be put in that brown dumpster behind the dispensary down there. I would not want to send a fireman. If I was fire chief, I would not send a man into a fire with those units on that truck I looked at last night. When they were down there training, I would not send him in.
I would propose, if I'm chief, still chief, I would propose doing 1 truck a year, so don't put the town in a bind.
We got the money.
Well, keep you safe. I mean, like, if we bought 5 this year, 5 next year, 5 next year, do you feel like your guys are safe and taking care of them?
Well, a lot of them, the date's getting run out on them. You can't get parts for them anymore. But if we try to outfit every truck, you look at it several $1,000s.
You're talking about $135,000. That's what we need to spend on the fire department
For 12?
for 15.
15.
If they're $9,000 a piece, they may be $1 each way when he orders. But I propose we buy 15, that's $135,000.
And it's like anything else. Everything goes up every year. It's a price increase on everything.
And right now, we can get them at 9,000, next year, they might be 15.
How many do you have that are serviceable right now that are in good shape and you're not? Let me ask you this, how many do you have that you've ordered with fire?
Well, I don't go in fires
I
anymore.
know, I'm just saying if you get,
We had 2 to go out of service at this last inspection, because you can't get parts for them anymore. But we had some spare bottles that was able to put in use or take parts off those spare bottles and put on the air packs that we got now.
So what you're telling me, you're piecing together equipment to make it work.
Yes,
Okay, well, once again, I mean, if you don't know, it's no big deal and find out so quickly, but how many do you have that are ready to go?
all our trucks are serviced with air packs that are ready to go. But if they go down and won't pass the inspection, then we have to take them out of service.
Right, so, I mean, I don't believe, I think Otis is right, I don't believe in skipping on safety. You're right too, just spend, do what you need to do. So if you could go with, what's reasonable, 3 a year, 4 a year, 5 a year?
I think 5 a year would be good. If we do each truck every year,
You gotta have it.
yeah, we're gonna have to have them regardless.
So you think, would you feel like your men are well protected if you buy 5 a year?
On our first out truck, yes, but if we have a major structure fire, then we'll call in mutual aid and we can switch out bottles and
Right.
air packs and other
So
things.
you could, if the town purchased 5 new units for you a year, that would work for you.
Yeah, but,
Or not.
I'm not saying I wouldn't like to replace all of them at one time, but I don't want to put the town in the bind.
I
As
don't want
far
anybody
as,
buying the smoke demolition.
right,
I don't wanna lose a fireman. They're hard to come by now.
right.
And if I was volunteering, I walked out there and you showed me that unit I had to wear, I would not volunteer.
So I don't want to get into off in the weeds, Mr. Hooper, but is this something we can do? Matt, you want to just hash through?
Well, I think we need to go through the rest of the budgets, then you all can hear about what else is proposed to spend on, and whether you
For
think
fire?
that there's, well, just in general,
No,
and whether there's something you would be willing to part with to make this happen.
But don't we have the money in the one-time deal that we can buy that? unit?
I've got proposed uses for that I want you to hear.
And we did, excuse me, we did apply for a state, through the Department of Insurance grant. It's not a matching grant, so I didn't bring it to the board, but I let Wilson and Connie know. But it's $35,000. And if we get it, which I'm pretty sure we will, that money could be used for,
Let's see, yes.
yeah, the SCBA's.
Okay. All
As a
right.
matter of fact, we applied for two. One was $10,000 and one was $35,000. And you don't have to, there's no stipulation on what you spend it on.
Good, excellent.
Hey, that's what I said.
The first responders are paid $10 per call.
Yes,
Yeah, I'll do that. 5.
But what's competitive? What's others?
well, right now, first responders, $10 per call, and firefighters is $13 per call, unless you working over
Over
an hour, yes.
What about competitive? What would,
We are way behind the times.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, I was just curious what Wilkesboro and others pay
I
for the first responder. I don't know.
I don't care, the gas, good, and it's just, yeah.
I don't think there's been an increase since Edgar Harris was the chief of the
I
fire
don't
department.
know, so.
And we're asking our firemen to come to the fire for $10.
Yes,
Fire's 13.
Fire's 13.
First responders,
Same.
Still pretty good.
and yes, I like to see increase, but that's gonna be up to the board.
I think you live,
Yeah.
I think we need
Who
to
would
increase
be-
it.
who would be
Yeah.
behind that? And you can't help it not, because it's it's, I mean, I don't know if it would help recruitment or not, but it might help you with retention.
Retention, yes.
So,
I mean, when you're sitting at your kitchen table, sitting at a restaurant or Walmart or something, and you have a fire call or first responder call, and here you go running. I mean, what is $10? What is $13? I mean,
while you're looking,
So note that we've budgeted $10,000 more for the volunteer salaries in the proposed budget than we had last year. And we came in under, we're currently under, and we came in under the year before. So I think that budget has sufficient capacity to
that
perhaps increase those a little bit.
and you never know the number of calls you're gonna have a year. We may have 500, may have 700, and with the mutual aid calls we're running now, I anticipate that's gonna go up.
Yeah, I agree. Should we, hash out what we want to do now, you want Mr. Hoover?
Well, I would like to pull a little bit more information about what a competitive rate for the volunteers would be.
Okay.
So that we don't go, so that we do it right.
Yeah.
So I can bring that, we'll bring that back as a follow-up. And I still think that perhaps when we get to the adds and deletes, this question of how many bottles to buy is one of the things we'll have to deliver.
Okay, good.
But I think that we need to hear about the rest of the budget so that we'll know what the other competing priorities are.
The FEMA grant has helped out a whole lot. Most of the days we have at least 2 to 3 people, and it used to just be one person at the fire station. But most of the time, it's usually at least 2 to 3 people running calls that you know gonna be there.
Right.
And I appreciate that, Jeannie, because that's really fairly new, to even board members here that's come on board. You know, that's something I think, I'm very proud of what you guys did with that.
But I still think the town, and I appreciate your comments, Angela, but I still think the town, and I've talked to Wilson about this also, and Connie, in the near future, we need to be looking at fully staffing the fire department in case we don't get a FEMA grant again.
That's right, yeah.
And I think for the most part, we're all in agreement on that. That's what I hear.
You know, yes, hope you don't, it's going to have not need to meet about that.
I mean, we got rural departments that's fully staffed. And they don't have the budget that we have, but they're fully staffed. Somebody's at their fire station 24 hours a day. Now, we don't have the capacity, especially with females and other firefighters, to have sleeping quarters and showers because of the size of our department. But if we can at least do in the future, 8 to 5, that would help the citizens of the town, whether we get the FEMA grant or not. If y'all want me to apply for it again. And Connie can tell you, with stipulations with that FEMA grant, and it can be a headache.
But you've been successful in getting other grants.
Right.
We've had success.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jimmy. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's move on to page 17. Jimmy, you can hang out if you like, but if you got other things to do, please feel free. All right, so the parks budget as expressed on page 17. Parks, recreation, 17.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Now, I gotta get this qualified. This is just the operating budget. So some of the investments that we're gonna make in Snoop Park and perhaps the outdoor economy project are for the next section. So this is just the operating budget for the parks in the coming year. One thing I want to point out is the note there near the bottom. Their request for miscellaneous budget is to cover the senior citizens party, the senior games, the Parks and Recreation Board meeting. And I'm gonna recommend that we, since we haven't had it for 2 years, and since it's a service that mainly serves county residents and not town residents, I'm gonna recommend that we stop holding the senior citizens Christmas party. And reprogram that money to figure out what we wanna do with Highland.
We want to close Highland Park.
We can. But just think if we buy the Christmas tree down there. walk up.
Have we contacted anybody?
Yeah, I mean, we've been consulted by the folks from the state who say closing it requires a 1-for-1 replacement. And even then, after you've demonstrated that you've replaced 1-for-1 every event, you've got to get permission from the director of the national parks. So it's just
Who enforces that? We do this stuff.
Who would
the,
know it? Just put it, somebody put a lock on the door. God, I
I'm,
wonder
I'm
who
not trying to
it
be
was.
a fun human, I'm serious. Like,
I'm gonna,
That
I don't,
is,
I don't want,
visit.
I don't want to
Run the
spend
risk.
another penny on that part, because I feel like that's the path we need to be going.
and the reality of when it's unlocked as well.
We got Mary Elizabeth.
Thank you. Well, this is actually a point that Meredith has brought up a couple times. It's that, if you're gonna close a park,
Can you come up here and talk to us? I can't hear you.
sure. So if you're gonna close a park, I don't think you're ever gonna be able to go after grant funding for parks and get it. Because what does that say to grant funders?
Yeah.
That's a point that Meredith has made and that I,
How will they know that you closed the park?
Well, listen,
It takes one phone call from a citizen that says,
Yeah,
why are I closed?
yeah,
all it takes is one phone
one
call.
time, one time.
You can look at the, fine we got today, that's just one time phone call.
You know, my concern is is
My
what
concern-
happens to the people who have bought houses in Highland Park and who want to feel safe where they live.
Well, I propose we just leave the gate locked. period.
Yes,
well, then
We
we'd
can't
be
do
out of
that.
compliance with the grant.
Yeah, yeah, because it's, I mean, I believe sometimes you have to, it's fair to ask for forgiveness and permission.
Yeah, you
Right.
have to.
And Andrew, that spoke like a criminal.
So,
But I do see your point, but you're risking too that they, you know, how word gets around, especially in a small town. If you're out of compliance with private grants, you give yourself a black eye. So it's a thorn in everybody's side, especially the closer you get to the park for the citizens, but we gotta do something. And we can't close it because of when it was granted or gifted or whatever. That's in infinitum, it never ends, it's forever. And to get a change is the national director of parks, on a federal level, I think, you got to answer the call.
I've got a question. What are the requirements that we have to have for that park to be in compliance?
Well, let me make this one comment before I answer that, and that is, we had planned on bringing this conversation back to you all for later in the summer to go over our options.
Yeah.
But whatever we do, we need some money for it. I mean, even if we decide to close it, the cost of replacing the amenities and tearing up the road and, you know, that kind of thing's gonna cost money. And so for today's conversation, I hope that we can agree to reprogram this money from the Christmas party to.
Let's reprogram the money and we'll worry about how we're gonna fix it with our at a later conversation. It's a much bigger conversation than just what we can have.
But the short answer to your question is the grant agreement has 5 amenities that were funded with the grant. And I can't remember exactly what all of them were.
Can you email it to me?
pavilion,
The pavilion's gone, is it not?
exactly, fishing area,
That's there too, you can fish there.
some other type of pond thing, playground,
We have a playground,
and
we just don't have a pond.
So we just haven't maintained it over the years, it's a problem.
So we're already out of compliance.
We
Oh, so Meredith and I, you want me to,
Go ahead.
can I jump the gun for, where like, I guess the whole parks action team was kind of brainstorms, what are some low cost, cost efficient amenities that we can swap out so that we can stay in compliance, so that we can, keep our responsibility to the neighbors, the people that live in that park that have a right to green space, but also a safe green space. And so what are some low cost amenities that we can swap out? And so like maybe reusing the old playground equipment from Smoot and moving that to Highland. And we already have like the parking lot is like, you could have a third of it, it would probably be enough parking. And so taking advantage of already that paved space and restricting it as a basketball court. And so,
Yes.
I think so. And like, it is an amazing view of downtown and the river. And-
Would you go to that park at night, or not at night, but during the day?
I'm a woman, so I wouldn't go anywhere at night by myself.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, it is not a safe park. I need
No, it's
to,
not.
ask you that. My wife will not be going to that park. I'll leave it at that.
It is, guys, that asphalt and stuff, you couldn't just do a basketball court unless you redid it.
I'm less worried about the park compliance and more worried about a kid over there getting picked up. and something
Yeah,
bad
it
happens.
would, yeah,
That's sincere.
Yeah.
It is creepy, you know, I've said it over and over, there's creepy people standing in their cars waiting for people to meet them.
That's why I thought, like,
Everybody-
maybe, like,
everybody-
reducing the amount of parking
Everybody
space.
Can't you get rid of that?
Well, So I'm hoping that we can table this conversation for, and talk about budget only.
Yeah.
And Wilson, I'm fine with for me personally, I'm fine with your repurposing that $17,000.
Okay.
I don't know how
Any other-
everybody else
any other
feels,
objections?
but I'm fine
Where's
with
that?
So,
repurposing this $17,000 for
That's right.
highway park maintenance.
Okay.
So you're talking about stop doing the Christmas party?
yes, sir.
I don't like it, don't like it, don't like
Tell me about, where was our, I don't remember what the party does.
I've never heard of it.
it. Yeah.
I never heard of it.
It was.
I've been a
What's the
senior
senior
citizen.
It's a big Christmas party that the Parks puts on at the VFW, where essentially they provide a barbecue meal to senior citizens, anyone who shows up. And they give them Christmas baskets and so forth,
Anyone who shows up?
anyone who
That
shows
hurts
up.
me a little bit.
And so most of the people who show up aren't North Wilkesboro residents.
It don't matter.
We haven't had.
I'm a one.
Yeah.
You must like the barbecue.
Yeah.
No, I'm senior citizen. Yeah, I am.
Like, don't take me
And so, you know,
We know what you're doing,
Yeah,
we haven't held it for 2 years. And
and
so
nobody's missed it.
no one's missed it, so, you know.
well, I don't.
I've been in North Wilkesboro for 18 years. I never heard of it.
And he's been qualified for, to get
He's
basketball.
Okay, well, so,
I'm just one.
all right.
I'm in favor of doing away with it.
I'm in favor of doing away with it too.
All right, so
I'm not in favor of the
I'm
people
not.
going to Highland Park. I'm with Bert. I'm really neutral on this. I'm good.
fair enough. All right, turning to page 18. It's called the cemetery, but it's better known as the Green Thumb Crew. Even though they're 3/4 employees, we're gonna give them the 7.5% COLA as well. So that's calculated in. We've got a $15,000 capital outlay because one of their trucks is about to go quit. Fortunately, it's just a light duty truck, so it's not a big giant piece of heavy equipment like the other trucks are. And then finally, the most significant increase I want to point out here is $50,000 in the professional services line to pay for a firm to maintain the right of way on 268 for us.
Is that better than just hiring somebody to do it?
Is it because it's safer?
I mean, hire-
Yeah, it's safer because there's no liability for contract.
Yeah.
That and they do it more frequently and, you know.
Make one of our staff people to be
So-
hurt on that.
Exactly.
wheel.
So that 50,000 just for 268.
Yes, sir.
You want that, Jim? You gonna bid that, Jim?
I'm concerned about
No,
our.
I
our
just said I mow my own grass. I don't mow my own grass.
You got a lot of grass to mow, so I understand.
I know you do.
No, I.
Yeah, I saw something today.
Yeah.
And DOT thinks, DOT built that road out there, but DOT takes no responsibility for maintenance of the.
Why did they put all that stuff in the middle anyway?
Because the board told them to.
Jesus Christ.
And as a matter of fact,
Did the board put money in the budget to cover it every year?
just a preview of an item that we're going to bring to you at a regular meeting in the weeks to come is a budget amendment to allocate current year funds to pay for the manholes and the enhancements that they did on the town's behalf, sidewalks and so forth, to that project. So the bill has come due for those things and you got to pay it here. So
How much is that?
$115,000.
And that is.
We'll
for-
go to Lowe's and buy a truckload of Roundup and I'll spray it. Screw them out the motor.
No.
What does that
This
item
is,
encompass?
covers,
Sidewalks,
this side, is this B Street or is it down
On
to 268?
268.
So when basically Samaritan's Purse, when we built the sidewalks for their walkability.
Well, and it extends out to Airport Road.
Yeah.
Well,
Flint Hill Road.
most long.
They mow all the way
Flint
down.
Hill Road's where the sidewalk stops at.
Flint
It's
Hill
the
Road.
second entrance to Flint Hill Road,
Okay,
there before Chick Haven Bridge is where sidewalk stops.
all right, yeah, but it's still part of that whole DOT's new project that they built out through there.
And we have to mow it?
And they,
We did.
how far out of town do we have to mow? Do we have to mow all the way to the airport or just Flint Hill Road?
Flint Hill Road.
Well, we got houses that's sectioned off down through there, and just certain houses in blocks that's inside the city limits all the way to the airport road. DOT will mow it, they'll mow it about twice a year with the tractor. But, you know, it needs to look great coming into town.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Particularly with Samaritan's Purse.
We go out there about to Jim's tool, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Jim's a stoplight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's gonna be like we're caught between a rock and a hard place, and
Yeah.
it's a debate that is kind of fruitful.
But it is cheaper to contract it. Usually,
Oh,
than it is for us to do it. I think.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I-
Those are fruitful.
I have talked to the guy at DOT, and he's supposed to be looking into the contract and seeing what it says, but everything that Connie has pulled up with emails and stuff, back when Hank Perkins was here, that it says that we would take care of most.
DOT wanted to make it turn lanes and
Yeah.
we wanted it, grassed
Divide
area
out.
to put landscaping and stuff in, and they said the only way to do that is if the town maintained it.
Well, just as a matter of service levels too, the state DOT has cut back significantly on landscaping across the state. And so if we have any interest in making sure that stretch is presentable, it behooves us to do it rather than ask them to do it.
I mean, you can see that on the highways where they're
Oh, yeah.
knocking it down. Yeah.
Yeah, they use bush hog a couple times a year, and that's it.
So Dave, is 50,000 the best we can get on that, you think?
That was just one price that we got, and no, two prices. Airport Road Tree Service was actually more than that.
Well,
How many,
as
how many, go ahead,
I'm
Louis.
sorry.
How many contracts, I mean, how many people have we contacted to get prices?
Just two so far.
How do we arrive at who to contact?
We just call a landscaper, one of the mowing contractors, and they come and price it for us. When we get into it, we'll get more prices to get our best.
Something down the road to look at would be maybe look at converting that space, that median space to, you know, and it's just a thought, you know, like a wildflower program or something which doesn't require as much constant maintenance.
This is
As-
the price to mow it twice a month, so.
So, you know, and it's just a thought because, you know, it is one of our entryways. And so, you know, it is a, you know, you're coming from the east and you get to Airport Road and it opens up into the 4 lanes and that's kind of a gateway entry into North Wilkesboro. And so, you know, I understand the concept when it was thought of, you know, we wanted to look inviting and beautiful and all of that. But also I wonder if at that time that somewhere down the road, someone was gonna say, well, you're gonna need a budget line item that's gonna be 50 grand to maintain that. That probably didn't come into the thought process.
I know.
So, but anyway, it's kind of, like I said, it's kind of one of those debates, you know, to have because it's just gotta be done.
What would it cost to concrete it in and spray it green paint?
I bet it'd be more than 50 grand.
Yeah, but wildfire thing,
Yeah.
not bad idea.
But with that flowers and low growing shrubs in there,
Yeah.
yeah, instead
We'll
of
look
grass.
into that. We can look into
Yeah,
it.
you don't have to maintain native wildflowers,
No, they look good. I like when the state does that around the ranch. So it's always
Yeah.
really nice.
or like the tulips on Brooklyn one.
Just a thought, I mean, you know, you could take 50,000 in a budget and see where that you could do to reduce that maintenance cost. That was just.
No, I didn't think that's a good idea.
Okay.
But I mean,
Pursue
as
that,
far
but we
as,
can't-
as
we
far
can't
as putting
substitute
that
the
in the budget, you gotta have it, because that's the cost, that's the cost.
safer for us to contract somebody out than it is to put our two people, put our men down there and
Absolutely.
y'all know just as good as I do that people do not drive the speed limit. down through there.
No,
That's a freeway,
55.
People break the speed limit, Tom?
just about 2 miles an hour.
Are you kidding me?
They only do
Ah.
Sixth Street.
I am a
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
It's almost like Karen Andrews breaks the law.
And get picked
They
up
don't
on.
get that on Sixth Street, Michael.
Yeah.
No, all right, so on to page 19, so the special appropriations, the main one being the nonprofit contributions, which we'll get to here shortly. But I just want to now turn your attention to page 20, the bottom line there at the bottom. So we've taken a 8.5 million all-in budget and made some judicious cuts. We took some things out to fund with one-time funds that you'll see later. And got it down to 7.4 million. And notice the variance down at the bottom, the very last line in the green column, $72,351. That's how much we've got left to do compensation in the general fund without some trade-offs. All right, so let's move on to Appendix 5. Getting into these other sources. of funds. Yes,
With that number of 72,000, is that pretty much kind of what was left over after the budget, I guess?
Yeah, it's your surplus.
So does that? It's probably a stupid question, but is that, moving forward, if that continues, does that leave any money to build savings for capital projects?
it should, because we are always very economical in our operations. And we usually save money at the end of the year, and our revenue estimates are very conservative. And so oftentimes we make more revenue even than we budget. All right, moving on to appendix 5, which looks like that. Find it on the screen here. All right, so the main source of outside funds, outside our normal operating funds, is our general fund capital reserve. And that reserve has a number of categories, and those are listed here in the first table. And so the second column there that says amount, that's how much is currently identified for that use. The fourth column is the amount that I propose using coming up. And then the last column there on the right is the balance of that use after the proposal. So for example, the aerial fire truck earmark. This year, we have already committed $210,000 out of this fund to meet our match for the fire truck. And then we also dedicated 76,000 and 5,000. No, I'm sorry, 62,000 and 5,000 out of the major equipment and fire apparatus sections of that fund for the fire truck. Last year, we allocated, or excuse me, we moved money around so that there was a $70,000 loan and grant pool. And we'll tap into that pool when we get applications for our loans and grants that we want to fund. So column 4 says as needed. Vehicle replacement, $40,000. I don't propose using any of that this year, so we'll still have a $40,000 balance on that next year. Rehab and demo, I recommend that we earmark $40,000 of that for demolition of the Jenkins property. If the brownfield program that we're currently waiting on bears fruit, and we discover that we can move to tear that building down. Recreation, $35,000. So we actually earmarked that last year, but we didn't spend any of it because we made some of our improvements with our operating dollars in the parks. And others we postponed because these other opportunities came up. We didn't want to paint the shelters, for example, when we thought we were going to tear one down. So there's actually still $35,000 left in that fund that I've actually got a proposal for that we'll get to in a minute. Streets and sidewalks, I don't propose any use for that this year. Public buildings, don't propose any use for that this year. Powell bill, I propose that we bank the remainder of our current year Powell bill funds, add it to next year's Powell bill funds, and use those 2 years worth of Powell bill to do some of the paving projects we talked about earlier. And so that's it. So that's just sort of a balance sheet for what the capital reserve fund contains. And I'll give you more specifics on the projects I'm proposing in a minute.
Let me ask you one question. Back in where it says major equipment, you're talking about major equipment for the fire truck. That's to outfit the new truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, is that?
I'm sorry, not to outfit the new truck, but to pay for our portion of the expense of the truck.
I thought the 210 that balanced out to the 9 million we don't pay.
It did at first. So initially our contribution was only 210, but then when we went to the market, as expected, the cost was more. So we had to come back and dedicate more, and that's what that is. All right, so in addition to the general fund capital reserve fund, there are also specific general fund capital projects that have money in them. The first is the fire station building project. Last year, we earmarked 75,000 of that to do engineering and initial drawings on a new public safety facility. We didn't do that, so we've still got that money to use for that purpose. The neighborhood streetscapes, that's the money we used on traffic calming. So the cost of our speed bumps and the sign and all the other things that we did, the restriping came out of that. And so after the speed bumps go in on 6th Street this week or whenever, that balance will be zero. Building rehab and condemnation, I'm proposing that we take 60,000 of this 102,000 and dedicate it to the Jenkins building project as well. So that'll give that project a total of 100,000 for demolition of that building. Any questions yet? All right, moving on. If you'll turn to Appendix 6 on the next page. So this is where I think the real conversation is going to begin. And that is how to use our ARP offset, because we've already dedicated our actual ARP dollars to funding public safety salaries. And the savings that applying the ARP money generated, we can use on other things. Last year, we used $484,000 to balance the general fund budget and $184,000 to balance the water sewer budget. We're going to use that $184,000 water sewer cushion that created to pay for some of these overages that I alluded to earlier. The housing set aside, we pledged $120,000 to that, but we didn't actually appropriate that. We still have that available because of the savings, but we don't actually have 120,000 sitting in an account somewhere. Like, we've got capacity to generate it if we need to, but it's not in an account yet. So that says zero, but just know that we all sort of agreed that we'd make 120,000 available for a housing project if we found a good one. All right, so the new tranche of ARP dollars that we expect next year is budgeted. It is listed as general revenue in your general fund and water sewer fund revenue lines. But just know that we're going to be spending that revenue on our pay-go capital expenses. So we're going to be spending that one-time revenue on one-time pay-go expenses. So it appears in the budget, it looks like normal operating dollars, but we are designating it to cover our capital needs. And that leaves our available ARP offset balance at zero. Any comments on that?
So is the 120 for the housing, is it gonna be used on other stuff now?
So it is being used now as revenue to balance our current year budget. But because we expect to have savings in this year's budget, it will become available again once the fiscal year ends and we see what our savings is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of, but we did set it aside, but now we're using it.
Huh?
We didn't have a choice.
No, not really. Because we had to balance the budget somehow. All right, so let's move on to the table at the bottom.
Wilson, with that being said, how are we gonna balance the budget when we don't have the ARP funds?
We won't have as many capital expenses. We'll just have to be more judicious about our capital expenses.
How much ARP money we're using this year to balance?
All 600 and some thousand.
I bet it's on one-time capital budget.
Right.
Right. And it's
Not
there's tangible, it's not recurring expenses, it's tangible capital improvement projects.
If we could, I would isolate that money in a capital account so that it wouldn't be viewed as general revenue. But we can't do that. I mean, we gotta account for it somehow, and we do so by calling it revenue. But it is designated and its purpose is to fund one-time capital expenses.
I have one question, it's kind of moving back a little bit, but I made a note. We have $45,000 contracted for park services, is that no?
Yes.
Is that something that we should continue to do, or should we require people to do that, because it's not a safety issue?
You talking about the park budget?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about cost savings.
That is a contract.
I'm saying, should we do that, or should we bring on people to do that?
You couldn't have an employee would cost more than the 45,000 by the time you pay their benefits.
Well, then that makes me wonder, should we, just for all our mowing contract people, if it's cheaper or better for the town?
It's a good thought. It's always got cheaper to use contractors.
Because don't we have problems with maybe sometimes the green thumb guys don't show up and stuff?
We do have trouble keeping that crew full, yeah.
At one time, when it was originally for retired gentlemen to come in and mow, for them to have a second job and stuff, those guys are gone. And now we're having, it's just an actual department and hiring younger people. And it's just hard to get anybody to work for $10 an hour. And that's a hard job for $10.
We look in just to hire contractors to do all of them.
We could do that, although I will say this, I think that it's cheaper to do contracting for 268 in the parks. But if you want to keep a reasonably high service level on the right of ways and all the other things that the cemetery crew does, having your own crews do that keeps the service level higher. And to pay a contractor for a comparable amount would probably be significant. So that's one indication, Mr. Mayor, where I think we need to crunch the numbers before we can say confidently that it would cost less to have contractors do that.
Not only they're mowing, they're picking up trash and stuff too as they go along. And then we got one guy that is dedicated. Yeah, he just goes and picks up trash off the
And
side.
they work
He's
year
very
round.
consistent
Yeah,
too.
he is good.
He does a super job.
And they
Sure,
work
would you
year
like
round.
to have a combination of certain things contract, keep a small crew for fine tuning things,
Yes,
and sprucing up?
that is a possibility, yes.
I think that's what we need to look at.
So should we have contractors doing our parks, or should we have our people doing our parks? My question.
Excuse me 1 second.
We used to do our own mowing.
And that'd be,
$45,000 is $45,000. Save 10. We're looking at.
So I don't know the answer to that question. I think we'd have to look at it.
I can understand hiring the contractors in 268 because it's dangerous, but the parks, you just said that our guys keep the right of ways at a higher standard. I mean, I'd like to keep the parks at a high standard. Y'all heard me complain about the mowing. And I'd like to.
Who actually mows the park?
Airport Road firm,
Who now?
the Airport Road landscaping. and
Lane
Airport
Coffee.
Road.
Yeah, Lane Johnson Airport Road. Okay.
So that's a follow-up item that staff and I are looking to. All right, so back to the bottom table on appendix 6 here. So our fund balance policy set a 60 to 75% limit and said that anything over that we could use for capital projects. So based on our denominator last year, if we landed at 75%, that would free up 1.19 million to use on capital projects or other one-time expenses. If we go down to 65%, it gives us 1.8 million. So that 10% makes a big difference. And we've already dedicated 181,000 to the lawsuit settlement. We've already dedicated 280,000 to our remaining fire truck match. And so that still leaves us a fair amount to use. And so you can see there my recommendations for the year to come. The first is I propose we earmark $175,000 in FY23 to match the Wilkes Medical Center Foundation grant for phase 1 of Smoot Park.
We already got that grant sent to the foundation.
We have, no, sir, we're working on the application. It's due next month. I'm sorry.
17th.
Yeah, so it's not been submitted yet, but we're making progress on that. I'm recommending that we designate $55,000 of that for ADA projects. And the reason why I'm recommending that is this. The federal government is going to come in here one of these days and do an assessment on our ADA work. And if they see that we haven't set money aside, they're going to sue us and we're going to lose a whole lot more money than that. And so we need to have a bucket of money set aside so that when we do a sidewalk project or when we do an improvement to a public building, like a pool house, we can make sure that it has, that it's compliant with ADA. And admittedly, those are additional expenses. It costs a little bit more to build a building with wide doors than it does to build with narrow doors. And so what this pot would be is a pot of money that we could draw from to pay for those additional expenses when we do projects like that, to pay for the ADA thing. So it's the right thing to do because it makes our public facilities more accessible, but it's also a risk mitigation because it'll head off a more expensive lawsuit from the feds.
And we've done some of that too. I know when Sam was here, did we not do the yellow little bumps? So when, if you're have a sight impaired, you can tell that you're going where you're going. We
Yeah.
have some of those things in place.
That's part of it. But we've got a whole lot more that we need to do. And of course, every future project that we do has to be ADA compliant as well. Okay, so next thing is I'm recommending that we earmark $500,000 of this money for our Part F match or other recreational opportunities. So that'll be in total $675,000 of the town dollars committed this year for recreation related projects. Most likely Smoot Park phases 1 and 2, but perhaps other possibilities that come up in the year to come. And that's not including the money, Mr. Mayor, that we want to go out and fundraise. That's just our contribution, straight out of our pocket, $675,000. All right, that'll take us to 75%. So that's how I'm recommending we use the 1.19. If the board chooses to go down to 65%, I'm recommending that we use an extra 583,000 to pay off our general fund debt, which will free up operating dollars to pay for the 7.5% COLA and perhaps a little bit more for additional compensation increases. If we don't pay off that debt and we add that back to the budget in terms of a yearly debt service payment, we're not going to be able to afford to do those compensation increases without big cuts somewhere else. So that's a way to pay for that 7.5% plus increase and get the capital items that we want this year without making big sacrifices somewhere else. And then that leaves us a balance of 62,157, which perhaps we can use for something else like haircuts. So those proposals, if you'll flip the page, your big sheet here, those proposals are given with a little more detail on each, on the back page in the bluish gray shading. So a little bit more detailed information on each of those proposals there. And then the first page of that sheet, the green and white columns, are the status of the projects we used last year's one-time money. So I'll give you a moment to review that.
You mentioned at the beginning of this that you were wanting to maybe waive the rent on the daycare. Knowing the decisions we're having to make, I don't support you in that. I just want to toss that out.
What now? You know, Andrew's in favor, not in favor, of waiving the rent of $17,000 before daycare.
The reason I'm not in favor of it is because even if we waive that, we don't know that they're going to make the right decisions and implement that and achieve the goal that we want to achieve by doing that. Does that sound fair?
Well, we've come up with some sort of agreement with them that that's what they did in exchange, because our lease with them is coming up soon. That's what motivated this. So we've got an opportunity to renegotiate the terms of our lease, and if we waive the rent, we'd include a clause in there that asks them to do something in exchange for that.
Can we get it right, what they will do?
Yes, sir, we would.
If we do that, why don't you do that, and then we'll look at the 15,000.
Okay.
I guess my question about that, I think it's an ideal, I mean, as people with families need childcare, but how do you pick just one place?
That's the only place we,
Is that the only place within our town?
Well, that's the only place we
Rent
rent.
from us.
that's
No,
all
they
we
rent
rent
from
from
us.
us.
I mean, that's
But
what
what
opens
makes-
the door for.
What makes other people not to say, we'd like to do this too?
They would, but you know, we can't.
We can't control that, we don't own that, so.
So what are we going to ask of them if you do a contract?
Maybe a scholarship for a North Wilkesboro resident.
Very nice.
I don't know if they can open up a Slack because they probably, you have to have a certain number of teachers for each student, and so they might be maxed out in terms of the number of teachers they have, but you know, a scholarship for North Wilkesboro residents, you know, maybe, you know, a supplement to training the teachers so that the teachers are better equipped. That wouldn't really accomplish the, you know, parents' purpose.
I think it'd be really hard because a scholarship, they're gonna ask, you know, how much does it cost to keep your kid there for a year? Is it more than $15,000? If that's the case, are they gonna be willing to subsidize that?
I'm sorry, I said it.
Well, what's the rent? 15 or 17,000?
15.
I mean, if we ask them, hey, could you let one person's child stay here for free for a year, whatever?
We would be subsidized.
Hey, it's, is it pie, is it?
Over a 10-year time frame, that's
Is
$150,000.
yes.
Well, I don't know.
Are they private?
Yes.
Is it what?
They're private, and they rent from us.
Yes, they did. But they provide a service that I think we all agree is pretty important.
Well, listen,
Can you get it back for town employees? That have kids?
well, do that,
Maybe,
do that,
maybe.
but,
I kind of like to add the idea of underprivileged children and parents who couldn't afford daycare otherwise.
well, they're trapped. Yeah, they're not, there's no government. No, so it's not.
You get a lot of money from the state too.
Yeah,
Every daycare does.
We'll receive that 15,000 to go to fire apparatus.
yeah.
I think your thought is good. I'm not against it. You know, I think we have to weigh the daycare, and then when we get back here to the back of our list of everybody else who's money.
I think your idea is noble.
I-
That's good you did this, but I
So-
don't just.
Well, that's fair enough. So let's discuss that as part of the adds and deletes. All right, so let's keep going through the materials for now. And we are still back on the one-time, project using one-time funds page. So any comments or thoughts on those?
Well, I will say, Wilson, on the Food Park phase one, I would like to put maybe a little higher figure than that into the adds and delete section of this conversation. Because again, I would like to see our commitment to Smooth Park, especially in this upcoming year, be significant enough that we show a true, honest commitment to the project. You know, I know we don't know what the Wilkes Regional Foundation is coming on board with, but I think regardless of what they come on board with, I think as a responsibility, and I don't remember who on this board called it, but it's a generational project. It's a park that has been neglected for a long time. It's time for somebody in this town to step up and really show that we're committed to it. I also think that Smooth Park, if all of this outdoor economy growth and all of that, I think it could be a cornerstone of part of that whole concept, because it is right there at a potential trailhead of not only the Greenway, but also the Jacket River access and egress. And so I really, if we can find the money, I mean, I appreciate the 175, but I would like to see if we couldn't find a little more to fund that project further.
And I have to agree with Michael. I think we ought to put more money into that soon as we're committed. $175,000, we're not.
I mean, you know, we got a lot of fun, we got a lot of different things for money, you know, it's like sand from an hourglass, it just keeps running and you know, trying to hold water with a sieve, but it's, you know, there is a point where we have to say, we just can't do any more, but let's put that in that discussion at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I just want to say that I think that Smooth Park is a huge project that's been way overdue. And I want us to keep in mind, you know, the possibilities with the outdoor economy stuff, because all those things, you know, combined can be a new direction for our town like we've never seen. And there's opportunity there, so I'm excited.
All right, so we can go down to appendix 8 on the next page. So as I have mentioned, as we've been going through the line items, there are a few fee increases that I'm proposing, mainly to cover the cost of providing the service and prepare us for additional increased costs of providing the service in the future. The most notable one is a proposed $2 a month increase for residential solid waste collection and a 13% increase to commercial dumpster collection, which would equate to about, what's that, $5 per pickup. And those would generate about $66,000 in additional revenue per year. That residential cost would be higher than Wilkesboro. Theirs is at 10, and I don't think they have any plans on changing that. But it is still a great, great value compared to what folks pay for garbage collection who don't live in the town. If you live outside of town and you hire a private provider to collect your garbage, you're paying a whole lot more than whatever that equates to per year. And it's the same with our commercial dumpster pickup. If you're using a private firm for commercial dumpster pickup, you're paying a whole lot more than $41.50 per pickup. So that's higher than before, but still represents a good value, I think, for the consumer. I'm also proposing that we implement some sort of commercial bulky item charge. I don't know exactly what it's gonna be yet. It'd probably be like, Connie, what were you thinking? $4 per item or something? You were talking about the mattresses.
$5 per mattress and stuff, because we have, some furniture stores and different ones that sell new product, and when they bring the old product back, they leave it for us to take to the landfill, and we have to pay for it. We have to be disposed of. Used to we charge, but in the past years, we hadn't had it in there and we hadn't charged. If you go by, I think Better Homes, not throwing rocks, but I'm just saying that's one of the biggest ones. If you go out there at the dumpsters, there's just bukus of old furniture for us to pick up.
Is there a way, because when you take something out to the dump, like large bulky items, it's done on a weight. You go in, your truck's weighed, and when you come back out, your truck's weighed, and whatever the difference is what your fee is based on, correct?
Yes.
Would there be a way, because, a lot of times the reason that commercial places don't, they don't take it themselves is they just don't have the facility. I mean, they don't have a truck, they don't have the manpower, So if we're providing the manpower and the vehicle, it should not cost the taxpayers of North Wilkesboro a dime, because we are providing a service to a business. Would there be a way to set this up where it could be on a direct cost basis that is then billed to that individual commercial entity? And then to me, it sounds fair, because we're not looking at it as a profit-making thing, but we're just not creating a financial burden to the taxpayer.
So Michael, you'll notice that that's the sort of strategy we use for the next one there, the bulk flatbed truck load. Currently, we are losing money on that. I mean, it's a service that we provide to keep the town clean, but we're subsidizing that, and so we're proposing a tipping fee plus $10 fuel surcharge for that.
Which a tipping fee would be what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And how would they know that? Like, they're gonna,
We'd have to bring them a ticket back.
they bring them to.
Our guys would have to bring them a ticket.
I mean, there are times in my business, for example, like I said, I'll have, displays or pieces of things that I need to get rid of, and I just don't have a way to haul it out there, but I would have absolutely no problem paying what it costs, because if I did haul it out there, I'd have to pay. So, I think that's a reasonable compromise, that.
I think one thing that could be looked at too is like Better Homes Furniture and Roger Atcher's furniture place out there also, is where it's quite often we go there. They could set up an account maybe with the landfill, and the truck driver could just say, hey, this comes from Better Homes, and they could charge them, and then we could send the bill for the $10 surcharge to get it out.
I don't know if the county do it. I don't know if they do that.
Yeah, they'll do that.
So we don't know exactly what that process will look like, but we'll keep working and bring a proposal back to you for you to comment on, but just wanted to make sure that.
I'm very much in favor that it shouldn't cost, the taxpayers a dime. like I said, we don't have to look at it as a big moneymaker, but it shouldn't cost the taxpayers to.
Okay, moving on, I just noticed a mistake I made, so the next one, it says planning and inspection, various inspection fees, see table. I didn't give you the table, but, I'll send that to you as a follow-up. So the county building inspections department, who of course does building inspections for Wilkesboro as well, is gonna raise most of their fees in the coming year, to recoup their costs. And so I'm proposing that we mirror their increases. So there'll be common fees for these various services throughout the county. And the county folks tell me that even with these increases, those fees are very, very competitive. In fact, significantly less than surrounding counties. We have a fee that, under this proposal, would be $65. In Iredell, it's $150. So it's still a great value compared to other. And I'll send you that table of proposed charges for you to review. But just know that those are usage-based, and so you can't really budget that, you can't really balance your budget on the back of those, right? Like you're just doing those to cover the cost of the service. And we think that they'll probably yield a nominal $5,000 increase in our revenues in that area for the year, which of course we'll use to cover the cost of the additional plan. And then a new fee for zoning confirmation letter. Folks always ask, why are you charging me for writing a letter saying my property is this? You know, how much does it cost you to write a letter? Not a lot, but what it does cost us is staff time to go and research to make sure that the use they're proposing for that property is an eligible use. And so to make sure that the property is not only zoned appropriately, but it's free of liens and other encumbrances that might prohibit development there. So it's a staff time consuming process, and it's a pretty standard practice across the state to charge a small fee for that.
I don't have a problem with the fee. I do have a thing where when you get into the policy of it, that it needs to have a time constraint, because to me, again, this goes back to some of the complaints that I've had is timeliness is important. So if you're going to charge somebody a $50 fee to let them know that a property is in compliance with the zoning ordinances, that it needs to be done in short order, because if we've done it fast and we've done it due diligent, then I think the fee is warranted. But I think if it's such that it takes 2 weeks, 3 weeks to get an answer on that, I don't feel that, I think it's a disservice to a potential builder or developer.
Is this a business friendly thing to do, a development friendly thing, or just,
I mean,
are
it's
we adding a layer of bureaucracy here?
it's common in other communities, so.
Like, that's okay, but I'm sure that Boone, for instance, has a lot of things that we don't do that are common there. We're in a different spot because we're desperate for development. Every little thing we do, I'm pretty good, like add up, that's what I'm asking. I don't know the answer on that.
I think that's up for you all to decide.
I think if you were to just say, like, if we create this thing where it's done in days. I think when you're talking about someone coming in to look to build, 100,000 plus, whatever it ends up to millions of dollars. If they got an answer to their question within a matter of 2 or 3 days, I think to them, $50 would be inconsequential.
Yeah, I agree.
Because my thing is, a lot of these guys just want to know that it can happen.
I guess my question is this the cost of just the town doing business, or do we charge this?
And the other thing is, it's always, if you get a lot of pushback on it, it's something that we can discontinue later, because it's not going to be what's going to balance the budget.
No, I'm thinking more of just like we're trying to do all these things to make it more business friendly, and I'm thinking, are we going the other direction by doing something like that? Anybody else got any thoughts?
I just have a problem that I think $50 is too much. But $35 is significant. And if he gets an answer in 3 days, fine. If you don't get an answer in 3 days, we refund his money.
I think we look at the other places, other towns and what their charges are. I don't want to undercharge.
How many requests do we get?
Yes, that's a question, Andrew.
We've been getting more recently. We text her.
Oh, more we get, more people trying to improve our town.
Yeah.
Mary Lou was there.
I kind of see the fee as balancing out okay, so the.
I cannot hear you. Will you please come up here?
Here's the issue. I'm sorry, I mean that, but young lady, we're old. And we're old. You'll be old one day, but I'll be dead. So, here's the issue. What we do is, as your hearing deteriorates, I was there an explosion, but when you do the mask thing, we really rely heavily on lip reading.
Okay.
So if you're not comfortable blowing your mask, don't do it. But that's the reason why.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
We can hear you, but we can't understand.
Okay, I'm trying to remember.
You were talking about the fee.
Oh, okay, so I see the fee as balancing the de-incentive nature of the fee as balancing out the incentive nature of getting your letter back really quickly in 3 days' time. And so it kind of balances out, and then we can further add incentives by doing these projects that we want to do of updating the ordinances and to make them less burdensome. And then that fee, even though it's nominal, is like, can add up to those investments, like the second planner, so that we can make those amendments to the budget and get responses back faster. Does that make sense?
It does.
Like Domino's Pizza 1990, you don't get it in 30 minutes. It's free.
So Meredith says we get 3 requests a month. And that she's looked at 2 peer cities and they both charge it.
No use giving away our money.
Semantics, 35.50, I don't, my thing is the whole thing is if a developer or builder is gonna be charged a fee, they're gonna expect a service for that fee, and that service is timely response to their request. That's my main concern.
And I agree with you, Michael.
Get them the answer they need so that they can either proceed or stop.
Walk away.
And, that's, if you can haggle over money, that's fine, I don't care, but, my thing is make it time sensitive, because it's like you said, if it's not there in 30 minutes or less, then it's free. That's the same thing. If you're gonna charge them the fee, then they're gonna expect something for that fee, which is timely response.
I guess my original reason for asking is, and then I don't know, I'm just asking, is this in any way gonna keep somebody from looking into whatever they want to look into? So like, oh, the fee,
I don't see it either.
I don't see it.
I'll put you this in, where I'll be happy to tell Mary, if she had a multi-million-dollar project that was hinging upon a $50 fee.
I'll pay the $50.
Confirmation letter, I'll write the check.
Me too.
I was gonna say, I wouldn't want that, because that person's probably trying to get over on, they're not gonna pay $50 for multi-million-dollar.
so are we literally gonna try to make it so that we get it back in a certain timeframe?
Yeah, we can. do something.
I wouldn't support it otherwise. I just wouldn't support it.
Well, and honestly, if we weren't gonna hire the new person, we couldn't make that. But with the
Well,
extra
and
guys,
that's, I think, yeah, it all goes hand in hand.
How long will it take us to hire that person?
Well,
Well, that's a fair point. I mean, the fee will start July 1 and the extra capacity won't kick in until the fall.
Do the best we can.
We'll do the best we can until it's-
That's what fine print's for.
Right. All right, Mayor, can we take a 5-minute biology break?
Yes, sir. Everybody's back at the, we said, we'll pass top the hour. I think 3 minutes. Well, you got that much motion.
I'm gonna get you.
All right, so since,
I'm gonna do it. I'm saying that.
since it seems to be on everyone's mind, can we go to the nonprofit contributions?
Please.
Okay. So, appendix 11. So we have baked in, the full request amount. I think. Did we bake that in? I think we did. Hold on. Yeah, we baked in the full request amount.
138.
Yes, sir.
So you put all that into the budget, right?
As I said, the EDC, I mean, they are our economic development arm. And so we don't fund them, we won't have any economic development activities performed on our behalf.
I like it. Everything, I want everything. I want everything there. And here, but if you do, you have everything.
No,
I view the
If
EDC
you
as
got-
the economic development arm of our town government. Is that not what they're doing?
Yes, sir.
They are.
Listen. Yeah, he's showing to, not fund EDC, and fund everything else to the tune of 40,000, 150. That's all, that's what you do right there. It's wrong to do. Right, wrong to EDC.
no, EDC.
Right, correct.
No,
No, if you do, I think everything, I like it, and. Actually, this. Right now, it's all like this. This is the comment. That's what it is right there, that's all good. But if we, well, I like everything there. If we everything, no, what I say. Yes, sir. Hey, you got it?
Yeah.
no. Just do
No,
let's just do EDC and nobody else.
no, we do,
Yes.
no,
Don't give none of that up,
no,
just EDC.
no, hell no. Dr.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It is,
Huh?
it is.
No, those other people wouldn't give, turn over your grave if you were dead for them. EDC's done more for us than anything on that list.
Listen, I'm here, and I'm, that's all.
So I suggest that when we get to the adds and deletes, this might be something you need to take a straw vote on.
Okay.
Because it sounds like we got two competing motions here.
Yeah.
So we might need to have a vote to hear the will of the full board.
I tell you, this is,
When do we, at the end, we're doing that?
Yeah.
this is the most energetic time we've had in a while.
Yeah.
I'm no longer sleepy.
Oh,
I know. Well,
All right.
we're like a little soap opera.
So in that case, there's one more critical need that we need to talk about that might influence that decision. And that is talking about compensation. So I'd like to draw your attention to this page here. It looks like that. Appendix 9. So I want to go through this table. And we got Mary Elizabeth here who can talk a little bit more about the logic she used to develop this comparison. And that is, we tried to compare ourselves to municipalities within a 50-mile radius and comparable private sector jobs. And the comparison to the private sector job is probably the most notable part of the exercise she did. Because A, it's not something that municipalities do very often. They just throw up their hands and say, there's no way we can compete, so why compare? And as you can see on the bottom line, yeah, it will be hard for us to compete, but at least we know where we stand. And two, she actually had to go through each of our jobs and identify the critical skills and abilities that are required for that job. And then find, using various resources from the Department of Commerce, a private sector job that requires similar skills. So it was actually a pretty laborious comparison to make, and I really appreciate her work doing that. But now we know what a comparable private sector job that requires a skill required of our job pays in Wilkes County. So comparison with municipalities within a 50-mile range and like private sector jobs in Wilkes County. The other caveat about the 50-mile radius is that she applied a cost of living factor as well. So, 50 miles away is Boone. We know it's significantly more expensive to live in Boone. And so there's a factor that we identified that we applied to the comparable jobs there that made them more even when it comes to cost of living. So with all that said, you can see in our yellow column what the total payroll for all city employees is. And that's currently 4.89 million. If we apply the 7.5%, 7.5% COLA, which we baked into the budget, that'll bring our payroll up to 4,264,000. So it brings us close to, 5,200,000. Sorry. So that brings us up to par, I think, with other municipalities. And yes, they're gonna adjust their salaries some this year too, but from all the folks I've talked to, no one else is doing 7.5.
Correct.
Others are doing 5, maybe 6. So we're being a little more generous already. So just the 7.5% COLA sort of brings us back into the ballgame. It would not bring us close to the private sector. We'd still be about $500,000 less than private sector. So we probably can't afford to do that. But just the COLA brings us back up to par with like municipalities. But with that said, the benefit varies from job to job. So some people are going to get that 7.5 and still not be competitive with comparable jobs. Other people are going to get 7.5 and be way overpaid compared to similar jobs in municipalities. And so when I say that brings us up to snuff, that's only in the aggregate, right? That's only on the whole. There are still winners and losers amongst our staff if we increase it a fixed percentage like that. So those are just the comments I'll make on that. 7.5% brings us close. If you want to do anything more than that, we'll have to talk about it because we'll have to find the money for that. Okay, so let's then turn to Appendix 10.
And the 7.5 is for every employer.
Every employee.
Including the
Across the board.
including police department.
Right. We did not compare police salaries in this exercise because we did it back in February. So we didn't do it. All right, so on Appendix 10, these are just some conversation starters, right? I don't mean to suggest that we have to do one or the others of these, but these are just ways to get the juices flowing on possible solutions. And you can see in column 2 the cost of each of these solutions. Now that's the all-in cost, right? So that's not just the salary increases, but the corresponding increases to FICA and benefits and all that stuff that would come with the salary increases. So I'll just give you a minute to read over that.
So are you saying that other municipalities are not doing the 7.5% COLA?
Not the ones I've worked.
We normally, or in the last 2 years I've been here, we did 2.5, and I realize inflation's going up. But if you follow inflation every year, I don't know how you afford to do that, but
yeah,
hopefully it doesn't keep going up like that.
Well, and I'll confess, Rob said it the other day, he was in here, and we were talking about the police compensation. Boone they've done a lot of stuff. Like, I don't know how they afford to do all they're doing. I think they were giving people like a $5,000 bonus right away, and then another $2,000 in a month, and then on top of that, a 10% increase at the start of the fiscal year.
15.
15.
They were like mid-40s, 46.
They
They just gave all their officers a 15% raise.
Yeah.
And a 10% bonus.
And that wasn't just police, that was the whole workforce.
We know that's gonna be affecting all of the fire departments, police department, everybody's gonna get all of that to go.
Yeah.
Up.
So I was told this morning, Wilkesboro is asking for 10.
They don't expect to get it.
I don't know if they expect to get, that's just what they're asking
I think they're,
across the board for the whole thing.
I think they're cost living, what I've heard is county and Wilkesboro 5. Here's the thing, I mean, these things are tied to inflation. Inflation this is the highest rate of inflation in decades. It's nudging 8%, but it's going to come down to around 5, but it's this is something we're not going to do every year. It's not, it just, because it's going to be a correction in the stock market too. You heard it here first, folks. But it's just going to happen. It can't be sustained. And your taxes are all going to go up because there's no such thing as free money. We're getting your Raleigh and the federal government's batting happy with money, but it's not their money, it's our money.
And somebody's gonna pay.
And somebody's got to pay the piper, so it's going to be us. So, yeah, but that's just the way government works. I mean, our lawmakers, their job is to spend money and take money. Whether they like it or not, it's, that's what it is. So,
But did you any of these, I'm sorry.
yeah, so I think in closing, I think, this working, years ago, government jobs were benefits are really good, but they pay very well. That the tide has turned, it's changed. Obama started paying. There's nothing wrong with that. They're good jobs and to be actually kind of be recorded to know, but everybody just be very, very blunt. No one holds a gun to anybody's head and makes them work anywhere. It's by choice. So obviously we cannot compete with $46,000 a year for police officers. And if they want to go to drive divinity and get a job, 46 grand a year, God love it, go ahead. And it's the same with everything else here. There's things that we just can't, you got to draw a line somewhere. And if we're having an issue with other departments with recruitment and retention, then take a good hard look at it. But if not, do the best we can. 7.5% is very generous, in my opinion. And other our ones around here, it's going to be 5. So
I'm not arguing.
no, and I'm not directing this to you, Chief. No, I'm just saying this is no.
Well, Mr. Hooper and I were talking about it. I just said it's ridiculous. Where does it end?
Exactly.
Where does
So
it end?
you can't get into a what kind of contest
Yeah.
with wages.
Yeah, that was my point, Mr. Hooper. Where does it end? I mean,
Exactly.
It's kind of ridiculous.
I'm sorry. It's not recording?
No, I'm gonna ask you, I need to ask you something. I need to ask for something. Channel 12 News is in the lobby wanting to know if the mayor or town commissioners or the town manager, anybody that knew the person that was killed in the fire would come out and speak.
I don't know.
They,
Would you like?
I know.
they need to address the Broadway fire chief
Who's out there?
or the fire marshal.
Channel 12 News.
Channel 12.
The
Not
owners
big
of
deal
Jackson
here.
Seafood, the father and the child was burned up in their house last night.
Do you want to talk to
And I
him?
just
I
thought
mean,
that was
just somebody- the ladies out front don't know what to say, so if somebody was.
Would you mind telling them to contact?
Jason Hart is the fire chief at Broadway.
Yeah, I can go out there and talk.
Either one or.
I think they deserve her.
Yeah.
The ladies just don't know how to handle it, so
Yeah, I'll go.
somebody needs to.
Oh, that's why she was over there.
I'll go out there and talk.
But
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but change.
No, he's a nice guy, maybe
She was
once
back.
Okay, so I just want to point out that if you go back to the bottom line of the line items, we got a $72,000 surplus at the moment in the general fund. And even the most affordable of the options that I presented was, yeah,
is this in addition to the 7.5%?
yes, sir.
I have this broken down into like based on position.
Yep, hold on, I'll bring that up.
Yeah. Y'all want that?
I'd like to see it.
If we make time stand still so June never comes and Mary Elizabeth can never leave. She's done such an excellent job.
So this is a very valuable sheet because you'll see which positions are lagging behind and which are doing okay. But with that said, there is one complicated factor, and that is a lot of the positions that are above market, so to speak, are like that because those people have a lot of longevity, right? They've been around here for a while, and they've been very loyal, and they've gotten their COLA every year. And that's what's taken them above their market rate, not, some sort of conspiracy or anything like that. And so you don't want to penalize people for loyalty, but there are some folks who are doing better than others in our workforce.
Question is, so if somebody making $25 an hour, it's 2.5%. Sliding scale looks like first glance that these people maybe a tad overpaid, and then the people less than 15 are way underpaid. But the reason is in 2025, they're beyond the pay grade.
I'm sorry, say that.
People $25 an hour, those are people that are above their pay grade.
Well, it varies. I mean, even in that scale, there are some people who are above, right at, and below. I guess that proposal is just an acknowledgement that the people who are paid the least probably need the most boost.
And they're the least seniority.
Well, not always. I mean, some people are paid very little, but have a lot of seniority.
And it's just sometimes it's hard with, it's almost as if the 20 to $25 an hour people.
So that proposal you're looking at is not based on percentage to market at all. It's just based on the people who are paid the least, get the biggest increase, percentage wise.
This is a lot to have to take in all right here today.
No doubt, no doubt about it.
But you probably hold back on
Yeah.
the phone.
As I went through this last night, I think everybody up here wants to make sure that we take care of the staff, but I want to make sure we do it in a scientific way, that we do the very best we can. There's a lot of departments on here, a lot of different jobs.
Well, so one possibility is that, we can table this today, and I can gather some more info for you on some possibilities, and bring those back to you on the 28th for further discussion, and that gives you some time to digest what we've heard. If you did that, though, what I request, since I got to turn around and give my budget proposal to you all the very next week, is that if you intend to do one of these increases on my table here, to give me a budget, so to speak. Say, you got $150,000 to create some sort of pay plan with. And then let me bring back a proposal on how to do that at a later date. Because that way we can at least balance the budget, right, and know. So.
Well, I just want to give you just a for instance of what kind of numbers, you're setting. So,
Yeah.
for example, we have an employee making $12 an hour, current rate. He's going to get a 7.5% COLA raise. That raises it to $12.90. Then if we were to use your sliding scale of the extra 10%, that's going to raise that employee from $12.90 to $14.20, which is $14.19, but $14.20. So you're going to, so that's the number so think about that in terms of, what are they considering the big push in this country right now seems to be towards that $15 minimum wage. So I think, to me, I think the sliding scale, because I think the ones that are the lowest need the most help. just from a living wage standpoint. So, I mean, I was just trying to, I mean, I don't know how many employees we have making under $10 an hour. Do we have a lot, Connie? I don't.
Not under $10. I think we've raised everybody above $10.
Okay, well, I was just using $12 because, you know, $12 is not a, in this day and age, $12 is not, for that type of labor is not uncommon. So like I said, you're gonna be potentially with the COLA, and if you use your sliding scale, you know, you've basically given that employee a fairly significant increase. Now, is it enough? I don't, that's for this board to decide.
The reason I supported the police department was because they told us they had a problem recruiting people. And my reason for supporting this is I want to make sure that we're paying people competitively so that, you know, that our staff is fairly paid, but also so that, you know, when we need to hire people, we can hire them. And it just seems like there's a lot of departments, a lot of different positions now. Some may be being paid accurately and some may not, and that's what makes this difficult. That's why I would like a little more time, because I want to make sure we get it right, because if somebody's probably getting paid what they should be, maybe they shouldn't get that, but how do we figure that out? Is that possible?
Oh, yeah, I think that's possible for sure.
The reason I say that is because anytime we add a recurring cost to something for the town, the way I view it in my head is I multiply it by 10, and then I multiply it by 20 and 30. So that if it's, you know, $100,000 over 10 years, that's $1 million to the town. Over 20, you know, too. And that's how I view it. So I want to make sure we get it right, and we make sure we give people, we raise it enough, but make sure we just don't just say, oh, we got a problem, just throw money at it. We didn't know what we're doing. That's how I feel about it anyway. That's my thoughts.
Sam, do any of your departments reporting retention issues?
Well, we've hired two people, well, two positions that's come open in the last little while. We had a position come open on the garbage truck. We had 2 applicants to put in for it. We had a opening come up on the utilities department, and we have 1 applicant to put in for it. The gentleman that put in for the garbage truck, he works a second job at UPS. So, yeah, we're running into the same problem as Rob does with that. Some with hiring people. Most of our folks are good, loyal employees that've been here for a long time. And they like what they do. They like working for the town. The Greenthumb crew, it's always a struggle trying to find somebody to fill those shoes because it's a part-time job, 28 hours a week. It's always a struggle there. So,
Is there an undercurrent that you hear of our rank and file feeling underappreciated?
They're tired of hearing me say it. How about Sharon? Be honest and truthful, or I'm going to.
yeah, and I'm not saying it's just because Rob's sitting here, but you know, and I'd say it without being here, a lot of them looks at the $5,000 that the police department got as, why are we not worth the $5,000 that they got? Our job is just as important as the police department job. I mean, if you look up the standards for the world's most dangerous jobs, the sanitation workers on back of that garbage truck's gonna fall in there about 3, 4, where the police department's on down the line. So that's the way the employees is looking at it, and the morale of the employees since that come out has really dropped off.
It's true, but you know,
That's true.
that is true, but
And I know it's money.
but they also, I'm well aware of it because we got a stack of letters written by
Right.
employees. Some of them were really nice and some were less than kind.
Right.
And I understand it. But no department head came to me when they moved me out, brand new, a couple of Wilson, and said that I'm 5, 4, sometimes 7 people short. Is there one man's work is worth as much as another? I agree with them there. But they keep forgetting this, that chief gave up 2 positions, a position of assistant chief and a special investigator. Even with those raises, he did away with those jobs. It was a net wash to the town's favor of $8,000 a year. So people don't know that.
Right.
And if I do understand that, do understand Ralph, but then if 7.5% cost of living increase, certainly would make me feel a lot better about it.
And we're working with limited staff anyway.
I understand, because I hear stories about guys getting pulled around.
Yeah, just for instance, if we have a big water break, I'm pulling people from Mike Chew or from the water plant to come and help us.
Yep.
Same way with, storm rolls through, Mike's pulling from the street or from the sanitation, and he's pulling from utilities department. You know, we work as a team.
That's
You
good.
know, we're all here to do the common good for the town, is what we're all here to do. And just because one works on sanitation, that don't mean that that's his primary job. If he needs to be somewhere else, he will be moved there to get whatever the job needs to be done.
It's understood.
So,
7.5% COLA raise, what's that telling them?
It's in the sheet.
Yeah.
What we do to the pay, if they're giving them $5,000 a year, just like we did the police.
$271,000.
360,000.
It would be a net cost of $271,000. But my concern about the one-time payment, it's almost to me like you're taking a bribe. Because we pay them this year, okay, here's your $5,000. But then next year, what if we can't afford but a 2% COLA raise, then, you know, you're
I
not,
think if that's
you're,
across the board, I think they'll be fine with that. I think it's the, I think
I
it's.
mean, if we just gave them $5,000, here's $5,000 for this year, and that's, you know, that's it. You know, your paid stays the same, or your, whatever the COLA raise is, you know, you just live with the future of whatever that COLA raise is, here's $5,000. Is that, because I look at it this way, and I go back to my work $12 an hour guy. $12 an hour guy gets basically a $2.19 increase in their pay. There's 2,080 hours in this traditional work year. Well, if you take 2,080 hours times your 219, you've increased their pay by $4,200 roughly, give or take, per year. That continues if we don't do anything. That continues, that increase continues year after year, even if we don't give another dime in the COLA raise. So, I mean, the 5,000 to me sounds great. Yeah, I'd love someone to put $5,000 in my pocket, but long-term, are we really helping these employees with their financial burdens going forward? So that's, I'm just looking at it from that standpoint of, you know, one-time payment. You know, yes, I know that in a $2.19 an hour, you know, you're gonna have taxes out of it and one thing and another, but still, I'm looking at long-term compensation, you know, 5,000 now, okay, or, okay, we're going to have this continuing ongoing.
But the 5,000 is not now, 5,000 is per year, I mean,
Divided
you
by
added
26.
$5,000 to their annual salary,
Yes, that's what the
that's what the
proposal
proposal
was, but we could do what you just said.
I don't
That's a
I
possibility.
don't think giving $5,000 a year makes any sense. I think it needs to be recurring, and I think I supported the police department partly because Chief Thornburg was actually able to take 2 jobs out, and made it more affordable for the town. And that's why I supported it, and I want to make sure that we're doing this to achieve an objective. I don't feel remorse for supporting the police department. He came to us, Joe Rankin came to us, said there was an issue. We did our best to resolve it. It wasn't, there was hard choices to make. I want to make sure that all our jobs in our town are paid competitively. Of course, I want to take care of our staff. There are limitations to what we can do, but that's why I would like to see more. Maybe the 7.5% COLA raise is enough, but that almost seems like we're doing that to keep up with inflation, and that's going to leave a place where they can say, well, they didn't really give us a raise, you know, we're just doing the same. Maybe the COLA raise should be less, and we should do a percentage raise to everything. It's the same thing, but I'm just saying.
If you remember when we gave the 5,000 to the police department, we told the employees, we will look at you and treat you fairly, equal in next time. So what I think we need to do is give them the 5,000 plus the COLA, and then next year we look at it again. Because right now the inflation is going up so fast that we can't compete with that. So I think that's what we need to do.
So I had a misconception. So 5,000.
It's a,
So if they make $15,000 a year, we're increasing them to 20,000, and then that's an ongoing $20,000 a year. Whether or not we add COLA to it
Right.
is dependent upon budgetary or inflationary concerns.
Yes,
little
sir.
over $96 a week.
But it's gonna have $270,000 charged to the budget. every
Yes.
So remember that 2/3 of that is general fund, 1/3 of that is, can you do the math real quickly, Michael? So what's 2/3 of 271,000?
2/3 of it, that's, about 190,000.
So it'd be 190,000 on general fund, 80,000 on water sewer. The surplus now,
180,000.
the surplus now we have in water sewer could afford that, but we'd still need to find about 100,000 in general fund to make that happen.
Just for compensation, and then it's not, you're not finding, I mean, that's still leaving money that, for the extra bottles that the fire department, like you say, the addition and the deletion thing.
Yeah.
Well, if we're gonna consider, and I'm just asking questions, I don't have my mind made up. Andrew Palmer needs more time. But if the board's ready to move on this today, I'll make my mind up quick. But I'm asking questions to get where I need to go.
Okay.
But if we're planning on possibly just giving everyone in staff $5,000, then, you know, I guess the other thing is, if other municipalities are doing 5% COLA raises, why are we getting 7%?
Well, because you can see by this information that in total, we are behind the municipalities.
We're just trying to gain a little bit on, we're not gonna go ahead of them,
Yeah,
but we're just trying to gain a little bit.
well, if the 7.5 makes us even, then do we need to do anything?
It'll make us even, if they stay the same. If they give up 4 or 5%, then they'll be 4 or 5% up on us again.
So, Connie, I'm trying to figure out what is gonna be our best method. Still, you know, if you increase a $12 an hour employee to $5,000, the percentage of increase to his salary is significantly more than your top earners. You know, so like if I'm a $25 an hour employee and I get that $5,000 increase versus the $12 an hour employee that gets the $5,000 increase, we're still talking about a percentage scale because, you know, you're doing a flat fee across the board, but it's still gonna benefit. So,
If you're looking at percentages, it would be.
so, and then that gets to the point about Andrew's comment about, you know, well, are these positions competitive? You know, well, some of the higher positions that we have, competitive wise around in the 50-mile radius, you know, we're very competitive in some of those top positions. So I'm wondering if there's some way to still use the sliding scale, you know, to make it beneficial, kind of, I don't.
Flat rate of 96 a week would be a big percentage to a guy that's not making any money.
That's
A
trying to raise
small
the payment on
percentage of your
$25,000.
increase. Yeah, that's not my point. And it'd be a smaller percent of increase for a guy making $25 an hour. So everybody gets the same amount of increase, but in a way it's a sliding scale because the least paid would benefit the most. The most paid would benefit the least. All right? Yeah. So it'd be a big help. I have the other question too. We can afford it. The town can afford to do it. The money can be found. So I don't know about that. Agree with that, Mr. Triple?
Yeah,
So
there
if I-
will be some trade-offs.
I understand. But then we hear these things, I know you work as a team, that's very commendable. I know a lot of the guys are all good people. I think it's wonderful that you can work at a team, as a team. But if you're pulling people all the time, is that normal practice or do you need more bodies? Can you get by?
Because what I'm saying is, it's tight enough now where you can get the money, you can get 96 more a week. You can get 7.5 cost of living increase, but then hiring more people.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
It's not all the time that we're having to do that. It's only in emergency situations, or if we have a couple out in a department or something like that. I mean, we maintain, with what we got. And, you know, more people, yes, would be nice.
Sure.
It's just like, you know, on the green thumb, hiring 2 more people to mow the 268, that's what it will take. But that's more money that you got and all the benefits and stuff that the town has. But, you know, like I said, we maintain with what we got and we do good and we keep the town up with what we got. And, I commend Rob for losing 2 positions to pay for it.
Absolutely.
That was a hit on him. We want more work on him. I understand that, but we just don't have,
You can't.
we can't lose
No, I
2
understand that.
positions to pay for what?
No, I
Right.
certainly understand that.
Yeah.
I understand.
2 positions to us would be a big deal.
Catastrophe.
Yeah.
I understand that. So I mean, I mean, you know, I'll get a vote, but I'm used to running things and I would recommend we do the 5,000 raise across the board and a 7.5% coal raise. And then according to that, I can assure you, it will not be 7.5 next year.
Well, and I think the guys would be cool with that.
They should.
Because inflation is gonna go up and down every year.
Yeah,
But
sorry for
I-
the delay, and I don't want to ever give the impression either, because I pushed hard for law enforcement.
Mhm.
But, and they, by the town charter, their pay is supposed to be reviewed every year.
Right.
And it wasn't, so all of a sudden, we're behind the 8 ball, you can't recruit or retain.
Right.
And people were getting upset, oh my gosh, we're at one time 7 officers down. It's not that one person is valued over another, it's just that if somebody's breaking into my house, I'm not gonna call sanitation.
Right. Right, and, you know, and some people, where it's police department, fire department, sanitation, the utilities department, the water plant, wherever, if they got the notion they want to get another job and see a different scenery, they're gonna go no matter what.
I understand, that's right. That's right. You want to be fair and equitable, but you're not gonna be lured into a bidding,
Right.
you know, contest, or, you know.
So, Mr. Mayor, I ran some numbers and I just was trying to look at something. So I basically did the thing on $12 an hour, $20 an hour, $25 an hour.
Yep.
So $12 an hour, if you did the 7.5% COLA,
Mhm.
and you did the 10% under $15 an hour raise, it was an increase per year of $4,555.20. If you take it to the $20 and you do the same thing, you add the 7.5 and then the 5%, which is what he's got here, it equates to $53.45.60. If you go to the $25 an hour and you do the 7.5 and then the add 2.5, it's an increase per year of $94.84. So, you know, I'm trying to wrap my hand around how is it 271,000 to do a flat increase per year, except that at the top end of the pay scale, they're not getting the benefit of the sliding scale.
As your point, but if that comes out to $96 a week more, is about $240 divided by 40. So that's what everybody nets. Either 25 an hour or $10 an hour. That's what the 5,000 is back. But the 7.5%, that would be a big percent of increase to the road.
I mean, the 7.5 is a given.
It is, okay.
We're doing that regardless of this other stuff. So it's just, I was just looking. at-
No, that's you.
I've got a pretty important question. Connie, can we find you know, 500 or $600,000 or $700,000 out of our budget to pay recurring without raising taxes?
And this, but, no. I mean, no, you can't, I mean, not, this is just an operating budget, other than a garbage truck and, I mean, just minor things, other than the excess that, Wilson had was 70,000?
70-something, 71.
So we could afford the COLA raise.
But that also had all the, nonprofits in it. So,
The COLA's baked in the cake.
yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's big deal.
So this is what we're doing here, is this last page, so
So the COLA raise at 7.5% is
Correct.
$367,299.
That's it. That's
And
it.
that's in.
Yeah.
If we do another $5,000 to every employee, that's gonna add another $271,000.
To the budget.
Yeah, to the budget every year, that's about 600,000. Where are we gonna find that money next year? Well, Rob's department, we can find it because he cut 2 jobs, but are we gonna be able to find that next year?
This 271 don't have anything, I mean, the police is not in that 271 because they've already gotten there.
Right, I know, but I'm talking about for everybody else.
But,
Yeah, but, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Andrew, but
next year, we won't have a garbage truck in there. So that's $220,000. So we won't have to buy a garbage truck.
$305,000.
We'll be good.
But neither will we have the
Yeah.
ARP that's paying.
and it's not gonna be, I don't think people are gonna get $96 a year increase in a year. I do think the cost of living, I think, is reasonable, but it certainly won't be 7% next year.
No, but even if you don't, you've already raised the level now, you're there, correct? Connie?
yeah, once you've agreed to pay them this,
I know, but I'm talking about, it's gonna stay, their payments should, excuse me, it would stay the same. But, and we can afford it, we can do that, it's already baked in at 7.5, so you start from here. And you can either continue, or pay the way it is, or if there is a cost of level increase, it'll be an additional couple points. Which has been normal and customary. It won't be that big jump again, a big hit.
I want to do something, I'm not sure what yet, but essentially, if we do 7.5 COLA, 5,000, we're gonna add $650,000 a year on the taxpayers' backs, and I'm not ready to do that without being, I think we need to be more targeted with our approach. If somebody's getting paid competitively, maybe we don't touch it. I know that some people don't like that, that's just how I see this. I never have thought that raising everybody at once is the smart thing to do, and I know it's popular, but I would never do that as a business owner. And that's how I see it. So I can't support that. I need more time personally.
Well,
That's-
because well, in business, you can reward whoever you want, however.
Yeah, right.
But to be, in the public, it's gotta be, I don't think I'd get away with that.
Yeah.
It's gonna be to a point, and so, because everything's.
Well, I would ask y'all, are y'all ready to raise taxes? Because in
This ain't got
does
nothing to do with- this ain't got nothing to do with that.
We can,
it not have something to do with taxes? Though, Connie?
no, the money that is,
you would think that each year, and it has been each year, that you have a little growth.
Right.
Could step up, we could pay for it without raising taxes.
it's true, but I'm trying to, I don't know how to explain it.
Well, last year we used art funds to make the budget work. This year we've got some art funds. It'd be nice to have a little money left over for capital projects, but we're getting at the brink. If it's not raising taxes, it's real close. And I'm not saying we should or shouldn't, I'm just saying that's the question.
Or it could be cutting services or postponing other enhancements to service. So we expect there to be some growth next year. If we did a big increase this year, then you've already committed some of that growth for years to come. And you're not able to do additional new things.
This, Andrew, I mean, this is not gonna break the bank. Yeah. And the town can afford it, and it can be made, it's not.
I'll be honest, the map doesn't show me that, it doesn't convince me we can afford it. I'm not saying that with some time looking at it, that I might not change my mind, but as of today, it doesn't look like we can afford it.
You trust me?
I do trust you, but I'll be honest with you, a lot of people voted me in here, so I gotta.
I understand that.
You
I
trust me?
voted for you.
You trust me? I voted for it.
For
But
sure.
I do see your point, but
I mean, I know I'm right on this one, and Wilson's job, one of his jobs is to keep me in my lane, he's a guardrail. And he would speak up if he thought I was not correct. Would-
Mark, can I interrupt you for a second? We heard from David. I'd like to hear comments. I mean, you're the finance director.
You speak more
You,
than
you have your ear, and I heard you just tell David, you either tell it or I will. So I want to hear it from you. What
Wilson
is,
is tired of hearing it. He says I won't let it go.
so I want to hear, is this something that you feel as finance director, we need to broach? I mean, I want to hear your opinion.
I can get the floor.
I think it's something to, I guess, a lot of these guys, I've been here a long time and they're my buddies.
Sure.
And they all just think it's, I mean, we all think that we're underpaid, and we have for a long time, but that is government work. And we've not said anything because we know, we appreciate the town letting us work here, and we, try and do our job, and are satisfied because everybody's treated fair. And yes, police department gave up 2 positions, but these guys out here don't care that they give up 2 positions. They know that. They don't care about it, because when they saw that they got $5,000 and they didn't get it for the first time since I've been here, that it's just really hurt them. The morale is very low. We have 3 in the sanitation department that are 2 of them are longtime employees. And the other one has not been here that long, but they've all 3 been approached by the new garbage service in town. All offered more money, and they're all considering it. All of us can be replaced.
Sure.
But some are harder to replace than others.
Yeah.
And
experience.
you don't have 3 employees that can come in and step up and start driving garbage trucks without pulling them off of another job.
3 of these employees are CDL drivers.
And you have, you have treatment plant operators, water and sewer. Most of them's been here a long time, and they're really hurt.
Can I say something? I had 3 of them come to my shop. 2 of them cried. They told me, "We promised you'd look after us, and you haven't." They talking about me. He said, "You gave the police 5,000. I said, "The budget will take care of you." So I think what we need to do as a town, and I know we can afford it, is give each one of the employees $5,000 plus the COLA. And that's where I stand. Right in, man.
The conversation wouldn't have come up if the other hadn't happened. Then other employees wouldn't be saying.
We're not here right there.
You know, that,
No, sorry, interrupt you, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Where are we gonna find the 270 this year? And where will we find it next year?
Well, that you're taking for granted a $5,000 increase in salary every year. That's not true.
That's not
No,
true.
no, it would be increased, but it's gonna, our budget as a whole is going up. Next year, it'll be.
Whatever the COLA is how much our budget.
But Connie also said that we're anticipating some growth, anticipating more revenue.
Is there a compromise? Because, I mean, David, you said that $5,000, that one-time shot, $5,000 would go a lot to your guys or to your staff, saying from the town, we care about you. That then also on top of that $5,000, do 7.5%. Is there a compromise that we could make of either backing off the COLA and still do the here's the $5,000, guys, here we are. But if we backed off on the COLA, would they look at that negatively as, would that be a negative detriment if we were to negotiate down the COLA?
I don't think so, because that's townwide.
Right.
I think, oh, sorry, Russ, go ahead. I was gonna say that I need some clarity on what the board's proposing here. a $5,000 one-time payment or a $5,000 increased compensation?
One
I
down
think
payment.
it's compensation.
All right, so we got some
I was
disagreement.
thinking one-time payment,
No,
It should be
it's
96 a week.
$5,000 on your annual salary.
and that was the same way with the police.
Yes.
That's what the police got.
Okay.
So that's not a
if-
one-time
If
payment.
I make 15,000 a year, my salary's gonna increase to 20,000 a year, and that's gonna go forward at $20,000
Correct.
And I think there's.
ongoing.
Yes.
But it's not gonna increase 5,000 every year,
No.
it's just gonna be.
Right, so there's some. There's an important business point to make, and that is a one-time payment doesn't help you recruit the next employee, right? And so in order for this to have, sort of credibility from an enterprise-wide perspective, the whole salary needs to go up so that when we recruit that replacement, we can offer them a competitive wage.
Well, my thing is if it's $15,000 position now, and it increases to $20,000 position, and I leave that position, then that creates an opening at a $20,000 position. Am I correct?
Also, one-time payments, you run the risk of a person getting their one-time payment and scooting out the door and do $5,000.
Well,
And not being able to replace
What
it.
if we increase the COLA more for and not increase with the police department? Would that keeps a living wage continually going?
I understand.
I'd like to know that if I have a check to pay my house payment, it's coming every month. That's what makes me comfortable to know I have, I'm able to live.
Yeah, if somebody's living paycheck to paycheck, $96 a week raise.
It's a pretty good pay.
It'd be better than $5,000, maybe, it'd be $5,000 pay, it's just,
And I feel like if we're gonna treat all our employees the same, we need to treat the rest of the employees just like we did the police. That to me is fair.
Understood.
Yeah, I think going back to Michael's question here a while ago, is about the $5,000 and the other. I think anything, the $5,000 and if it's 6.5%, I think the employees would be happy. I really do.
Mayor, let's.
Because they feel like they're being treated fairly as the police department.
Got something to say?
It's not a question, so, the police 5,000 increase was a one-time payment, is that correct?
No. it's
No,
not.
it increased their salary. Rob, we are correct. We increased every police officer's base salary by $5,000. And so if they were a $15,000 a year police officer, they became a $20,000 a year police officer, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And without any COLA or anything else, they would continue at that $20,000 level ongoing.
Correct.
Okay.
That was my question, thank you.
So my Andrew's concern is funding. I always have concern of funding because in order to have to pay expenses, you have to have income. So I'm like that too. My thing is Otis has the employees at heart, and so does Bert, and I think we all do. But, we have to be somewhat about the air of compromise, because at some point during all this negotiation today, the well's gonna go dry. And we're gonna hear a bathtub water sucking sound as the water drains down the
We
pipe.
just gotta drill the well
I
deep.
thought here.
We just gotta drill the well deep.
Yeah, I don't think we're there.
I know we're not
I see
there.
your point, Mike, but I don't think we're there.
What I'm saying is, we got a lot of things on the table.
We do.
If we do this and we back down on that, that gives us a little. I mean,
Well, listen, if everybody, that my people, that my, everything you've got, That's what you got. Yeah. But what did you want there? The 271 a year is, like this guys, but even if not, everything you do
But we're not,
everything.
but we're not taking it up 271, we're taking it up about 650. Just to be clear.
Well, no, it's not doing, we can't look at, it's not doing that. It's not doing it. You know, because the
I
seven and a half.
understand,
I see what you're saying, but it's not. The 7.5 is in there.
Right.
We're
I
talking
understand that.
$96.15 a week per employee, which is gonna be $271,000. So this stuff coming this school year. And then you're not adding 271 permanently. Well, you are.
You are.
You are, but,
Yes, you are.
but I think, and correct, stop if you're wrong. It'll be the increase that we expected revenue. Plus, I've seen Wilson, how he runs his budget. He's got a lot of wiggle room in there. You ask for more than you're gonna need, the budget for more than you're gonna need. And he also doesn't budge, but he underestimates revenues.
And that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm saying is, $271,000 a year is within that margin of wiggle room.
Well, if everything you do, and just, we got here.
Yeah, a bunch of money.
Yeah, we got money.
Can I boil the numbers down for you? So,
Let's do
as you said, the 7.5 is baked in, and that's 300 and something, Andrew, you've got.
It's 367, 290.
So 2/3 of that to general fund, 1/3 of that to water sewer fund, that's baked in. To do the $5,000 increase would be an additional 271,000. And this year, that would mean we need to find 89,000 more in the water sewer fund, which we have, because remember, there was a $100,000 cushion there. And then 110,000 in the general fund. Because the burden would be 182,000 on the general fund, and we've got a $72,000 surplus there now. So we need to find 110,000. All right, so some of the things that we talked about that are possible sources of funding in the general fund are.
Wilson, not to interrupt you. If you were to do a 5%, what would be like other municipalities, theirs are coming down. They're not correct.
See, that's what I'm talking about, the compromise, you know, cut the COLA from 7.5 back to 5. So they're, you know. And here's my question, on this $5,000, you increased their salary by $5,000, but did we lump sum, did we just like hand the police department
No.
$5,000?
No.
So it's divided out all over a year, over all their pay periods.
Yeah.
So, you know, again, but they would be getting, you know, I keep hearing it from David and I think Connie too, I think I'm hearing it from you, that it's a numerical value that's been given to making them feel appreciated by this board and this staff.
Yeah.
But they're also not sitting there saying, well, you know, darn it, we gotta have 7.5 on top of that.
Right.
So I think if you can compromise and do like Andrew says, and pull 2.5 back on the COLA, but then do the 5,000 per employee, I think that gives us a much more workable number of trying to find the funding and still keep Otis's promise that he made during his campaign. And, you know, and
let's treat everybody fair.
Treat everybody the same. And if, you know, Dave can live with it, I know law enforcement got theirs, they'll get 5 COLA also. It's doable, and I think it's within reason, because inflation is gonna come down.
so how would you factor pulling, what is the number, what is the top number? I mean, how would we find out what that, if we decrease that 2.5% on the COLA?
What would you say?
What would that number?
So
be?
my back of the napkin math is if you take our total payroll now, which is 4,897,000, and multiply it by 1.05, you get. I don't have it. Hold on. is where you need your adding machine coming.
I don't know, if I've got it in a spreadsheet, I think.
I feel like out of,
I'm sorry, we get $5,142,190. Subtract 1,897,324 from that, and you get $244,866. So that's how much of 5% it cost. The 7% was $367. So yeah, $122,000 difference right there.
That's your,
So there's $110,000.
there's your money right there.
I mean, David,
I
does
can
that sound like
support
a
that.
workable, I mean, does that sound like a workable solution?
I think so. I
I mean,
I
do you
think
think that's?
I don't think that you'll hear a complaint at all.
No, I
because
think they're getting treated
it's-
fairly with the $5,000 and the 5% or 6% or whatever y'all said to that. I think it'll just be an extra bonus.
So, you know, Andrew, do you see that then being a net, that to me is almost like Rob giving up his 2 positions on his staff by reducing the COLA, then we kind of negated that increase to bring it back into what we can afford.
at the expense of sounding like the bad guy by kind of throwing a little fly in the ointment here, I want to say a couple things in my defense.
Sure.
One,
You don't have to be defensive.
no,
We're not
but I-
gonna do it.
no, but I think it needs to be said and fair. I think, when we talked about the stuff with Rob's, I don't know if y'all remember, I wasn't in favor of doing the flat 5,000. I thought it should be more targeted. I would like to see this be more targeted. I realize it's more complicated than that. I also would say, just in defense of like the citizens and taxpayers, on one hand, I would love to give the staff as much as we can. I know we have a finite amount, but regarding being a responsible guy watching out for the citizens and the taxpayers, I want to know that like, I support doing something that makes us competitive in the marketplace and the jobs, the salaries be market driven. I don't subscribe to the thing that it's unfair what we did at the police department. And staff can be mad at me for it, but in my heart, that's just how I feel. But I do care about the staff. I just want to know, like, my only questions for Connie, I mean, can we afford to do this? You know, moving forward. You know the budget better than any.
So let me venture an answer to that. The cash will be there in the future to cover this expense, but it might mean we do less of other things.
That's what I'm trying to get across. Like, last year we had art dollars to do it. This year we've got art dollars. We're buying the truck and some things are paying for it. But you know, you're gonna need a truck in the future. You're gonna make investments in your park in the future. And I just want everybody to be aware of those expenses and that this is in my opinion, this is a big chunk in the budget. To put it in perspective, I mean, if some of the money would go to general fund, but if the water fund, our general fund, $7 million, and we're talking about increasing this number, 660,000, all wouldn't go to the general fund, but it's nearly 10%. That's a big deal. That's all, I just want to highlight that.
The, one thing I will, and maybe what the mayor was talking about a while ago, that even though we budget these expenses, I know now the salaries, as long as everybody's fully staffed, will be there. But normally, we do come in under budget. And that extra money goes into the fund balance that would fund future projects. But, you know, the water fund this year is not gonna come in under budget. So even though we're gonna have to do some move around money, I still think that the revenues will be more than we projected. So I still think we'll have money going into savings, you know, to fund future projects. But now next year, the general fund might have a bad year and we won't have any that goes in for it, you know, and it's a guessing game. And that's how you do because nobody knows what the future is. I mean, it's just, I remember when Wilson's first started, when he first came here, he asked me, he said, how did you come up with these figures? And I told him, I said, it's a guessing game. He wants specific, detailed, for me to be able to tell him exactly what we're gonna do. You can't do that. And I think now, with this being his third budget, he sees it's a guessing game.
It is, but
What you're saying in a nutshell, we can afford what we just discussed.
yes.
I think especially since you
Drop the code.
dropped the COLA, it's more affordable. I think
It
we
is.
can do it.
It is.
I think we can do it, but I do think that that's finding the extra money that you
What
need.
the board decides to do, they'll decide what to do. We can afford 7.5 plus 5. We certainly can afford 5 plus the 7.5.
Alright,
Or
so-
5, you know, 5,000 plus 5. So, but it's, you know, I just can't, it is, so this year we can afford it. And if we're shorter on money next year, then there'll be obviously no raises, but obviously we'll want to know cost of living adjustment. But you gotta wait, you can't, I don't have, nobody's got a crystal ball to say what our revenues are gonna be and what our expenses are gonna be. It's a little bit of a crapshoot, you try to minimize your risk, but so much you can minimize.
Right, so, Mr. Mayor, I was just crunching some numbers here, and Will's kind of confirmed it, so if you drop the COLA back to 5, that creates a difference of $122,432 that's already baked into the budget, okay? You said that the $271,000 on the $5,000 increase per employee, that's $271,000, but 66% of that comes out of the general fund, 33. So if you take 66% of $271,000, that's $178,860. There's already a $72,000 budget cushion that's built into the budget. So that means that you are looking at $106,860 difference. Well, we're saving $122,000, $432 by backing the COLA down to 5%. So to me, it becomes a wash.
Yeah. All right, so
And
I'm
if
gonna,
anybody tests me on my math skills, I'll deny it all.
all right, so let me do the adds and deletes here. I'm gonna put this as the number one. So we're gonna delete 2.5% from the COLA.
No.
And that's gonna delete. I need that. That's gonna delete. All right, and then we're gonna add 5,000 per employee. And that's gonna add 271. Okay. All right, so let's move on to adds and deletes then. The fire department air packs. It's undecided. What's the board's thoughts on that?
Didn't you say we had the money in one-time deal to buy?
We've got money in the budget to buy $35,000 worth, so that's, 4. But there was some discussion from you all about wanting to buy more of those. So Otis, if the thing you're thinking about is our capital reserve funds. Let's turn to that page.
I think you buy them deep.
Yeah, Jimmy needs to take inventory of what he has. And what's 100% of the car, and what's not. And he I think he needs to be very accurate. And
He don't know what he's got.
he does, he needs to know.
He has no idea what he's got.
And,
But once he gets his inventory,
He will
order
be
it
able to
as
get
we go.
everything.
right, so I think he can get by with.
Well, that's another discussion on the other day.
Can I say something on
Sure,
that?
go ahead.
I'm fire chief critic too. I deal with the same things that Jimmy does. My problem with buying all the air packs at one time, 10, 15 years down the road,
You gotta do
you'll
them
have
all
to buy them
again.
all at one time
I
again.
agree with you.
So you're better off to buy some now, some later, that way the next time they don't all fall.
Exactly.
Short, you have to buy them all at one time.
Yeah, but what I think we need to do is buy 5 for the new truck and 5 for one of the other trucks. And then we can rotate them out.
I think
We
Jimmy
got
needs to
at
take
least
inventory.
20 up there, I know.
Yeah, I
Decide
think
which
Jimmy
good,
needs to
which
step
not.
up with that.
David, do you know
So you want
anything
budget?
about their packs up there?
Not a lot. I can't tell you this, I've talked to Jimmy before, and he asked what kind of air packs we had at Cricket. And we've got Scott air packs. Marbury Fairplains has got Scott's, Wilkesboro's got Scott's. So everybody that is surrounding North Wilkesboro, if North Wilkesboro goes to Scott air packs, has it. And if we have a big fire or something, all the bottles will interchange with the
Right.
packs.
I like that.
And that creates a safety
Yeah.
barrier.
Absolutely.
And that's why I'm saying we need to do the new truck, which is 5, and one of the other trucks is 5. We need to buy 10 new Scotts.
there's money in the budget.
There's money in the budget for that.
And I like Jimmy to verify that's what he wants to do, since he's not
Yeah,
here.
we need something specific. and concrete.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
and so Otis, so I want to dive down a little bit deeper on that. So where in the budget were you thinking of? Were you thinking in the?
That one, you told me
the
we had
capital
one
reserve
time
fund?
deal. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so here's what I'll say. We've pledged the, no, that's not.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
We've got, what I think, is it, how many's in the budget now?
Well, 35,000, so about
So that's.
four and a half.
Yeah, so, okay, say 4. What if we buy the 4 that's in the budget? He says they've got a grant, applied for a grant to get the others. And if they don't get the grant, sometime next year, do a budget amendment and buy the others if they don't get the grant. That way, you know, you can get the budget. But we are on, I know this is hard to do it all in one day, but we are on time. Constructed, we've got to give it to you first of May.
I wish you go with that.
Yeah, well, I'm good with that, but I think we need about 5.
Okay.
That does a big truck.
Okay.
And then we get Jim, and I'll get with Jimmy, we'll do an inventory,
Yeah.
and I'll let you know what we got.
I will say, I'm gonna notice that when Jimmy came in, I got the vibe that some of their packs maybe aren't that great. And if they're not great, then we need to replace them.
Yeah,
But
and
I don't have
the
a-
ones I looked at last night, they were bad shape. I wouldn't worry. I told the chief to take it. And I would not worry. And everything on that truck was that way too. Cause I got pictures, you know what I'm saying?
I like, so Connie's suggestion. Thumbs
I
up
do
on that?
too.
I'm for safety, and David, and I hope Robbie can both
We
say,
go ahead and
but
buy
I am
5
for safety.
to do the new truck.
And, I don't want anybody to be hurt, but I think if we get 5 new ones,
Yeah, I think we'll do that. I agree with that.
All right, so
so that should be 45.
I can live with that.
instead of
How
30.
much, how,
So we need to add 10 more thousand
Yeah,
to the budget.
Yeah, and we go to Scott's, and then we go, if we're on a big fire, we look for a frigate, we can interchange bottles.
We've got 26 hard packs of cricket, so double that, and that's how many bottles we got.
It's 52 bottles.
You are kidding, and we're sitting
And
here.
normally, just a 35-minute fire, you use a bottle and a half. If you have to go inside. the
It all depends on the person.
Right, well, those big fat ones suck it half, than the skinny guys.
Oh, you're so good.
all right,
Yeah, they never been this stuff, you know.
all right, so Andrew and Michael brought up a good point. We haven't answered the nonprofit question yet.
we have not.
Oh, Lord.
So I've heard 2 motions. One is to fund all but EDC, and the other one I've heard is to fund EDC and nothing else. Is there a third motion?
I've got a couple comments. I think we have to fund the EDC. I mean, otherwise, we have nobody working on the economic development, in my
I
opinion.
think so too.
With the other things, last year I got into it with you guys over this. I don't like feeling like I'm picking winners and losers. I said last year, I'd rather just not do it if I'm not to do that, because I felt like Wilkes Literacy Group last year warranted to get money in the art gallery group. That's just how I felt, but, you know, all these organizations do good stuff in our community, I mean, in my opinion. But I would be willing to not do it so that we can pay our staff more, money this year. You know?
Mark, can I get you to, because you and I had this conversation, can I get you to comment on the discussion that you had at your orientation about the general perception of nonprofits as far as governmental funding?
That's what Wilson and I talked about during the break. And when Otis and I went through our North Carolina School of Government,
Right.
we did our training. So,
Go back to DC.
yeah. I'll read, I was struck by it so much that the slide I took a picture of. And it says grants, donations not allowed. The North Carolina local government may not donate money to a private entity, including the nonprofit or community organizations. The city should work with private entities, contract with being right, but there's some things there. But, in essence, we shouldn't be doing any of these things. But
Because it
in
kind of
reality,
intertwines us.
it's like a And the problem with that, it's illegal, but you don't get caught.
See, that-
So, but it's something that's always. No, but it's always, it's something that's always been done. And if there's things that the school of government says that are really, what would you say, practical?
So
or-
they're basing that recommendation off case law that the facts of a certain case suggested that those kind of donations aren't appropriate. But there's no legislation, as far as I know, that prohibits it. Now, what there is new legislation this year that requires that any outside entity that you make a donation to, you have a contract with. And so for our contribution to EDC this year, if we do it, we're gonna have to draw up a contract with them saying, these are the services you provide on our behalf, in exchange. So it's almost like we're paying them for the service rather than contributing money to it. And so we do a similar thing with any other nonprofit that we donate to. And so presumably, the way you give yourself some protection is to only donate funds to agencies that perform a public service.
Yeah, and that's true, because I think they frown on it, it's not recommended, but I don't think anybody's breaking the law.
I think what they say is in their, when they ask for their request, they say it's not for operating. They don't want you
Right.
to
Yeah. So-
fund their operations. But if I'm just using for an example, the library, the story wall. Last year, we gave $5,000 for the story wall. So that's a specific thing to benefit the kids or whatever of the town. It's a specific service, I guess.
Yeah, because I'm personally, I'm a big fan of the library. When I was a little kid living in Snow Hill, read a lot and it was great. And I don't think kids read enough now. We spend too much time with this.
Yeah.
And they need to increase their reading skills. They need to focus more on getting good educations to compete in the real world. So, but I see other arguments against it. So, but it's almost every darn one of them do good. And I don't have a vote, but I can see funding all of that. Because it's already in the budget.
Yes, sir.
And I can understand, there's good reasons for picking and choosing too. The people that don't want to pick and choose, which I understand that too, but it's all good stuff. Yeah, I'm hard pressed to say, and who can say no to Will Tadat? No. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, so we really shouldn't be on the horns of a dilemma here, because it's already in the budget. They do good things. Some people are harder to measure their return on the investment. So I can see, if I was a voting member of the board, I can see my way clear to approve it all. And, you can't get nobody's going to be in complete agreement because there's so many things here. But that's just my personal opinion, my feelings.
I've heard that Wilkesboro doesn't fund these things, did you know?
I don't care.
They do some. I've got the applications from the different
I don't care. Yeah,
nonprofits. and
I
they
see
do
your point there
get
too,
some.
because we need to mind our own business. Yeah. But I do see the point of.
It could help some if you, it might help your decision if maybe don't give what they requested this year. Last year, what you did was say we did the same thing we did last year.
Right there.
And because one of them requested $20,000 more than what they got last year. But if it's for a service, not for their operations. I mean, that's just a thought.
Yeah, 'cause,
whatever.
I mean, most playmakers are not really provide services there too.
Well, they did provide a service to a bunch of kids that go over there and do theater.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
That's true. That's a good thing. Do something with kids.
So if we want to do that, why don't we take some of these and add this literacy, and give them some money, because they probably do more in the county than anybody. Because they teach adults and children to read.
But one thing is, we are not in the county, we're in North Wilkesboro. I like to look at the list and say, what benefits North Wilkesboro? That's a reason why, I think we hesitated in the Wilkes Heritage Museum last time asked for 5,000, and I don't think we didn't even give you.
You can give them nothing.
Hey, we're right here, we're,
I just look at this and say, what here benefits the town of North Wilkesboro and its citizens and what does not? And I think that's a decision we make as a board.
And I agree with him. That's what we need to look at.
we're here. I mean, we've got here, we're in the same.
We're in.
I'm gonna say something right here.
Today.
The,
We're here today.
the Safe Spot Child Advocacy Center benefits the town citizens of North Wilkesboro. Because when we take a child rape victim in there from the town of North Wilkesboro, they provide services for them and their family.
And which one is that?
The Safe Spot Child Advocacy Center. They provide
Which is a new
services
request.
for them
Yeah.
Hey,
and their
And that's what I
family.
like to hear.
that's right.
Free of charge. And they are here in our town. And it's a benefit for our town and our citizens.
And we are in North Wilkesboro. Everybody out here.
No.
So if you're asking if any of these benefit our town, I will tell you right now, that right there, that is near and dear to my heart. They provide a huge benefit to the citizens of our town and this town.
And so we didn't give them nothing last year.
Well, if y'all ask.
Well, they didn't ask for it.
They didn't request
They
it.
provide the service.
They didn't request last year.
Now, dude, right here.
So, so you know how I said at the beginning that I felt like this should be an informal conversation? Well, I think we might need some Robert's rules now, so. I think that the board might need to make a motion and have a vote on it, and Mayor, honestly, since this is an informal vote, I think you got one here. And then if folks just strongly disagree with what the majority decides today, then
That's right.
you can vote no on the budget in June.
I'm gonna do that.
But essentially what I'm asking for today is direction from the board that I can use when I'm writing the budget.
If you do what you did last year and add the Safe Spot Child and Wilkes Literacy, it'd be 97,150, and that'll save 41,350 from the budget. What's already been
So what
budgeted.
then?
If you add what was done last year, add the Safe Spot Child and the Wilkes Literacy,
Hold on, Connie, does that give 50,000 or 55,000?
okay, and add, let's see,
That's fine. That only gives you
okay,
50.
that'll save 36,350. If you give 55 to the EDC, add the Safe Spot Child and the Wilkes Literacy from what was recommended, that'll give you a savings of 36,350 in what's.
Oh, yeah.
I make a motion, we approve it.
For what?
What Connie just described.
What Connie just described, add the Wilkes Literacy and the Safe Spot
Hey,
Advocacy.
we'll do that. We'll do that.
Want to do it all.
No.
He wants to do it all minus EDC.
Well, I'm not doing that. If we were a larger municipality, we would have an internal EDC. We can't afford an internal EDC. And EDC is a valuable asset.
You wanna do what we did last year, is that what you want to do?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, but now Rob just said that Safe Spot, and
There's
that,
a
we
lot
didn't
for
do anything to them last year.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That's good.
And,
That's good. Yeah.
and
Well, we just take the 5,000.
that's all I'm adding is the Safe Spot
Oh, okay. I'm
and the
sorry.
Wilkes,
I'm
and the
sorry.
Wilkes Literacy.
Yeah.
And how much are we funding now?
Wilkes Literacy?
Yeah.
Zero. We did not fund it last year.
What's that?
Wilkes Literacy.
No, we did not fund it, so fund the literacy, fund the Safe Spot, which, as Rob says, helps our children in this town. And
No,
No. Connie's recommendation had the full funding for the EDC. So that was 102.
102, 150, and it'll save.
I'm sorry.
all
All right, so Michael motioned, is there a second to Michael's motion?
36,000.
right, and so we're going, let's be clear, we're adding the 5,000 to the Safe Spot, the 2,000 to the literacy, and doing the 55
Yes, sir.
to the EDC?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's
I'm
140.
also okay with the 50 to the EDC, but we'll put the motion on the floor for the 55 and adding those two other, and then funding everything else as we did last year. That's what my motion is.
138, 5,
That's
102,
102, 150 total, savings of 36,350.
And that's getting that, to be clear on this, this is getting the EPC an extra five.
Now,
Yes.
where are you pulling the money from?
Well, it's in the budget,
It's budgeted
he's budgeted 138.5.
Right.
And we're gonna reduce that down to 101 something or other.
102.
102,
All
150.
right, I'll second your motion.
All in favor?
All those in favor?
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yeah, I know. I just wish we had a process that was easier, so next year we have to go through this again.
Oh, we will. No, but. we will.
We've talked about that
Well,
for
it's
years,
not
about
here.
doing a policy, and it never happened.
That 2 days, 2 days.
All right, so, the last item,
I lose. Mr. Dupree, want to do anything on the employee pay scale? We can put that on.
no, I think we got that.
Oh, we're good.
We're gonna do the 5% COLA and the 5,000.
Right.
That was what I
I
heard.
thought we agreed on that.
Yeah, but we didn't vote. We
I
didn't
don't
vote.
think we need to vote, because I
No.
think there's agreement on that.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so the one last item I had on my list was the Spook Park Phase 1 contribution. And so if we turn to Appendix 6. Recommendation is that we designate 175,000 in FY 23 for Spook Park Phase 1, and then 500,000 in FY 24 for
What page you on?
Appendix 6.
Appendix 6.
It's the long page, the last long page.
Well, it's on that too, so either that or this. So, and then $500,000 later for Sweet Park Phase 2 for other recreation opportunities.
Well, the biggest question is with all these pluses and minuses. If we were to increase, you've got 175 in the budget.
Mhm.
Is there anywhere to pull?
Well, no, this would be from fund balance surplus, so this is from savings, so this has no bearing on the operating budget at all.
So do we want to potentially spend an extra 125? I'd like to see this level at 300,000.
Okay.
That's me personally. So if we pulled that fund balance down an additional 125K, does that still meet the 65% criteria?
So you've got $62,157 left to still be above 65%, unless you dial back some of these other proposals. So for example, if you want to, well, really, the only two things you've got to dial back are the ADA bucket and the AFP Part F 500,000 next year. Now, presumably, we could dial back, say, the ARP Part F next year to 400,000 in the current year, and give another 100,000 to the Brooks Medical Center, and then hope that our fund balance grows again next year so that we can replenish that $400,000 next year, which I think is likely, but it's that's a trade-off for sure.
We have $500,000 towards it next year.
Well, we only earmark 400,000 because that's what we've got in our pocket right now. But we would go ahead and commit to designating $100,000 of next year's fund balance if it happens to that project.
Mary Elizabeth, you're the one that talks to us about grants, and this Part F grant, it's a very finicky kind of process where they want to see certain amounts of commitments and stuff, so we're trying to get 500,000, okay? By earmarking it, we're showing our commitment because we have a line item that says we're committed to matching dollars for the Part F. But if we start this application process, which actually starts before the budget negotiations next year, can we still say we're still after 500 grand, even though we only have 400 grand of earmarked money if we're going to, are they going to say, no, you only have 400, we're only going to grant 400?
I think it's, I don't think we need to have like that money like locked up for like a year in advance. I think it's that
The amount on your application is committing, saying that you're
Right.
committing.
you are
They don't care where you get
absolutely
it, but if you
committed to
commit
that amount
to
on
it,
your
you
application.
gotta come
So
up-
if you say 500, you have to put in 500. But
Not at that
I
second,
think-
you know.
as far as they care, more or less, if you pulled that 500 out of your pocket the day before the application, I don't think that would make a difference. It's more so of, it's on you. if you can't.
So, Wilson, you say reduce that to 400, and we still are basically banking that. We're basically putting that kind of in a quasi hold
Right.
situation, so that we could in fact increase our Smoot Park or that from 175 to 300.
Yes, sir.
To do the plan that we just paid the study for to make Smooth Park happen, how much do you think through the phases North Wilkesboro is gonna have to? Yeah, are we on pay, are we on par to do that, if you do your plan right now this way?
So,
I
I mean,
said
I'm
I'm
budgeting, I'm saying we're dedicating almost half of that right here, $675,000.
Well,
And that's just for the first two phases. I mean, the next two phases are gonna be years away, and so we have to save that money up or find it, in 4 years. But I think we can do it.
will this be earmarked in a way that we earmarked 120 from the ARP home money, that it'll disappear next year, because that's.
No, this would be the fund balance offset.
So
it'd be
go to a
part of it.
different account or something.
Yeah,
I grabbed something from my desk.
sure.
I just want to make sure that, like, that was a big priority for us, and like I've said, I think it's generation. I just want to make sure that we have the money and funds, and we invest to make that happen. I mean, we need to make that happen.
So, guys, at the other end, I mean, what's y'all's thoughts on that money, how, that amount of money for the park?
Oh, I don't have a bit of, I'd like to put $1 million in it, but
Yeah, I'll do that.
I mean, you got
Go
to.
crazy with that, I'll do that.
I'm with others, I put $1 million in it.
Well, we'll put $1 million in
that
it over the life of the project, but we can't afford $1 million. this year.
Right now.
If they're on board. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on board with you, Rose.
Well, my fear is that if we don't put enough, that I may not be here on the next board, and some of y'all may not, and they may not see that part as important as we do, and it'll never happen for our community. And that's what I don't want to happen.
Right,
Me either.
generational. That's the key word in Andrew's vocabulary when it comes to Smoot Park, is a generational project. It's a legacy that this board can leave behind that will be a beacon for a long time to come.
And when I think about things for our town where we spend our money, there's a lot of important things, but in my opinion, North Wilkesboro has been behind on some things. We're having to play catch up, but we've got to get that part done, get it right. And I just pray and hope that whoever's in these seats the next 10 years will feel that way too.
So while we're on this, before Mary Elizabeth chairs, this is not really a budget related matter, but just a park related matter. So we've got phase 1, 2, 3, 4, but we got what I'm calling phase 0.5. And that's where we go ahead and restrike the courts at Memorial Park to accept a basketball court so that we can get rid of the basketball courts at Smoot in the future and replace them with the multi-purpose court or whatever it was that was proposed on there. And we do that current year funds here in the next 6 weeks.
We're gonna resurface the tennis courts too.
Yeah.
Amen.
So it's 4 courts now, you give up 2 tennis courts and replace them with a basketball court.
Which will probably end up being soccer courts.
You're right.
All
All
right,
right, so no
so
objection to that.
how do you just need move, let's just make those moves, let's pull.
Yeah, I got
You've got the available balance of 62, pull 25 out of that, pull 100 out of the part F,
Mhm.
and make 175, change it to 300.
Yep, got it. Mary Elizabeth, what we want to share?
What is phase 1? Sorry.
Phase 1 is the playground and some of the smaller projects that she can share. Yeah, there we go. And maybe the volleyball court, I think, I don't know. Okay, that was on there.
Well, now I have my,
I can ask her.
so I think we wanted to,
up
What-
here. We can see.
But then it's like really intimidating.
No. Why?
She's right there. She's fine.
You're fine right there. So
Kind of firing squad.
Intimidated.
What?
You've been around us old men all this year, you don't get intimidated?
Okay, you were asking about the breakdown of funding for phase one. Is that right?
What are they gonna do?
I said, what is phase one?
Okay.
We don't know.
So, phase one, okay. Phase one, I'm breaking down into three projects: the inclusive playground, multi-use field, and what I'm calling impact beautification. And like, these are all like, take it with a grain of salt, like idealistic, so. Yeah, okay, so the impact beautification would be doing landscaping and painting the shelters. The multi-use field would be striping Memorial basketball court before we demo and reseed and grade the Smoot basketball court to become a multi-purpose field. And then under the playground would be purchasing the new play equipment and installing it in the new centralized location, demoing the existing equipment, relocating the volleyball court, and adding like connected pathways so that you don't have to walk over uneven grass or gravel. And so the and then phase two is what we would kind of is what Part F and the AFP grant that you might have seen in the memo are focused on, and that's revitalizing the pool house, whether that means doing a complete rebuild or renovation, and then doing the pool repair. And because we're doing Part F, and Part F awards extra points for new amenities, we're including some small additional new amenities such as lawn games, very simple outdoor fitness equipment, and that makes our Part F application more competitive for a efficient, low cost. And so Part F requires a 1-to-1 match, and it's up to 500,000. And so if we were going for that full amount, we would allocate 500,000 for that match. AFP, which is accessibility for parks program, so perfect for what we're trying to do right now, requires only a 1-to-5 match, and it's up to 500,000. And so that's 100,000 that we have to allocate for a match there. And so just looking at phase two for matches that we're going to be on the hook for if we get these grants is 600,000. And then in going back to phase one, for the inclusive, okay. I wrote down like, we might anticipate if we get the Wilkes Medical Center Foundation grant, we're expecting anywhere between $100,000 to $200,000. And our match, we were originally going with the 175 to set aside. So if you want to go ahead with the 300,000, so that would be 300,000 set aside. What else?
So going back to something we said though, if we apply for AFP and get it, which is probably a better bargain because of the lower match,
Absolutely, yeah.
we're probably not going to get a Part F2.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
So that's something, so AFP is also funded by Part F and NCDEQ, and Judy is our point of contact with AFP. And so I think that's something we need to reach out to her and ask her about if we can do both,
if we can, like, that's great because the applications overlap so much. And then I made these phase plans of site plans of the park, what the park will look like after each phase.
I like that.
But yeah, I was gonna wait to bring it to y'all at a meeting.
Yeah.
Did that answer your question, Andrew?
So in phase one, we are cleaning the park up, putting the new playground equipment, all that's in this year's budget. And is that including the volleyball court?
I think it does.
Yeah, she said volleyball court. What we gonna do with the old play equipment we take out?
Might put it in hideout,
Gotcha.
Okay.
or it might go in the garbage, we don't know. I mean,
So we'll go
We
through-
gotta try to rob, put it in how?
Yeah,
I know a steel recycler real close there that could probably.
Yeah, I know that. I
You're
know.
still baiting families to a place that's not
I
safe.
agree with Angela.
That's your point.
I mean,
So
if you
that-
all
that's-
are- if you
that's
all
another-
are driving down there and checking those things out,
Go look at it.
yeah.
I've been down there.
Um,
I walked the whole
The
thing.
volleyball
Might
court,
want you-
can I see that real quick? This is.
Nobody tried to approach me.
I walked down there the other night to check about the volleyball court to see if there's enough room moving it back
He
there.
wants to see the map.
The map, I'm sorry.
oh,
I just want to make sure we've got a volleyball court that like people can actually use. It's maintained well. Are they moving it? Would we have an engineer that would be making or building that or how that works? What I was talking to Wilson about is I had a guy who's from Wilkes and he's back here and he's big into volleyball and he was saying two things. One, you need to try to make your court where it's like a regulation size if you can, and it would garner more people out there. As funny as it sounds, he said that the kind of sand you put out there, you're better off to put beach sand than river sand because it scratches you up. And if you can, put a fence around it to catch the ball, particularly over there by the woods. I went down and walked it with him, and it seemed like that space wasn't quite big enough for a court. But I would suggest that we do it the right way.
I think,
That's extra money. all over.
when we met with the, Housing Authority and Circle of Care the other day, they talked about how like, so right now there's a fence that extends from like here to here. And they were like, don't touch that fence. Can we have more fence? Because I don't want my kid going off and running into the woods. And so if you want a volleyball court with a fence or a fence to keep balls out from flying into the woods, then that would kind of address both of those concerns, yeah.
I guess
So-
the thing is, you want a court that's gonna get used and it's well maintained, otherwise don't even throw money at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Andrew has a point. I like it. Either, especially comes out, so they do it right or on Bob, if you don't want to have. And it would, he would get, it would get more use in the regulation court.
So I would ask that we do a regulation court with the right kind of sand. You can afford to put a fence around it, it'd be good, and I think there's people out there that want to play it, but if you're going to play volleyball, if you go, yeah, you might keep cats out, I see cats at Swin Park, but
They love saying.
they love sand, it's like a litter box, but if you go, people go to play volleyball, and the court's gonna scratch them up, and they're like, oh, that's not, it's not gonna be used, you know what I'm saying?
So with this extra allocation, and once we find out how much the Wilkes Medical Center Foundation grant is, we will come back and say, we've got enough money for phase one plus. And we'll get y'all's feedback on what plus should be.
Okay, sounds good.
So that's pretty much all I had. Connie, do you have any other topic? Council, did any of you all have any other?
Anyone else have anything?
I got what I need. So the next steps in the process are, I'll put together an actual proposed budget and bring it to you on May the 3rd. This is the proposal that will be published publicly for folks to review. It'll contain all these things we talked about today and, final numbers on the things that we were still awaiting information on. On that day, I'll ask you to call for a public hearing on June 7th, which will then advertise and so forth as we're required to do. And hopefully, on June 7th, not hear any explosive commentary that might make you change your mind and vote to approve it that day. if we do hear explicit commentary that makes you change your mind, we'll try to make those tweaks on the fly. So that we'll have a final budget to approve on that day, because we're legally required to approve it in June. We could technically do it on June 28th, but if we did that, Connie's head would explode. She would probably she'd probably take up her pitchfork.
Yeah.
So the goal was to try to get it approved on June the 7th.
And then real quick, it's a question of the 5% COLA and then,
$5,000.
when's this take place?
That will take effect July the 1st, or the first pay period after July.
I understand. Anybody have anything else?
A quick one, you know, we're talking about investing in Stewart Park. All of us, or most everybody, saw what was going on with the outdoor economies presentation. And we've all talked and we agree that that's cool stuff. And in the back of our minds, we need to be thinking about how we're going to fund that years to come, because that is something, it's a vision to transform North Wilkesboro to this special place. We can be a hub in Western North Carolina.
Hey, Otis?